Congratulations, my friends. You're here with me tonight as we head into the frozen edge of the Earth to discover how Arctic explorers slept and ate during the endless polar night. It wasn't luxury. Sleep meant bundling into reindeer furs, sometimes with frost still clinging to your beard. Meals were seal meat, ship's biscuits, and whatever you could thaw without losing your fingers. But don't worry, I've planned the appropriate way to help you learn about this subject matter with ease. So before we begin, take a moment to like the video and subscribe if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. Also, let me know in the comments where you're tuning in from and what time it is. Now, dim the lights, grab your blanket and maybe imagine the muffled quiet of snow all around you, because this is how Arctic explorers found rest and strength in the heart of the polar night. Imagine yourself standing on a frozen ocean that stretches beyond the horizon in every direction, with the sun on a 4-month vacation. There is no gentle dawn to wake you up, no sunset to signal bedtime, just an endless twilight that leaves you questioning whether you've accidentally broken time itself. Welcome to the polar night, where Arctic explorers from the 1800s and early 1900s learned that surviving winter meant mastering the art of sleeping when your body had absolutely no idea what time it was supposed to be. These weren't your typical camping trips where you could just check your phone for the weather forecast and head home if things got dicey. Once the ice locked their ships in place, they were committed to riding out the darkness like passengers on the world's most uncomfortable cruise ship. The thing about polar night is that it doesn't just mean dark. It means your circadian rhythm, that internal clock that tells you when to feel sleepy, gets tossed around like a snow globe in a blizzard. Imagine trying to maintain a normal sleep schedule when your brain keeps insisting it's either perpetually dawn or perpetually midnight, depending on its mood that day. However, this is where the situation becomes intriguing. These explorers did not simply retreat to a corner and await the arrival of spring. They developed elaborate routines and rituals around sleep that would make a luxury hotel concierge jealous. They had to, because proper rest meant the difference between waking up refreshed and ready to chip ice off the ship's hull or waking up so disoriented you might try to put your boots on your hands. Take the crew of HMS Erebus and Terror during Franklin's expedition, or the men aboard Nansen's Fram. They discovered that creating artificial rhythms was like teaching your body a new dance. Awkward at first, but eventually it would catch on. Ship's bells became their metronome, marking time in a world where natural time had temporarily ceased to exist. The sleeping quarters themselves were marvels of cramped ingenuity. Picture trying to design a bedroom inside a wooden icebox that's constantly creaking and groaning as ice pressure squeezes the hull. Your bedroom might be a space no bigger than a modern walk-in closet, shared with 2 or 3 other explorers who probably hadn't had a proper bath in months. Romance was not in the air, more like a mixture of unwashed wool, seal oil, and that particular mustiness that develops when damp things never quite have the chance to dry out. The beds themselves were often just wooden frames with rope or canvas stretched across them, layered with whatever they could acquire for padding. Some expeditions were lucky enough to have proper mattresses stuffed with horsehair or cotton, but more often than not you were sleeping on a collection of blankets, furs, and whatever extra clothing you weren't currently wearing. It was like playing Tetris with your comfort level. How many layers could you add before you couldn't actually move? Speaking of layers, the clothing situation presented its own unique challenges. You couldn't just strip down to your pyjamas when the temperature inside your shelter hovered around freezing on a good day. Instead, explorers developed a complex system of removing just enough clothing to avoid overheating, while keeping enough on to prevent becoming a popsicle if the heat source failed during the night. The unexpected thing about all this discomfort is that it created a strange kind of camaraderie. When everyone is equally miserable and equally determined to survive, you develop a shared sense of humour about the absurdity of your situation. These men would write in their journals about the particular art of getting comfortable when comfortable was purely a relative term, like being the warmest person in a meat freezer. Now let's discuss the evening routine of an Arctic explorer, because getting ready for bed in the polar night was less like your modern ritual of brushing teeth, and more like preparing for a delicate scientific experiment. First, there was the question of when exactly bedtime occurred. Without the sun's reliable schedule, ship captains had to impose artificial structure, usually maintaining the same watch schedules they'd used during normal sailing. This meant that somewhere around what would have been the evening in the civilized world, you'd hear the call for the evening watch change. and you'd know it was time to begin the elaborate process of transforming yourself from a working explorer into something vaguely resembling a person ready for sleep. The first challenge was heat management. Throughout the day, you'd been active, which generated body heat from your movements. The initial challenge was managing heat. Throughout the day, you'd been active, generating body heat through your movements. Now, you needed to devise a method to maintain warmth while remaining still for 8 hours. This necessitated a strategy that would impress even a chess grandmaster. Utilising too many blankets would result in waking up sweating, which, in sub-zero temperatures, would lead to a chilling experience as that moisture transformed into your personal ice sculpture. The above scenario required a strategy that would make a chess grandmaster proud. Too many blankets and you'd wake up sweating, which in sub-zero temperatures meant you'd then wake up freezing, as that moisture turned into your personal ice sculpture. Insufficient blankets would result in a night spent shivering, akin to a chihuahua caught in a snowstorm. Smart explorers learned to create a layering system that they could adjust throughout the night. They'd start with their base layer of wool undergarments, and yes, they slept in them, because taking them off meant losing precious body heat and then having to warm up freezing fabric against your skin in the morning, which was about as pleasant as it sounds. Over this, they'd add a flannel shirt or wool sweater. Then their outer layer might be a thick wool coat or fur parka that could be opened or closed depending on how the night was treating them. The really experienced Arctic sleepers learned to position extra clothing within arm's reach, creating a buffet of warmth options they could grab without fully waking up. Then came the delicate art of sharing body heat without driving your bunkmates absolutely insane. In the smaller shelters and ships, you might be sleeping close enough to your companions that you could hear every snore, every toss and turn, and every muttered dream about warm beds back home. Some explorers became legendary for their ability to sleep through anything, a skill that probably saved more friendships than any amount of good intentions. The bedding situation itself was like solving a daily puzzle. Fur sleeping bags, when available, were prized possessions. Reindeer hide was particularly coveted because it provided insulation even when damp, and staying dry was often more of a hope than a reality. But most expeditions had to make do with wool blankets, which worked well until they got wet, at which point they became about as useful for warmth as a wet towel. Some clever explorers figured out that creating a small tent within their larger shelter could trap their body heat more effectively. They'd rig up canvas or extra blankets to create a personal cocoon, like building a fort as a child, except this fort might literally save your life. The mental preparation for sleep was just as important as the physical preparation. You had to train your mind to ignore the constant sounds of the ice, the grinding, cracking and groaning that could sound like the world was slowly tearing itself apart just outside your thin walls. Experienced Arctic explorers learned to consider these sounds almost comforting, like a very strange form of white noise that meant the ice was moving, but not necessarily threatening their immediate survival. Here's something that might surprise you. Eating in the Arctic wasn't just about staying fed, it was about staying sane. When you're trapped in endless darkness with the same handful of people for months on end, mealtime becomes the highlight of your day, your entertainment, your social hour, and occasionally your only reminder that you're still part of the human race. But let's start with the practical side, because Arctic nutrition was like trying to fuel a car with whatever you could find in your garage. These explorers needed massive amounts of calories to keep their bodies generating heat, but they were working with preserved foods that had been packed months or even years earlier, back when someone was optimistically assuming they'd still be edible by the time they were needed. The staples included items such as salt pork, hardtack and pemmican, an incredibly nutritious and appetizing combination of dried meat, fat and berries. Imagine trying to get excited about dinner when your options are leathery meat brick or crackers that require soaking in hot water before they won't break your teeth. But here's where human ingenuity kicks in. These men became surprisingly creative with their limited ingredients. Ship's cooks, who were often just regular crew members with slightly more enthusiasm for not poisoning everyone, learned to stretch their supplies with elaborate stews and soups that could make a small piece of preserved meat feel like a feast when padded out with whatever vegetables they'd managed to keep from freezing solid. The preservation methods themselves were fascinating and slightly terrifying. Before refrigeration, they relied on salt, smoking, and the Arctic's natural freezer temperatures to keep food safe. This meant that opening a barrel of salt pork was like unwrapping a present. I never knew whether I would find perfectly preserved meat or something that had developed its own ecosystem during the journey. Fresh food became the subject of dreams and intricate planning. Some expeditions brought live animals, chickens, pigs, even cows, which provided fresh eggs, milk, or meat for as long as they could be kept alive in the freezing conditions. But keeping livestock alive in the Arctic was like trying to run a farm inside a freezer, and it required constant attention and creativity. Hunting became both a necessity and a psychological lifeline. Fresh seal, walrus, or polar bear meat wasn't just nutrition, it was proof that you could still interact with the world beyond your floating ice prison. The taste of fresh meat after weeks of preserved rations was apparently transformative, akin to discovering colour after living in a world of black and white. The cooking facilities range from ingenious to barely functional. Small expeditions might have just a single oil lamp or alcohol stove that served double duty for cooking and heating. Larger ships were equipped with functional galley stoves, but maintaining their fuel supply required constant balancing between maintaining warmth and ensuring sufficient energy to prepare hot meals. Hot beverages became almost sacred. Tea, coffee and hot chocolate weren't just drinks, they were liquid comfort, warmth you could hold in your hands and feel spreading through your chest. Many explorers wrote about the ritual of their morning hot drink with an almost religious reverence, describing how that first sip could transform their mood and energy for the entire day. Water itself was often an adventure. You couldn't just turn on a tap, you had to melt ice or snow, which sounds simple until you realise that snow can contain all sorts of interesting things. From wind-blown dirt to organic matter you'd rather not think about too hard. Some expeditions set up elaborate systems for collecting and melting clean ice, while others just grabbed whatever was handy and hoped for the best. Mealtime in the Arctic wasn't just about nutrition, it was about maintaining your humanity in a place that seemed designed to strip it away. When you're living in a space smaller than most modern apartments with a group of men who haven't had privacy in months, sharing food becomes a delicate social dance that could make or break the expedition's morale. The dinner hour was often the only time when the entire crew would gather in one place, creating a temporary sense of community that helped combat the isolation and claustrophobia of their situation. Picture trying to have a civilized conversation while balancing a tin plate on your lap, sitting on a wooden crate in a room that's swaying slightly as the ice shifts around your ship, with the temperature just warm enough that your breath doesn't fog but cold enough that your food starts cooling the moment it hits your plate. But these men developed their own etiquette for these strange circumstances. There were unspoken rules about portion sharing, about who got first access to the warmest spot near the stove, and about how to politely ignore it when someone's table manners deteriorated under the stress of extreme conditions. The successful expeditions were often the ones where these social boundaries were respected, even when, especially when, everyone was tired, cold, and probably a little bit crazy. Some ship captains understood the importance of maintaining ceremony even in the wilderness. They'd insist on certain formalities, saying grace, waiting for everyone to be served before starting, attempting to maintain conversation that went beyond the day's work tasks. These small rituals helped preserve the feeling that they were still civilized human beings temporarily visiting the Arctic, rather than slowly transforming into something else entirely. The menu planning was often a source of both creativity and frustration. Cooks had to balance nutrition with morale, which meant sometimes using precious supplies to create special meals for holidays or celebrations. Christmas dinner in the Arctic was an exercise in making magic from mundane ingredients, transforming salt pork and hardtack into something that could at least remind everyone of home, even if it didn't actually taste like it. Trade and bartering became common within the crew. Someone might trade their ration of sugar for extra tobacco, or exchange a portion of their meat allocation for someone else's dried fruit. These small economies helped people feel like they still had some control over their circumstances, some ability to make choices about their daily experience. The conversation during meals ranged from practical discussions about the next day's work to elaborate storytelling sessions where crew members would share tales from their past adventures, their homes, and their plans for when they returned to civilization. These stories served multiple purposes. They were entertainment, they were a way to share knowledge and experience, and they were a method of keeping memories of the outside world alive during the long isolation. Some expeditions developed traditions around food that helped mark the passage of time. Special meals for Sundays, birthday celebrations with whatever small luxuries could be spared, and competitions to see who could create the most interesting dish from standard rations. These traditions created structure and anticipation in a world where every day could otherwise feel exactly the same. The clean-up after meals was its own challenge. Washing dishes when water has to be heated from ice and then disposed of carefully. You can't just dump dirty dishwater anywhere when you're trying to keep your living space sanitary, meant that every pot and plate represented a significant investment of time and fuel. Food storage became a constant concern and occasional source of drama. Supplies had to be carefully rationed and protected from both spoilage and the occasional crew member who might be tempted to help themselves to extra rations during a moment of weakness. The person in charge of the food supplies held one of the most important and sometimes most unpopular positions on the expedition. Let's get back to the sleeping situation, because the relationship between Arctic explorers and their beds was complicated, intimate, and often frustrating, like a romance novel written in a freezer. Your sleeping area wasn't just where you rested, it was your private space, your sanctuary, and sometimes your only escape from the constant company of your fellow explorers. The architecture of Arctic sleeping was an art form born from necessity. In larger expeditions with proper ships, you might have a hammock strung in the crew quarters, swaying gently with the movement of ice pressing against the hull. The rhythm could be soothing, like being rocked to sleep, until the ice decided to shift more dramatically, and suddenly you were experiencing what felt like sleeping in a paint mixer. Smaller expeditions, or those who had to abandon their ships, created sleeping arrangements that would challenge even the most creative interior designer. Snow houses, when properly built, could actually be quite cosy. The snow provided insulation, and body heat could warm the interior to almost comfortable temperatures. But almost comfortable, when you're talking about sleeping in a snow house, still means you're basically camping inside a very elaborate ice cube. The bedtime routine in these conditions required strategic thinking that would impress a military logistics officer. You had to time your preparation just right. Too early, and you'd lie awake in your confined space getting claustrophobic. Too late, and you'd be fumbling with frozen buckles and ties in the dark while your body heat disappeared into the Arctic air. Getting undressed for sleep was like performing a magic trick in reverse. You had to remove layers without losing the warmth those layers had been trapping, then quickly burrow into your sleeping arrangements before your body temperature could drop. Some explorers became remarkably skilled at this process, able to transition from fully dressed to properly bedded down in just a few minutes. The sharing of sleeping spaces created its own etiquette and occasional comedy. When you're pressed close enough to your fellow explorer that you can feel their breathing and hear every shift they make during the night, you develop a heightened awareness of personal habits that you probably never wanted to know about. Some men, like human icebergs, seem to absorb warmth from the air around them, while others, like natural furnaces, generated heat that could warm their neighbours. Snoring became both a blessing and a curse in these tight quarters. On one hand, steady snoring could provide a rhythmic backdrop that helped mask other disturbing sounds from outside. On the other hand, when you were already struggling to sleep in uncomfortable conditions, listening to someone sawing logs 2 feet from your ear could drive you to the edge of sanity. The dreams that came in Arctic sleep were often more vivid and strange than normal dreams, probably due to the combination of stress, unusual sleeping conditions and diet changes. Many explorers wrote about remarkably detailed dreams of home, of warm beds, of foods they missed, of summer days that felt impossibly distant. These dreams could be either a blessing, providing mental escape from their harsh reality, or torture, making the morning awakening even more difficult. Waking up in Arctic conditions required its own set of survival skills. The transition from whatever warmth you'd managed to accumulate during the night to the reality of sub-zero air was like jumping into a cold pool, except the pool was your entire living environment. Some explorers learned to keep essential items within reach, so they could partially dress while still under their covers, extending the warmth as long as possible. The condition of your bedding became crucial to your well-being and morale. Damp blankets or sleeping furs could become frozen solid overnight, creating a choice between sleeping with frozen bedding or taking the time and fuel to thaw and dry everything before sleep. Assuming you had the resources to do so, personal sleeping accessories became precious possessions. A comfortable pillow made from extra clothing or whatever soft materials were available could mean the difference between rest and a night of neck pain. Some explorers fashioned wooden supports or repurposed their boots as makeshift pillows, resulting in inventive solutions that may amuse modern campers, but were crucial for their comfort in those harsh conditions. Living through the polar night meant developing an entirely new relationship with time, consciousness, and what it means to be awake or asleep. When the sun disappears for months, your body's natural rhythms don't just get confused, they stage a full rebellion that would make a toddler's tantrum look like a model of emotional regulation. The psychological effects of endless darkness were something these early explorers had to navigate without any of the scientific understanding we have today about seasonal affective disorder or circadian rhythm disruption. They just knew that after a few weeks of continuous twilight, their minds started playing tricks on them in ways that range from mildly annoying to genuinely concerning. Some men found themselves sleeping at odd hours, wide awake when they should have been worn out, or sleeping for much longer or shorter periods than normal. Others experienced a kind of dreamy wakefulness, where the boundaries between sleeping and waking became blurred, like living in a constant state of just having awakened from a nap but never feeling fully alert. The smart expedition leaders learned to create artificial rhythms to help their crews maintain some semblance of normal sleep patterns. This might mean maintaining strict watch schedules, requiring everyone to be present for meals at specific times, or creating evening activities that helped signal to the brain that bedtime was approaching even when the light outside hadn't changed in weeks. Reading became both a blessing and a challenge during these long nights. Those expeditions lucky enough to have brought books found that reading could help pass the time and provide mental stimulation, but reading by oil lamp or candlelight in cold conditions was demanding on the eyes and required careful management of precious fuel supplies. Some men would save their reading for just before sleep, using it as a mental transition activity, while others found that reading made them more alert when they needed to be winding down. The development of indoor games and activities became crucial for mental health during the long darkness. Card games, storytelling sessions, and music, if anyone had brought instruments, served a dual purpose as both entertainment and markers of the passage of time. Knowing that every evening after dinner there would be a card game or story session helped create the rhythm that the missing sun could no longer provide. Personal hygiene during these extended periods became both more challenging and more important than you might expect. When you're living in close quarters with the same people for months, small issues can become major problems. But washing in sub-zero temperatures with limited water supplies required planning and motivation that could be difficult to maintain when you were already struggling with the psychological effects of isolation and darkness. Some explorers found that maintaining small personal rituals helped them cope with the disorientation of endless night. This might mean keeping a detailed journal, maintaining a specific morning routine regardless of what the light outside looked like, or dedicating time each day to some form of physical exercise within the confined spaces of their shelter. The quality of sleep during polar night often differed from that of normal sleep. Many explorers reported more vivid dreams, more frequent waking during the night, and a general sense that their sleep was less restful, even when they managed to receive adequate hours of rest. This change was probably due to the combination of stress, the unfamiliar environment, and the disruption of normal light-dark cycles that help regulate deep sleep. Temperature regulation during sleep became a complex dance that required constant adjustment. The inside of shelters could vary dramatically in temperature depending on wind conditions, the effectiveness of heating sources, and how well the structure was insulated. Learning to sleep comfortably despite these fluctuations was a skill that separated the successful Arctic sleepers from those who spent their nights tossing and turning. The sounds of the Arctic night created their own soundtrack for sleep. Beyond the ice sounds we mentioned earlier, there were wind patterns, the sounds of other crew members moving around, the occasional animal noise from outside, and the various creaks and settling sounds of their shelter. Learning to identify which sounds were normal and which might indicate a problem became part of the bedtime mental routine. Eventually, every Arctic explorer had to master the art of waking up when morning was purely a theoretical concept. Without the sun's gentle nudging, or even the promise of daylight to motivate getting out of your warm cocoon, starting each day became an act of pure willpower that would challenge even the most disciplined person. The wake-up call in Arctic expeditions was usually artificial, a ship's bell, someone calling out, or simply the gradually increasing activity of other crew members starting their day. But responding to these cues when your body had no natural reason to believe it was morning required developing mental tricks that modern shift workers would recognize and appreciate. Smart explorers learned to prepare for morning the night before, laying out clothes in order, keeping essential items within easy reach, and most importantly, having a plan for the first few minutes after waking that would get them moving before the cold could fully register and convince them to burrow back under their covers for just 5 more minutes that could easily stretch into hours. The first task of the Arctic morning was usually rekindling or tending to heating sources that had been banked overnight. This meant someone had to be brave enough to leave their warm sleeping area and venture into the coldest part of the shelter to coax fires back to life or light oil lamps. This thankless but crucial job often rotated among crew members, or was taken on by early risers who found it easier to get moving once they were already up and active. Breakfast in the Arctic wasn't just the first meal of the day, it was proof that you had successfully survived another night and were ready to face whatever challenges the endless twilight might bring. Hot drinks were especially important in the morning, providing internal warmth that helped motivate the body to continue functioning when external conditions were consistently hostile. Getting dressed in Arctic conditions was like putting on armour for battle against the elements. The process had to be done efficiently to avoid losing body heat, but also carefully to ensure that all layers were properly arranged and that nothing was forgotten. Wet or improperly worn clothing could be dangerous, so the morning dressing routine became a practice sequence that each explorer perfected through experience. Personal grooming in the Arctic morning was often reduced to the absolute basics, but maintaining some standards helped preserve morale and dignity. A quick wash with melted snow water, combing hair, and tending to any minor injuries or frostbite concerns. These small acts of self-care helped maintain the psychological boundary between survival mode and simply giving up on civilization entirely. The transition from the relative shelter of sleeping areas to the full reality of Arctic conditions was always a shock, no matter how many times you'd experienced it. Stepping outside for necessary tasks meant facing air that could literally take your breath away, wind that felt like it was trying to strip the warmth from your body, and a landscape that remained unforgivingly beautiful and hostile. But here's the remarkable thing about these Arctic explorers. They developed not just the skills to survive these conditions, but often a strange appreciation for the unique experience they were living. Many wrote about moments of unexpected beauty, the play of aurora across the sky during clear nights, the intricate patterns of ice formation, and the profound silence that could only be found in places far from civilization. As you settle into your own warm bed tonight, in a room with electric lights and central heating, with the promise of dawn just hours away, you can appreciate both how far we've come and how remarkable those early Arctic explorers truly were. They faced months of darkness and cold with nothing but wool, oil lamps and human determination. They turned survival into an art form and somehow managed to maintain their humanity in conditions that seemed designed to strip it away. Their legacy isn't just the geographical knowledge they gained or the routes they mapped, but the proof that human beings can adapt to almost anything when they have to, and that sometimes the most important survival tool is the ability to find humour and camaraderie even when you're sleeping in what amounts to a very expensive ice cube. So as you drift off to sleep in your comfortable bed, perhaps you'll spare a thought for those brave souls who spent their nights in the endless Arctic darkness, sharing warmth and stories and the simple comfort of knowing that morning would come eventually, even if the sun had temporarily forgotten how to rise. George Washington's formative years unfolded against the rustic backdrop of mid-18th century Virginia. While popular culture might depict him as an almost mythic hero from the start, he was, in reality, shaped by the day-to-day concerns of a frontier society and a family struggling for greater prosperity. Born on February 22nd, 1732, in Westmoreland County, he was part of a sprawling network of half-siblings, uncles, aunts, and cousins who formed a complicated social web in the colony. His father, Augustine, sought to expand the family's holdings through tobacco farming, land speculation, and the occasional foray into iron mining. These early pursuits carved out the environment where young George would learn about risk, reward and the challenges of shaping one's destiny in a new world. Contrary to apocryphal stories, Washington's childhood was not defined by toppling cherry trees or sporting wooden teeth. It was, however, marked by loss. His father died when George was only 11, throwing the family's finances into uncertainty. His half-brother Lawrence, considerably older, stepped in as a paternal figure. It was Lawrence who introduced George to polite society in Virginia and instilled in him an admiration for military achievement. Lawrence had served under the British flag in the Caribbean, a detail that quietly stoked George's aspirations towards soldiering. Through Lawrence, he was exposed to the idea that honour, discipline, and loyalty could earn a young man respect in the British colonies. Despite these influences, necessity often guided Washington's early path. Formal schooling was piecemeal at best, tutors came and went. Young George's mother, Mary Ball Washington, strove to keep the family afloat. But educational opportunities remained sporadic. This patchy instruction did not deter him. It forced him to become largely self-taught, an approach that would define his later life. He was, from his teenage years onward, a voracious note-taker and letter-writer, constantly refining his penmanship, grammar, and mathematical skills. Writing itself became a window into the adult world he hoped to master. One of his initial breakthroughs came in the realm of surveying, a skill both profitable and adventurous in colonial Virginia. Land in those days was currency, and individuals who could map uncharted territories were in high demand. Washington's early forays into the wild frontiers, often in the company of rugged backwoodsmen, introduced him to the complexities of dealing with Native American tribes, unscrupulous land speculators, and the raw challenges of nature. These expeditions were no mere camping trips, nights spent in crude shelters, rainy days measuring difficult terrain, and the ever-present threat of disease built up his resilience. By the time he turned 17, he had already secured appointments to survey large tracts of land in the Shenandoah Valley, a testament to his growing reputation for diligence. During this phase, Washington also observed firsthand the tensions brewing between French, British, and native interests. The Ohio Valley to the west was a patchwork of claims and counterclaims, with British colonists, French trappers, and indigenous peoples all jostling for control. Though Washington was only a teenager, these experiences lit a spark. If he could prove himself an effective leader, especially in regions where boundaries were contested, he might ascend socially and financially. Colonial Virginia had its share of privileged families, but upward mobility was possible for those who possessed skill, connections, and an unrelenting work ethic. Beyond surveying, Washington's adolescent years were also a period of subtle social schooling. He learned the art of conversation and manners, so important in an era governed by strict codes of honour, by memorising the rules of civility and decent behaviour. This pamphlet, copied diligently in his youthful handwriting, offered guidelines for everything from posture in polite company to showing respect for superiors. Though it might seem quaint now, these rules exemplified the polished veneer that colonial society demanded of any young man aiming to rise in rank. By the time Washington approached adulthood, he was neither a wide-eyed farm boy nor a pampered aristocrat. He was a tall, physically strong young man, comfortable on horseback, capable with a musket, adept at mathematics, and cognizant of how crucial alliances could be. He held quiet ambitions that revolved around land, local military distinction, and acceptance among the elite. But events on the horizon, imperial rivalries that would ignite the frontier, would soon catapult him onto a larger stage. In that transitional zone between surveying in the wilderness and attending genteel dances along the Potomac, George Washington was preparing, without fully knowing it, for trials that would define his future and reshape a continent's destiny. Washington's transformation from a surveyor to a soldier was not the result of random events or a meticulously planned strategy. It was, instead, triggered by the turbulent geopolitics of the mid-18th century. At the time, the British and French empires vied for dominance over North America's lucrative territories. The frontier regions of the Ohio Valley, thick with forests and fur-bearing wildlife, became a flashpoint for competing claims. Indigenous nations, far from passive onlookers, leveraged these rivalries in pursuit of their interests, forging and breaking alliances as circumstances demanded. In 1753, Virginia's Lieutenant Governor, Robert Dinwiddie, sought someone intrepid and resourceful to deliver a warning to French forces building forts near the forks of the Ohio. The young George Washington, then just 21, volunteered. This mission would catapult him into international intrigue, for which he had limited formal training. Undeterred, he set off with a small party in wintry conditions, navigating difficult terrain and uncertain receptions. He reached the French outpost and handed over Dinwiddie's demand that they abandon their incursion. The French officers responded politely but refused to budge. Washington's return journey was harrowing. He nearly drowned crossing an icy river. only surviving by grabbing onto a piece of driftwood and hauling himself onto a small island. Yet that near-fatal ordeal did little to shake his resolve. Upon returning to Williamsburg, he penned a report detailing his observations. The account, published and widely distributed, burnished Washington's name. His straightforward prose, describing the hazards of the journey and the French refusal to retreat, resonated with colonists hungry for news and British officials eager for evidence of French defiance. Washington emerged from anonymity, suddenly recognised as a figure capable of undertaking difficult assignments at the Empire's margins. Not long afterward, Dinwiddie promoted him and dispatched him back to the frontier with a modest force to secure strategic points. In 1754, tensions erupted into outright conflict at a site Washington hastily fortified and named Fort Necessity. An attack by French and indigenous allies forced him to surrender under humiliating conditions. The engagement, while a setback militarily, taught Washington sobering lessons about leadership, discipline, and the unpredictability of war. The British press twisted the episode in contradictory ways. Some painted him as a plucky colonial undone by minimal support, others as a foolhardy officer stumbling into a larger conflict. Amid this swirl of opinions, Washington's internal drive to prove himself only intensified. Soon, the conflict expanded into what Europeans would call the 7 Years' War, and Americans would dub the French and Indian War. Washington served as a provincial officer under General Edward Braddock, the British commander charged with seizing French forts. French troops and their indigenous allies ambushed British forces during the disastrous Braddock expedition near the Monongahela River in 1755, decimating them. In the chaos, Washington distinguished himself by rallying survivors and organising a fighting withdrawal. Though he was beset by illness and almost had multiple horses shot from under him, he emerged from the carnage with a reputation for courage under fire. Yet, for all his valour, Washington grew frustrated with British arrogance toward colonial officers. He witnessed British regulars disregarding local intelligence and ignoring suggestions from men like himself who knew the frontier. This snobbery, combined with logistical incompetence, fueled deep resentments. He realised that colonial troops often received second-class treatment, lesser pay, and fewer provisions. This personal exposure to British condescension would later shape his willingness to challenge imperial authority, though that moment lay years ahead. By the war's end, Washington had resigned his commission and returned to Mount Vernon, the estate he inherited following Lawrence's death. The war had left him with real combat experience and the seeds of an emerging identity, part loyal British subject, part colonial leader increasingly sceptical of imperial attitudes. Over the ensuing decade, he would focus on his plantations, dabble in local politics, and marry Martha Dandridge Custis, a wealthy widow whose fortune helped shore up his finances. Washington transformed Mount Vernon into a profitable enterprise, experimenting with new crops, analysing agricultural techniques, and exerting influence in Virginia's House of Burgesses. Yet the memory of the frontier battles never fully dimmed. He had seen how tenuous British authority could be on American soil, how alliances shifted, and how local knowledge often outstripped distant orders. He also observed the subtle changes stirring among colonists, growing populations, expanding commerce, and a sense of collective identity not solely anchored to Britain. While Washington did not yet foresee a complete break with the Crown, the stage was quietly being set for a more profound clash. Looking back, his French and Indian War experiences were something of a dress rehearsal, granting him the on-the-ground insights that would prove indispensable in the larger crisis looming on the horizon. Following the French and Indian War, Washington spent the 1760s and early 1770s deeply immersed in the rhythms of plantation life at Mount Vernon. Managing labour, maintaining his reputation as a local squire, and serving intermittently in the Virginia House of Burgesses occupied much of his time. He meticulously oversaw the cultivation of crops, initially tobacco, later diversifying into wheat and other staples, adapting to market trends and soil conditions. But economic security remained tenuous. British trade regulations, shipping monopolies, and mercantile restrictions often pinched colonial planters. Washington found himself confronting debts, currency shortages, and a constraining imperial bureaucracy that dictated how goods could be exported or imported. Amid these challenges, Washington's perspective on British authority gradually evolved. Early on, he had desired nothing more than to climb in status within the British imperial framework. He had admired British military traditions and social customs, but he began to see the practical constraints that came with living under a distant parliament that issued edicts without consulting colonial assemblies. The Stamp Act of 1765, imposing taxes on printed materials, galvanised discontent among colonists. Washington, who used legal documents frequently for land transactions, saw the act as a direct affront to local autonomy. While not the most fiery rhetorician in Virginia, figures like Patrick Henry captured that honour. Washington expressed measured indignation. He argued that taxation without representation violated the rights of Englishmen, a stance that resonated among fellow planters, merchants, and small farmers alike. In 1769, the Virginia House of Burgesses responded to new British taxes on glass, paper, paint, and tea by passing resolves condemning these impositions. When the royal governor dissolved the assembly, the delegates, Washington included, met informally at the Raleigh Tavern in Williamsburg, drafting non-importation agreements. These pacts vowed not to purchase British goods until colonial grievances were addressed. Though not as flamboyant as protests in Boston, these Virginian measures underscored how deeply resentment had taken root among even the more conservative landholding class. Washington's letters from this period reveal a measured but firm tone. He spoke of the encroachments of Parliament and the need for unity among the colonies. Not one to relish public speaking, he employed his reputation as a balanced, pragmatic figure. People listened when Washington spoke because they trusted his sense of responsibility and fairness. Privately, he worried about violence escalating, yet he also felt that the colonies should not yield to intimidation. This blend of caution and resolve was a hallmark of his character. Tensions escalated to a critical level by 1774. The Boston Tea Party and subsequent punitive British measures prompted the formation of the First Continental Congress. Washington was chosen as one of Virginia's delegates, solidifying his role as a national figure rather than just a regional voice. He travelled to Philadelphia, where representatives from across the colonies debated how far to push back against British encroachments. While radicals like Samuel Adams advocated more extreme measures, others sought a compromise or hoped for a restoration of harmonious relations. Washington's presence signalled that Virginia, the largest and most populous colony, was prepared to stand alongside New England in protesting imperial overreach. Washington's military background was not overlooked during those Congress sessions. He was one of the few delegates with first-hand experience in large-scale combat operations, though overshadowed by the fiery oratory of John Adams or Patrick Henry. He projected a quiet confidence that could unify disparate factions. He seldom took the floor for dramatic speeches, but in committee meetings, delegates consulted him about potential military scenarios if the standoff with Britain escalated. How might a ragtag colonial militia confront the most formidable army in the world? Events soon compelled everyone to take action. In April 1775, the battles at Lexington and Concord unleashed open conflict. British soldiers and colonial militiamen had exchanged shots, and the war was effectively underway. By the time the Second Continental Congress convened, the question was no longer whether to resist militarily, but how. John Adams, recognising the need to draw the southern colonies more tightly into the cause, nominated Washington to lead the newly formed Continental Army. With reluctance, Washington accepted, declaring he would serve without pay. He stressed that he was neither the most qualified nor seeking personal glory, yet he would do his duty if called upon. In that moment, the diligent Virginia planter and local politician found himself thrust onto a stage with no script. Leading a revolution against the crown seemed audacious, even reckless, but Washington believed the colonies had reached an irreversible point. He saddled his horse and departed for Massachusetts, determined, if unsure, about the trials that lay ahead. His leadership would soon be tested in ways few could have imagined, both by the might of British forces and by the fractious nature of a fledgling nation still discovering its collective identity. Washington's appointment as the Commander-in-Chief of the Continental Army paved the way for a challenging battle against the most formidable military force of the era. Arriving in Cambridge, Massachusetts, in July 1775, he took command of a collection of militias besieging British-held Boston. What he found was a disorganised force lacking supplies, uniforms, and consistent discipline. Militias from different colonies held different loyalties, varied drastically in training, and often viewed each other with suspicion. Washington realised that to stand any chance against the British, he had to forge these disparate units into a cohesive army with a shared purpose. Early on, Washington faced a series of strategic dilemmas. Despite the often romanticised notion of the Continental Army's underdog valour, the reality was messy. Disease, desertions, and short-term enlistments undercut the stable force he desperately needed. British troops in Boston were well supplied by sea, so a direct assault seemed suicidal. Instead, Washington imposed discipline, orchestrated siege lines, and introduced stricter regulations. Over time, he acquired cannon from Fort Ticonderoga, famously transporting them across difficult winter terrain under Henry Knox's oversight. By March 76, artillery on Dorchester Heights forced the British to evacuate Boston. Although it was a bloodless victory for the Americans, Washington understood that the war had barely begun. The British Navy and Army could and would strike at more critical ports. Washington's next trials unfolded in New York. Anticipating a major British offensive, he shifted his army to defend Manhattan and its surroundings. The British arrived in force under General William Howe, and by late summer, in 1776, Washington's men endured a crushing defeat at the Battle of Long Island. A series of retreats followed, culminating in the British seizing New York City. Morale plummeted. Many soldiers deserted, others questioned Washington's competence. Yet in a bold move, Washington ordered a stealth evacuation across the East River during the night, ferrying thousands of troops and avoiding total annihilation. That partial salvation became an early example of his knack for improvisational retreats, a skill that may lack the glamour of offensive victories, but was crucial for the survival of the cause. In late 1776, with enlistments expiring and temperatures dropping, Washington orchestrated one of the Revolution's most dramatic strokes, crossing the icy Delaware River on Christmas night to surprise Hessian mercenaries at Trenton. The success at Trenton, followed by another victory at Princeton, rejuvenated the Patriot cause. Washington's leadership style in these moments combined meticulous planning with personal bravery. He rode at the front, encouraging his men, proving that cunning and audacity could offset numerical or logistical disadvantages. The morale boost was enormous, coaxing recruits to stay and new volunteers to join. Yet the Continental Army's tribulations remained abundant. The British sought to isolate New England by seizing the Hudson River corridor, while smaller armies skirmished in the interior. Washington clashed repeatedly with delegates in the Continental Congress who provided inconsistent funding and supplies, reflecting the fragile nature of the young Confederation. He wrote endless letters pleading for shoes, blankets, and rations. Meanwhile, British raids and Loyalist sympathizers sowed confusion behind American lines. In 1777, Washington lost a key engagement at Brandywine, allowing the British to capture Philadelphia, the Patriot capital. Another setback at Germantown followed. Critics in Congress grew louder, questioning whether a different general might fare better. Yet Washington retained the loyalty of many officers, forging a sense of unity that transcended local affiliations. At Valley Forge, during the cruel winter of 1777 to 1778, the army endured starvation, disease, and freezing conditions. Thanks to the drilling expertise of Baron von Steuben, an ex-Prussian officer, Washington's troops emerged more disciplined, able to engage British regulars on nearly equal terms. At Valley Forge, the Continental Army underwent a significant transformation, transitioning from an unruly collection of militias to a functional fighting force. Washington also learned the delicate art of balancing alliances. The French, persuaded by the American victory at Saratoga, where Horatio Gates led the effort, not Washington directly, joined the conflict, providing naval strength and additional ground forces. Coordinating with French officers like the Marquis de Lafayette demanded diplomatic finesse. Washington adapted, forging trust with these foreign allies, even as inter-colony tensions threatened to fracture the American side. Through it all, Washington displayed a steadiness that became central to the army's identity. His men might groan about scarce supplies or ragged uniforms, but they trusted their general to hold them together. By the war's midpoint, Washington had solidified his role as the linchpin of American resistance. His direct battlefield successes varied. Some were brilliant, others disappointing, but his unshakable commitment to the cause, combined with an ability to pivot tactics and maintain unity, kept the rebellion alive. Emerging from these years of hardship was a sense that, whether revered or criticized, Washington was indispensable. He was no mere figurehead. The political apparatus and the army itself needed his steady hand at the helm if the revolution was to stand a chance of seeing final victory. As the Revolutionary War entered its later stages, Washington faced a new set of challenges that tested his leadership on multiple fronts. The conflict had become more sprawling, with battles in the south intensifying. British forces, hoping to exploit loyalist sentiment, launched campaigns in Georgia and the Carolinas. Meanwhile, the Continental Army in the north still had to guard against renewed offensives from New York. Washington found himself juggling resource allocations and strategic oversight across a vast territory, all with limited manpower and meagre finances. One of his core strengths lay in understanding that victory did not necessarily require defeating every British unit on the battlefield. Over years of warfare, Washington recognised that prolonging the conflict, making it too costly for Britain to sustain, could be enough to force negotiations. As British public support for the war waned and the conflict strained the Empire's coffers, this strategy of endurance gained traction. He coordinated partisan warfare in the southern states, where generals like Nathaniel Greene used hit-and-run tactics and forced the British to overextend their supply lines. Washington might not have designed every manoeuvre personally, but his overarching directive emphasised wearing down the opponent rather than seeking a single. Grand triumph at all costs. Yet frustration still mounted. The Continental Congress, perennially short on funds, struggled to pay or supply the troops. Inflation ran rampant, and the paper currency they issued, known as Continentals, lost much of its value. Sometimes, entire regiments threatened mutiny over unpaid wages and lack of food. Washington wrote urgent letters balancing pleas and warnings. Desertion could unravel the entire revolution, but the men's hardships were genuine. He balanced his empathy for his soldiers' suffering with the need to uphold discipline. Against this turbulent backdrop, French assistance played a decisive role. Following France's official entry into the war, Spain and the Dutch Republic also offered varying degrees of support to America, broadening the conflict into a larger global struggle against Britain. Washington worked with French admirals and generals who, like Admiral de Grasse and General Rochambeau, brought naval superiority and well-trained troops. Diplomatic synergy was crucial. Washington, never fluent in French, relied on interpreters and the goodwill of allies like Lafayette to maintain strong communication. Joint operations required patience and compromise. The French Navy's schedules and European political priorities often constrained quick action. The culmination of these alliances and strategies took shape in 1781 at Yorktown, Virginia. British General Cornwallis had entrenched his forces there, hoping for resupply by sea. Washington seized the moment. He feigned moves toward New York, but then swiftly marched a major portion of his army south. The French fleet under de Grasse blocked the Chesapeake, preventing a British naval evacuation. Trapped and under constant bombardment, Cornwallis surrendered in October 1781. The victory at Yorktown did not instantly end the war, but it was the decisive blow that shattered Britain's willingness to continue. Negotiations in Europe soon began, leading to the 1783 Treaty of Paris, recognising American independence. Washington's role in the final phase showcased two defining traits of his leadership: adaptability and a knack for collaboration. He was not a tactical genius in the mould of Napoleon, but he excelled in forging unity among diverse groups with clashing egos and conflicting interests. He also grasped the psychological dimension of war. Victory could be achieved as much through morale and diplomatic pressure as through battlefield conquests. Under his guidance, the Continental Army endured for 8 grueling years, culminating in a capitulation that many had deemed impossible. When peace was finally secured, Washington stunned the world by resigning his commission and returning to private life rather than seizing power. In a time when victorious generals in Europe often leveraged military success to become dictators or monarchs, his gesture was nearly unprecedented. He sent a farewell address to the army, bidding an emotional goodbye to the officers who had become like family through shared hardships. Then he returned to Mount Vernon, longing for quiet days overseeing his estate. In the public imagination, he became the embodiment of Roman republican virtue, akin to Cincinnatus leaving his plough to defend the nation and then returning to his farm. Yet the young republic soon discovered that independence would not solve every problem. War debts, disputes among the states, and a weak central government under the Articles of Confederation threatened the stability of the new nation. Calls for a stronger national framework grew louder, and once again, the gaze of the fledgling country turned to Washington. Would he remain a private citizen, or would he use his stature to help shape the governance of the country he had been so instrumental in forging? The next chapter of his life, and indeed of the nation's, would hinge on how he answered that question. After returning to Mount Vernon in 1783, Washington tried to refocus on his plantations, hoping for a respite from public affairs, yet the fragile state of the post-war Union soon pulled him back into the spotlight. Under the Articles of Confederation, the federal government lacked authority to tax, regulate commerce effectively, or settle disputes among states. Economic turmoil loomed large. Debts from the war weighed on every state, and the absence of a cohesive national policy bred friction. Insurrections such as Shays' Rebellion in Massachusetts highlighted how easily unrest might spiral if the central government could not act decisively. Leaders across the states recognized the dire need for reforms, and Washington was a natural figure to help spearhead them. Though initially hesitant, he feared public service would once again swallow his private life, he came around to the idea that a stronger government framework was essential to preserve the Union. In 1787, he agreed to preside over the Constitutional Convention in Philadelphia. This gathering, intended first to revise the Articles, soon morphed into a wholesale creation of a new constitution. Washington did not speak often during the debates, but his mere presence lent gravity to the proceedings. Delegates disagreed vigorously over representation, slavery, and executive power, yet most recognized that Washington's approval would be critical for winning public acceptance of any proposed constitution. His role was largely that of mediator and symbol of unity. He allowed men like James Madison, Alexander Hamilton, and Benjamin Franklin to articulate competing ideas. But whenever debate grew contentious, the image of Washington, seated at the front, reminded them that the revolution's integrity and the future of Republican governance were at stake. By September 1787, the delegates crafted a new constitution that incorporated a more robust federal government, tempered by a system of checks and balances. Although not perfect, it was a revolutionary experiment in structured liberty. Washington's endorsement carried enormous weight during the ratification process, especially in Virginia. Reluctant anti-federalists found it difficult to argue that the Constitution masked tyranny when Washington vouched for it. Once the Constitution became law, calls for Washington to serve as the first president were unanimous in their intensity. He was the linchpin who could lend immediate legitimacy to the new system. Despite personal reservations, he was aging, and the toll of public life was no small burden. He reluctantly accepted the role. The Electoral College elected him unanimously in 1789. In April of that year, he journeyed to New York City, the temporary capital, to take the oath of office. His inauguration was a subdued ceremony, reflecting a new nation's blend of optimism and anxiety. He stood on a balcony overlooking throngs of cheering citizens, placing in his hand on a Bible and swearing to preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution. In shaping the executive branch, Washington faced a blank slate. There was no blueprint for how a president should behave. He believed in setting careful precedents that would guide successors, and this cautious approach coloured his every decision. He formed a cabinet of advisers, including Thomas Jefferson as Secretary of State and Alexander Hamilton as Secretary of the Treasury. The ideological clashes between Jefferson, who championed agrarian democracy, and Hamilton, who pushed for a robust federal government and industrial growth, forced Washington to navigate a delicate balance. Balancing these factions, he aimed to prevent the country from splitting into partisan camps. Still, the seeds of political rivalry were planted, eventually sprouting into the Federalist and Democratic Republican parties. Washington's presidency also navigated foreign policy dilemmas. The young United States was militarily weak, financially indebted, and overshadowed by European powers. When the French Revolution erupted, many Americans felt they owed France a debt of gratitude for its wartime support. Yet Washington believed neutrality was crucial. Entangling the fragile republic in Europe's wars could spell disaster. His proclamation of neutrality in 1793 drew ire from those who wanted to aid France, but it shielded the new nation from a catastrophic conflict it was ill-prepared to handle. Domestic issues also tested the new administration. Hamilton's financial plan, which included federal assumption of state debts and the creation of a national bank, sparked fierce debates. Washington backed Hamilton, believing that fiscal stability was essential for national respectability. But Jefferson's faction decried these measures as threats to states' rights. Then, in 1794, the Whiskey Rebellion flared in western Pennsylvania, where farmers violently opposed a federal tax on distilled spirits. Washington, alarmed by the prospect of an armed insurrection, personally led troops to quell the rebellion, an act that showcased federal authority but also raised fears about militarized responses to dissent. Throughout these trials, Washington laboured to maintain a posture above partisan squabbles, though that position grew increasingly difficult. Newspapers, reflecting the rise of party-driven journalism, attacked or praised him depending on editorial leanings. Criticism stung the once revered hero, but he remained steadfast, convinced that the survival of constitutional governance required robust debate, even if it sometimes descended into vitriol. By the end of his second term, he yearned for retirement more earnestly than ever. The question was whether the country could sustain itself without him, or if his moral authority and balanced leadership remained indispensable. By 1796, Washington had served 2 terms as president and felt strongly that rotating leadership was essential to the Republic's health. Unanimously re-elected in 1792, he could likely have secured a 3rd term, but he declined. In doing so, he established a precedent of voluntary executive turnover, later codified by the 22nd Amendment, that would profoundly influence American political culture. Recognizing the young nation's precariousness, he offered parting guidance in his farewell address. Published rather than delivered orally, it warned against the dangers of permanent foreign alliances and excessive partisanship. He urged Americans to cherish unity, keep religion and morality as public pillars, and remain wary of ideological factions that could fracture national cohesion. After leaving office in March 1797, Washington returned to Mount Vernon. A sense of relief washed over him, tempered by ongoing concerns about the fledgling nation's trajectory. He oversaw expansions at his estate, experimented with different crop rotations, and dabbled in various manufacturing ventures on site, such as a grist mill and a distillery. However, retirement did not provide an escape from moral dilemmas. Washington's wealth and plantation lifestyle had always hinged on enslaved labour. While he had privately expressed ambivalence about slavery, calling it repugnant in certain correspondences, he never publicly championed abolition. Only in his will did he arrange for the emancipation of his enslaved people after Martha's death, a move that became one of the most significant private emancipations of that era. But the structural system of slavery continued unabated across the South, highlighting the contradictions embedded in the new republic. Increasingly, foreign tensions threatened to pull Washington back into public life. Relations with revolutionary France deteriorated under John Adams's presidency, culminating in the quasi-war at sea. In 1798, Adams asked Washington to serve as commander of a provisional army should full-scale war break out. Washington agreed, though he delegated most duties to Hamilton. He remained on standby, hoping conflict could be averted. By 1799, the immediate threat passed, and Washington settled again into the routines at Mount Vernon. That same year, on December the 12th, Washington braved a cold, wet ride around his estate, checking fence lines and farmland. Later that evening, he developed a sore throat. Within days, his condition worsened into what many now believe was acute epiglottitis. Medical treatments of the time, bleeding, blistering, and gargling, only weakened him further. On the night of December 14th, 1799, George Washington passed away, surrounded by close friends and family. The news sent shockwaves throughout the country. Bells tolled in distant cities. Eulogies poured in from across political divides, reflecting the universal respect Americans felt for his leadership. Even in Europe, figures like Napoleon ordered tributes. Washington's death brought a collective reckoning. The man who had guided the nation through revolution, constitutional formation, and early governance was gone. But his legacy was already enshrined. Over subsequent decades and centuries, Americans would build monuments, mint coins, and compose hagiographic stories that sometimes obscured the complexity of his life. Myths multiplied. The cherry tree legend by Parson Weems became a fixture in school primers, overshadowing the more instructive lessons of Washington's real struggles and ethical dilemmas. The wooden teeth trope overshadowed the details of his expensive, painful dental apparatus made from various materials, including human or animal teeth and metal. Yet behind the shining marble statues stands a more nuanced figure. Washington was a man of his times, shaped by its limitations, particularly regarding slavery and class structures, but also capable of transcending narrow self-interest. He recognized the fragility of the American experiment and acted repeatedly to keep it intact, resigning his military commission in 1783, presiding over the Constitution's drafting in 1787, and stepping down as president after 2 terms. Each decision sent an unmistakable message that the Republic's longevity depended on checks against personal ambition. Washington's example stood out for a nation still refining its democratic values. He was neither a flamboyant speaker or a philosophical theorist, but he possessed a calm gravitas that could unify quarrelsome states. He understood how to maintain moral legitimacy in the eyes of both elites and ordinary citizens. And though he was not without flaws, the ownership of enslaved individuals being chief among them, he helped lay the groundwork for a political system capable of evolving beyond its founders' limitations. Today, more than 2 centuries after his passing, George Washington remains an essential symbol for an America that struggles with its historical contradictions. If we look beyond the simplified schoolbook portrayals, we find a person who navigated immense pressures with perseverance and humility, whose quiet strength and deliberate choice to relinquish power set a tone for Republican governance. The complexity of his legacy invites us to reflect on both the grand achievements and the unresolved tensions that were woven into the nation's birth. A poignant reminder that even foundational heroes stand on shifting terrain, forging a path for future generations to walk upon. Picture this. You're settling in for the night, maybe with a warm cup of something comforting, and someone asks you to imagine ancient Italy. Not the Italy of pasta and espresso, though wouldn't that be nice, but a wild, untamed place where every hill might hide a god having a particularly dramatic day. Our story begins with Mars, the god of war, who apparently had nothing better to do than fall head over sandals for a young woman named Rhea Silvia. Now, Rhea wasn't just anyone, she was a Vestal virgin, which meant she'd taken a sacred vow to stay single and tend the eternal flame in the temple. Imagine it as the most stringent employment agreement in the ancient world, where violating it could result in death rather than mere termination. But gods, as you've probably noticed if you've ever read mythology, aren't particularly good at respecting human rules. Mars swept down from his celestial perch like a divine hurricane, and before you could say workplace harassment complaint, Rhea found herself pregnant with twins. The event created what ancient Romans might have called a situation, though they probably used more colourful language. King Romulus, Rhea's uncle and the current ruler, was understandably pleased. He'd already stolen the throne from his brother and wasn't keen on potential heirs popping up to complicate his retirement plans. When the twins were born, 2 healthy boys who would someday be called Romulus and Remus, Romulus made the kind of executive decision that makes modern corporate restructuring look gentle. He ordered the babies to be thrown into the Tiber River. Now, if this were a modern story, we'd call Child Protective Services, but the setting was ancient Rome, where rivers were apparently considered acceptable babysitters, and wolves had better parenting skills than most humans. The servant tasked with this grim duty, let's call him reluctant middle management, placed the babies in a basket and set them afloat, probably hoping someone upriver would fish them out and wondering if his job description had always included infanticide. The Tiber, swollen with spring rains, carried the basket downstream like nature's own lazy river, except considerably less fun and with much higher stakes. You can imagine the babies bobbing along, probably thinking this wasn't quite the welcome to the world they'd been expecting, though at their age their concerns were likely limited to warmth, food and dry diapers, none of which a river provides particularly well. The basket eventually washed ashore near the base of the Palatine Hill, in a spot where a fig tree cast dappled shadows on the muddy bank. This is the pivotal moment in our story, as it seems the gods were not yet done intervening. A she-wolf, probably out for her morning constitutional, discovered the crying infants and made a decision that would echo through history. Instead of seeing breakfast, she saw babies in need. This wolf, and you have to admire her maternal instincts, began nursing the twins as if they were her cubs. Picture this scene. 2 human babies being raised by a wolf under a fig tree, like some sort of ancient daycare centre run by wildlife. It's the kind of image that makes you wonder if maybe we've been overthinking childcare all these centuries. The twins thrived under their unconventional upbringing, growing strong on wolf's milk and whatever else their adoptive mother could provide. They learned to crawl among the roots of the fig tree, to understand the language of the wild, and to see the world through eyes that knew no fear of beast or storm. In many ways, they were getting an education no Roman school could provide, though it was probably lacking in mathematics and rhetoric. This arrangement could have persisted indefinitely, establishing the world's first truly alternative family structure. But destiny had other intentions, as often happens in the best stories. Just when you think you know where things are heading, a shepherd appears over the hill and everything changes once again. Faustulus was the kind of shepherd who paid attention to things that weren't strictly his concern, which is either admirable curiosity or professional nosiness, depending on your perspective. On this particular morning, as he guided his flock toward better grazing, he spotted something that made him stop dead in his tracks. And in the shepherd business, stopping when you should be moving usually means you've seen something worth investigating, or you're about to become something else's breakfast. What he saw was a she-wolf nursing 2 human babies under a fig tree, which even by ancient Roman standards was unusual enough to warrant a second look. Most people, finding themselves witness to such a scene, might have backed away slowly and reconsidered their breakfast choices. But Faustulus possessed that particular mixture of courage and poor judgment that drives people to adopt stray animals and investigate strange noises in the basement. He approached carefully, not because he was afraid of the wolf, mind you, but because interrupting a nursing mother of any species tends to end badly for all involved. The wolf, perhaps sensing that her unconventional childcare arrangement was about to be discovered, looked up at Faustulus with the kind of steady gaze that suggested she was evaluating whether he represented help or hindrance. What happened next depends on which version of the story you prefer. Some say the wolf simply walked away, her duty done, like a divine babysitter whose shift had ended. Others claim she adopted Faustulus too, which would have made for interesting dinner conversations. The most practical version suggests that wolf and shepherd reached some sort of understanding, the kind of wordless negotiation that happens between adults who suddenly find themselves responsible for children neither of them had planned for. Faustulus gathered up the twins, probably wondering how he was going to explain this to his wife, Acca Laurentia. You can imagine him practicing the conversation during the walk home. "Honey, you know how we always talked about having children? Well, funny story." Most wives might have questions about babies appearing out of nowhere, but Acca, bless her practical heart, took one look at the healthy, wolf-raised infants and apparently decided that origin stories were less important than diaper duty. The couple raised Romulus and Remus as their sons, though they couldn't quite hide the fact that these boys were different from the average shepherd's children. For one thing, they grew like weeds in a rainy season. Tall, strong, and seemingly immune to the normal childhood ailments that kept other parents up at night. For another, they displayed a natural confidence that suggested they'd never learned to be afraid of anything, which was either inspiring or concerning, depending on your parenting philosophy. The twins learned the shepherd's trade, but they approached it with the kind of innovation that comes from thinking outside traditional boundaries. While other young men were content to follow established grazing routes and time-honoured methods of flock management, Romulus and Remus seemed to view the entire landscape as their personal domain. They knew every cave and stream within miles, could track any animal through the hills, and had an uncanny ability to sense trouble before it arrived. This last skill proved particularly useful, because the hills around their home were not exactly what you'd call a peaceful suburb. Bandits roamed the area like ancient highway robbers, except the highways were mostly goat paths, and the robbery often involved stealing entire flocks rather than just wallets. These bandits had grown comfortable in their profession, operating with the confidence of people who'd never met serious opposition. They were about to learn that confidence can be a fragile thing, especially when it encounters 2 young men who'd been raised by wolves and taught by shepherds, who understood that protecting your flock sometimes required more than just a stern talking to. The twins began organising the local shepherds into something resembling a neighbourhood watch programme, if neighbourhood watch programmes involved strategic ambushes and the kind of justice that doesn't require paperwork. They turned bandit hunting into something approaching an art form, using their knowledge of the terrain and their wolf-taught instincts to outmaneuver criminals who'd grown lazy from easy victories. Word of their success spread through the hills like smoke from a well-tended fire, and soon people were travelling considerable distances just to see these young men who'd made the roads safe again. Some visitors came seeking protection, others hoping to join their group, and a few simply wanted to hear the stories that were already growing in the telling. But success, as anyone who's ever had a particularly excellent year at work knows, has a way of attracting the wrong kind of attention. You know how it is when you're doing something well and word gets around. Suddenly everyone wants a piece of your action, including people you'd rather not meet in a well-lit place, let alone a dark alley. King Amulius himself had heard about the twins' reputation for dealing with bandits. Now, Amulius was the sort of ruler who preferred his subjects to be grateful for whatever protection he provided, which in practical terms meant very little protection, but considerable taxation for the privilege. The idea that two young shepherds were handling security better than his forces was not the kind of news that improved his mood during breakfast. But Amulius had bigger problems than freelance law enforcement. His brother Numitor, the one he'd overthrown years earlier, was still alive and still had supporters who remembered when the kingdom had been run by someone who actually cared about effective governance. These supporters had an annoying habit of pointing out that Numitor's rule had been marked by prosperity and justice, while Amulius's tenure was more notable for creative taxation and the kind of paranoia that comes from knowing you're not actually supposed to be in charge. The king's paranoia was about to prove justified, because the twins were approaching the age when young men start asking uncomfortable questions about their origins. Faustulus and Acca had done their best to provide satisfying answers about where Romulus and Remus had come from, but their story about finding babies by the river was the kind of explanation that works for children, and becomes increasingly inadequate as those children grow into adults with functioning critical thinking skills. Romulus, the more direct of the two, had started pressing for details with the persistence of someone who'd inherited both divine stubbornness and wolfish determination. Remus, more diplomatic but equally curious, had been asking around among the local elders, piecing together fragments of old stories and half-remembered gossip like an ancient detective working a cold case. Their investigation might have continued indefinitely, a leisurely pursuit of family history that bothered no one, except that King Amulius chose this moment to make one of those decisions that seemed reasonable in the short term but catastrophic in hindsight. He decided to have Remus arrested. The charge was cattle rustling, which in ancient times was serious business, but also the kind of accusation that could be levelled against any shepherd who'd ever moved livestock across disputed boundaries. In reality, Amulius had probably heard about the twins' growing influence and decided to remove them before they became a genuine threat to his rule. Arresting one twin, he reasoned, would either eliminate half the problem or draw the other into a trap. His reasoning was the kind of strategic thinking that explains why some people succeed in politics and others end up as cautionary tales in bedtime stories. Remus was brought before King Amulius in chains, which must have been quite a sight. A young man who'd been raised by wolves and trained by shepherds, standing in a palace throne room like a wild creature suddenly caged. But if Amulius expected intimidation or pleading, he'd seriously underestimated his prisoner. Remus stood straight, met the king's gaze without flinching, and answered questions with the kind of calm confidence that comes from knowing you've never done anything truly wrong. His bearing was so naturally regal that several courtiers later remarked they'd never seen anyone wear chains with such dignity. This was unfortunate for Amulius, because Numitor happened to be present at court that day, kept around as a sort of living reminder of conquered opposition, but still sharp enough to recognise something significant when he saw it. As Numitor watched this young prisoner, certain details began clicking into place like pieces of a puzzle he'd been trying to solve for 20 years. The timing was right, the age was right, and there was something about the young man's features, his bearing, and the way he held himself even in captivity that stirred memories of his daughter Rhea Silvia, and whispered possibilities that had been buried under years of grief and resignation. Meanwhile, Romulus was discovering that his brother's arrest had triggered something in him that felt less like worry and more like controlled fury. He began gathering allies with the focused intensity of someone who'd found his true calling, and it turned out that his true calling involved the kind of leadership that makes people willing to follow you into battle against overwhelming odds. Though none of the participants quite realised it yet, they set the stage for a family reunion that would change the course of history. Dramatic timing holds significance, and Numitor's extensive experience in politics enabled him to identify a crucial moment as it loomed across a throne room, while King Amulius was busy congratulating himself on capturing one of the troublesome shepherds. Numitor was conducting his own quiet investigation into questions that had haunted him for 2 decades. He began with discreet inquiries, the kind of careful questioning that comes naturally to deposed rulers who've learned that curiosity must be balanced with survival. He spoke with servants who remembered the night his grandsons had been taken, guards who recalled the orders they'd been given, and even tracked down the man who'd been commanded to drown the babies in the Tiber. What he discovered was the kind of story that explains why some people believe in divine intervention, and others start questioning the competence of their subordinates. The servant, it turned out, had possessed just enough conscience to make him terrible at infanticide. Instead of drowning the babies, he'd set them afloat in a basket, probably telling himself that such actions counted as following orders while leaving room for the gods to intervene if they were so inclined. It was the kind of creative interpretation of instructions that either makes you a hero or gets you executed, depending on how things turn out. The timeline matched perfectly. The location where the twins had been found was exactly where a basket launched into the Tiber would have washed ashore. And there were physical resemblances that became more obvious once you knew what to look for. The set of the jaw, the way they carried themselves, certain gestures that echoed his murdered daughter. Numitor arranged a private meeting with Remus, using the kind of political manoeuvring that keeps deposed kings alive long enough to see their kingdoms restored. What passed between them in that conversation was probably one of those moments that feels like destiny clicking into place. A young man learning he was descended from gods and kings, and an old man discovering that his family line hadn't ended in the Tiber after all. However, understanding one's identity and taking action to change it present entirely different challenges. Remus was still in chains, Romulus still held the throne, and Romulus was somewhere in the hills gathering what amounted to a shepherd's army. The situation called for the kind of careful planning that balances justice with practical politics, except that none of the people involved were particularly known for their patience. Romulus, meanwhile, was discovering that leadership came to him as naturally as breathing. The local shepherds and farmers who'd benefited from the twins' bandit clearing activities were eager to help rescue Remus. But Romulus was thinking bigger than a simple jailbreak. He was beginning to envision the kind of solution that would ensure this problem never arose again. He sent messages to everyone who had reason to dislike Amulius's rule, which turned out to be a surprisingly large portion of the local population. Farmers tired of excessive taxation, merchants frustrated by arbitrary trade restrictions, and nobles who remembered when the kingdom had been governed with something approaching competence, all found themselves quietly invited to consider whether the current arrangement was really working for anyone except the king himself. The response was more enthusiastic than Romulus had dared hope. Apparently Amulius had been even less popular than anyone realised, ruling through fear and inertia rather than genuine support. When given an alternative, people were remarkably willing to consider change, especially when that change was being organised by young men who'd already proven their effectiveness at solving problems. The revolution, when it came, was almost anticlimactic. Amulius had spent so much energy watching for threats from established nobles that he'd completely missed the danger approaching from shepherds and farmers. By the time he realised what was happening, Romulus was already at the palace gates with enough supporters to make resistance pointless. What followed was the kind of regime change that historians later described as surprisingly bloodless, which is another way of saying that sometimes people are ready for change and just need someone competent to organise it. Amulius was removed from power with the same efficiency the twins had once applied to bandit problems, and Numitor found himself restored to a throne he'd never expected to see again. The family reunion that followed was probably worth the wait. Two young men learning they were princes, a grandfather discovering his grandsons had not only survived but thrived, and a kingdom finally getting the kind of leadership it had been missing for 20 years. It was the sort of ending that would have been perfectly satisfying if this had been the end of the story. But this was really just the beginning. You might think that overthrowing a tyrant and restoring a beloved king would be the kind of achievement that leads to comfortable retirement and grateful citizens building statues in your honour, and for most people that would probably be enough excitement for one lifetime. But Romulus and Remus had been raised by wolves and trained by shepherds, who understood that standing still in dangerous territory is usually a mistake. The problem was that success had given them a taste for leadership, and leadership, once you've experienced it, tends to be addictive in the way that solving puzzles becomes compulsive for people who are good at it. They discovered they had a talent for organising people, settling disputes, and turning chaotic situations into functional communities. It was deeply satisfying work, the kind that makes you wonder what else you might accomplish with the right resources and enough time. But Numitor's kingdom, while grateful for their help, was already well established with its traditions, hierarchies, and ways of doing things. The twins found themselves in the position of successful consultants who'd completed their project and weren't quite sure what to do with themselves next. They were too young to settle into comfortable advisory roles, and too ambitious to be satisfied with the relatively quiet life of reformed princes. The solution, when it came to them, was both obvious and audacious. They would found their city. They aimed to establish a genuine city that had the potential to grow into something significant, not just a small settlement or an expanded village. It was the kind of project that appeals to people who've never been taught that certain things are impossible, which is either the advantage of a wolf-raised education or evidence that some kinds of ignorance are actually useful. They gathered their most loyal followers, the shepherds and farmers who'd supported their revolution, young men eager for adventure, and anyone else who found the idea of building something new more appealing than maintaining something old. It was the sort of group that forms naturally around ambitious projects, part idealists, part opportunists, and part people who simply couldn't imagine doing anything else. The first decision was where to build their city, which should have been a straightforward question of geography, water access, and defensive positioning. Instead, it became the kind of disagreement that reveals fundamental differences in personality and approach to problem solving. Romulus had a preference for the Palatine Hill, the location where their wolf mother had found them as babies and raised them. It had symbolic significance, excellent defensive potential, and the kind of commanding view that makes visitors take you seriously. From a practical standpoint, it was an excellent choice. High ground, access to the river, and room for expansion. Remus preferred the Aventine Hill, which offered different advantages, better trade routes, more accessibility to merchants, and a position to take advantage of river traffic that could bring prosperity along with strategic importance. His choice reflected a more commercial vision of their future city, one that would grow through trade and diplomacy rather than conquest and intimidation. Both locations had merit, which made the choice more difficult rather than easier. In a perfect world, they might have flipped a coin, built two cities, or found some other compromise that honoured both visions, but the twins had inherited their divine father's competitive nature, along with their human grandfather's political instincts, and neither was particularly inclined to defer to the other's judgment on such a crucial decision. They decided to settle the matter through divination, reading omens in the flight patterns of birds, which was the ancient Roman equivalent of consulting focus groups and market research. It seemed like a reasonable way to let the gods make the final decision, removing personal preference from the equation while maintaining the appearance of divine guidance. The contest was simple. Each brother would stand on his chosen hill and count the birds that flew overhead within a specified time. The brother who saw more birds would receive divine approval for his site selection, while the other brother would gracefully accept the decision. The solution was flawless until it came to reality. Remus saw 6 vultures circling over the Aventine Hill, which he took as a strong sign of divine favour. Vultures, after all, were associated with Mars, who was considered their divine father, and the number 6 was respectable, suggesting serious celestial attention. He was probably already planning the layout of streets and public buildings when messengers arrived with news from the Palatine Hill. Romulus had seen 12 vultures, which was either twice as good as his brother's result, or the kind of divine joke that gods find amusing and mortals consider troubling. The number 12 had significance in Roman religious thinking. It suggested completion, perfection, and the kind of cosmic approval that's hard to argue with mathematically. What should have settled the dispute instead intensified it, because now they were arguing not just about location, but about interpretation, timing, and whether the gods were speaking clearly or just enjoying themselves at mortal expense. The problem with divine signs is that they're remarkably open to interpretation, especially when the people reading them have strong opinions about what the gods ought to be saying. Until you started examining the details, Romulus's 12 vultures seemed decisive, and Remus was precisely the type of person who believed details mattered. Had Romulus actually seen 12 birds, or had he counted some of them twice as they circled? Were they all vultures, or had he included other species to reach his impressive total? And most importantly, who had seen their birds first? Because surely priority should count for something in divine mathematics. These were the kinds of questions that might have been resolved through calm discussion between brothers who trusted each other's honesty and shared a common goal. Unfortunately, the twins were discovering that wolf-raised confidence and divine heritage could combine in ways that made compromise feel less like wisdom and more like weakness. The argument escalated in the way that disagreements do when both parties are absolutely certain they're right, and neither is particularly skilled at backing down gracefully. What had started as a practical discussion about city planning was becoming a fundamental clash over leadership, authority, and who had the right to make decisions that would affect thousands of future citizens. Romulus initiated construction on the Palatine Hill, arguing that the superiority of 12 vultures over 6 was reasonable, and that taking action was preferable to an endless debate. He marked out the boundaries of his future city with a plough, creating the sacred furrow that would define the limits of what he was already calling Rome. It was the kind of bold move that either demonstrates decisive leadership or forces everyone else to choose sides. Remus, feeling his perfectly valid concerns ignored, watched his brother's preparations with growing frustration. The Aventine Hill remained unbroken ground, but more importantly, the principle of shared decision-making was being abandoned in favour of what looked suspiciously like dictatorship. The pivotal moment occurred when Remus chose to challenge the arbitrary nature of boundaries and the dubious legitimacy of his brother's authority. He jumped over the freshly ploughed furrow that marked Rome's border, probably intending it as a gesture of contempt, a way of demonstrating that imaginary lines in the dirt don't automatically deserve respect just because someone claims divine approval for drawing them. If the ancient world hadn't taken symbols so seriously, this symbolic protest could have been effective. But Romulus had just spent considerable effort establishing that this particular line in the dirt represented something sacred and inviolable, the boundary of a city blessed by the gods and protected by divine will. What happened next was the kind of moment that demonstrates why family disputes are often the most dangerous kind. Romulus killed his brother, either in a fit of rage or as a calculated decision to not allow a challenge to his authority. The exact details were probably lost in the shock and grief that followed, but the result was unmistakable. The twin who had shared everything from wolf's milk to revolution was dead by his brother's hand. The killing might have been impulsive, driven by anger and competitive pride rather than calculated malice, but intention mattered less than consequence, and the consequence was that Rome's foundation story would forever be marked by fratricide. Brother killing brother over questions of power and precedence. Romulus was left to found his city alone, carrying the weight of what he'd done along with the responsibility of leadership. He'd gotten his way about the location and the authority, but at a cost that would haunt him and define his city's character for centuries to come. Rome would grow to become the greatest city in the ancient world, the centre of an empire that stretched across continents and influenced civilization for millennia. But it would always bear the mark of its violent beginning, the knowledge that its first law had been written in a brother's blood, and its first lesson had been that power often comes through the elimination of those who challenge it. The tragic irony was that both brothers had been right about their visions for the city. Rome's success would ultimately depend on both military strength, Romulus's specialty, and commercial prosperity, Remus's preference. The city would need the defensive advantages of the Palatine Hill and the trade opportunities that connected it to the wider world. But that understanding would come later, built on the foundation of one brother's ambition and another's death. There's something particularly sobering about getting everything you thought you wanted and discovering it tastes like ashes in your mouth. Romulus stood on his chosen hill, surrounded by loyal followers and blessed by divine signs, with the authority to build whatever kind of city he could envision. He should have been triumphant. Instead, he was learning that some victories cost more than defeat ever could. The city that rose on the Palatine Hill grew with remarkable speed, as if Romulus was trying to build something large enough to contain his grief, or impressive enough to justify what he'd done to achieve it. His followers worked with the zeal of those who knew they were part of something historic, but also with the quiet efficiency of those who'd seen their leader's decisiveness and didn't want to test his patience. Rome attracted people the way successful projects always do: refugees seeking safety, traders drawn by opportunity, young men looking for adventure, and families hoping for a fresh start in a place that wasn't burdened by old grudges and established hierarchies. Romulus welcomed them all with the kind of inclusive policies that suggested he'd learned something from his brother's vision of a commercially successful city. But the rapid growth created new problems that required the kind of pragmatic solutions that don't appear in heroic songs or romantic histories. Most of the early settlers were men, which meant Rome had a promising economic future, but a questionable demographic one. You can't build a lasting civilization without families, and you can't have families without women willing to participate in the project. Romulus approached this challenge with the same systematic thinking he'd applied to bandit elimination and political revolution. He organised festivals and trade gatherings, invited neighbouring communities to participate in religious ceremonies, and generally did everything possible to create opportunities for social interaction between Rome's male-heavy population and the daughters of nearby settlements. The results were mixed. Some marriages occurred naturally through these events, creating the kind of alliances that strengthened Rome's position while addressing its population concerns. However, many neighbouring communities continued to harbour suspicions towards this rapidly expanding city due to its reputation for drawing individuals who could be described as adventurous and, less charitably, as fugitives seeking justice elsewhere. The solution Romulus eventually implemented was the kind of strategy that works in the short term, while creating long-term complications that future generations have to manage. During a particularly well-attended festival, Roman men systematically abducted women from the visiting Sabine tribe. Not random violence, but organised recruitment that Rome's leaders presented as emergency matrimony, rather than kidnapping. This event, known to history as the rape of the Sabine women, was probably less brutal than the name suggests, but more coercive than modern sensibilities would tolerate. The Roman version emphasised that the women were treated with respect, offered genuine marriages rather than temporary arrangements, and given the opportunity to become founding mothers of a great city, rather than just wives in traditional communities. Whether the Sabine women saw it that way is a question that ancient historians didn't spend much time exploring, but the practical result was that Rome acquired both the population base it needed for long-term stability and a war with the Sabine tribe that tested every military and diplomatic skill Romulus had developed. The conflict that followed demonstrated that Romulus had learned more from his grandfather Numitor than just how to overthrow tyrants. He fought when fighting was necessary, but also negotiated when negotiation offered better outcomes. Eventually the war ended not with conquest, but with integration. The Sabines joining Rome as equal partners rather than defeated enemies, their king Titus Tatius ruling jointly with Romulus, in an arrangement that doubled the city's population and political complexity. This integration was probably the kind of outcome that Remus would have approved of. Growth through inclusion rather than just conquest. Prosperity through cooperation rather than simple domination. It suggested that Romulus had, in his own way, found room for his brother's vision within the city he'd built alone. The years that followed were marked by the kind of steady development that historians find less dramatic than wars and revolutions, but which actually determines whether civilizations thrive or merely survive. Rome grew into a genuine city with laws, institutions, and the kind of civic culture that attracts visitors and inspires imitators. It became the kind of place where people chose to live rather than just the place where they happened to end up. Romulus ruled for nearly 4 decades, long enough to see his experimental city become an established regional power. When he finally disappeared, the gods reclaiming him in a whirlwind, according to those who preferred dramatic endings, he left behind something that had grown far beyond one man's vision or ambition. Rome would continue for more than 1,000 years, growing from a single city to an empire that encompassed most of the known world. Its influence on law, language, architecture, and political thought would outlast the empire itself, shaping civilizations that arose centuries after the last Roman emperor had been forgotten. And through all of that history, Rome carried the memory of its beginning, twin brothers raised by wolves, saved by shepherds, and separated by a disagreement that ended in tragedy. It was a story that reminded every generation that greatness often comes at a price, that the most important battles are sometimes fought between people who love each other, and that cities, like people, are shaped as much by their sorrows as their triumphs. The Wolf twins had grown up to found the greatest city in the ancient world, but they'd also demonstrated that even the most extraordinary beginnings can't protect us from the ordinary tragedies that define human experience. In the end, that might be the most important lesson their story teaches. Not that we're destined for greatness, but that greatness itself is never quite what we expect it to be when we finally achieve it. Rome began with a brother's dream and a brother's death, and perhaps that's exactly the right foundation for a city that would teach the world both the possibilities and the costs of human ambition. Some stories end with everyone living happily ever after, but the best stories, the ones that stay with you long after the telling, end with the understanding that happiness and sorrow, triumph and tragedy, are often just different ways of describing the same complex experience of being human. And that really is why we still tell the story of Romulus and Remus after all these centuries. Not because it has a perfect ending, but because it has a true one. Elizabeth Schuyler came into the world on August 9th, 1757, cradled by the rolling vistas of the Hudson River. Her father, Philip Schuyler, was a respected military leader and landowner in the colony of New York, and her mother, Catherine Van Rensselaer, hailed from one of the most influential families in the region. Growing up amid such privilege might have nurtured a sense of arrogance in some, but Eliza, as she was often called, had a natural warmth that set her apart from many of her peers. Nestled in the Schuyler mansion in Albany, Eliza spent her earliest years as part of a large clan that valued public service, hospitality, and the quiet force of tradition. The estate hummed with activity. Soldiers sometimes shared camp stories by the hearth. Travelling merchants arrived to do business, and politicians stopped by on their way to legislative sessions. In this swirl of visitors, Eliza learned to mingle with all sorts: haughty aristocrats, weary militia officers, and even the occasional foreign envoy. Yet her home life had its share of complexities. The Schuyler family, though wealthy, carried the anxieties of living in a colony hovering on the brink of conflict. The tensions between Britain and its American subjects simmered. As a child, Eliza observed how her father weighed the possibility of war. General Philip Schuyler eventually became a key figure in the Continental Army, and dinner-table conversations often circled back to strategy, logistics, and the moral burden of rebellion. These discussions shaped Eliza's understanding of politics as something more than an abstract game. It was about forging a future from uncertain times. Despite such concerns, her childhood retained a sense of magic. She roamed the gardens overlooking the Hudson, daydreaming about distant places she only knew from travellers' tales. She and her sisters, Angelica and Peggy, shared a bond forged by laughter and mischief, pranks on unsuspecting cousins, midnight raids on the kitchen to pilfer sugar biscuits. Eliza was neither the bookish child Angelica was, nor as vivacious as Peggy, but she combined a quiet determination with a thoughtful curiosity. As she approached her teenage years, Eliza's mother introduced her to the more formal aspects of womanhood. Sewing circles, polite dances, and lessons in hospitality were considered essential to any young lady's future. For some, these rituals were rote, but Eliza took to them with a sense of genuine kindness. She discovered she could put people at ease, a smile here, a well-timed joke there. It was less about social climbing and more about forging a real connection. Sometime around her adolescence, the American Revolution moved from hushed speculation to living reality. Soldiers set up camp on the Schuyler grounds, forged alliances in the drawing room, and apprehension about the future permeated daily life. Eliza's father was dispatched on missions across the region, leaving her mother to manage the estate's day-to-day operations. In this environment, Eliza developed resourcefulness, noticing how the women of her family stepped up when men were off waging war. Her father's increased involvement in the war in 1777 marked a significant shift in the situation. That year, British forces threatened the Hudson Corridor, and Albany itself seemed vulnerable. While many families fled south for safety, the Schuylers remained steadfast, trusting in Philip's strategic mind. Eliza watched as her once calm household transformed into a nerve centre of patriot supporters. Maps on tables, correspondences carried in and out by exhausted couriers, and the muffled clang of armaments stacked in the yard. Amid this upheaval, Eliza grew keenly aware of her position in the swirling drama of a young nation's birth. With Angelica off forging social alliances in other colonies and Peggy bouncing between acquaintances, Eliza found herself called upon to maintain a semblance of normalcy. She visited the wounded in makeshift infirmaries and prepared care packages for soldiers. Though still unmarried, she was no longer a mere child listening in on adult conversations. She was a participant, embracing the cause of liberty her father championed. As the war raged, each new day seemed to bring a surprise. Shifting alliances, uncertain supplies, and heartbreak over lost battles. In that cauldron of revolution, fate was about to introduce her to a fiery young officer of illegitimate birth and boundless ambition. Elizabeth Schuyler was about to meet Alexander Hamilton, and her life would never be the same. She first encountered Alexander Hamilton in 1779, but their paths had nearly crossed earlier. He served as an aide-de-camp to General George Washington and was known among the Continental Army's inner circle for his articulate letters and keen strategic mind. Hamilton's origins, born out of wedlock in the West Indies, could have made him an outsider, but his intellect and fervour for the patriot cause earned him respect. Though not from an elite lineage like Eliza's, Hamilton possessed a magnetic quality that defied social conventions. When they finally met, it was through mutual acquaintances who gathered in the Schuyler household. Hamilton arrived with a swirl of laughter and conversation, an earnestness in his eyes that left an impression. He was no tall, gallant figure. Instead, he was compact and brimming with restless energy. Rumour had it he could dictate multiple letters simultaneously to different aides, his mind racing faster than his quill could keep up. Eliza, conversely, was known for her measured confidence, quiet but unwavering. Their conversations at first centred on practicalities, the direction of the war, rumours of British troop movements, and the hardships faced by soldiers. But beneath these tactical topics, a personal connection sparked. Eliza found Hamilton's ambition refreshing rather than boastful. He, in turn, appreciated her sincerity and the intelligence she did not flaunt. They spent evenings strolling through the garden, forging a bond grounded in shared hope for America's future and a mutual sense of responsibility to their respective families. Still, Eliza harboured doubts. Courtships in wartime carried uncertainty. She saw how heartbreak could follow a letter announcing a casualty or a transfer to a distant front. But Hamilton's letters, penned during his absences, were tender, infused with more than just flattery. He spoke of unity, both for the nation and between two souls ready to face life's challenges together. When he addressed her as Eliza, it felt simultaneously intimate and reverent. They married on December 14th, 1780, in a ceremony that reflected the swirl of revolutionary fervour. The bride's father, though still weighed down by the complexities of war, offered a generous celebration at the Schuyler mansion. Guests included prominent military officers, local dignitaries, and friends from across the colonies. Candles flickered as violins played, and talk of independence mingled with toasts to love. For Eliza, that night felt like a bridge between her old life and a new horizon. In the early weeks of marriage, their world seemed to pulse with promise. Yet the realities of the war intruded almost immediately. Hamilton was pulled back to his post, drafting critical communications for Washington, orchestrating supply logistics, and occasionally heading into dangerous territory. Eliza, accustomed to supporting her father's campaigns, adapted swiftly. She learned to manage household finances, keep track of important documents, and serve as a confidant for Hamilton's anxieties about the fate of the revolution. She first encountered Alexander Hamilton in 1779, but their paths had nearly crossed earlier. He served as an aide-de-camp to General George Washington and was known among the Continental Army's inner circle for his articulate letters and keen strategic mind. Hamilton's origins, born out of wedlock in the West Indies, could have made him an outsider, but his intellect and fervour for the patriot cause earned him respect. Though not from an elite lineage like Eliza's, Hamilton possessed a magnetic quality that defied social conventions. When they finally met, it was through mutual acquaintances who gathered in the Schuyler household. Hamilton arrived with a swirl of laughter and conversation, an earnestness in his eyes that left an impression. He was no tall, gallant figure. Instead, he was compact and brimming with restless energy. Rumour had it he could dictate multiple letters simultaneously to different aides, his mind racing faster than his quill could keep up. Eliza, conversely, was known for her measured confidence, quiet but unwavering. Their conversations at first centred on practicalities, the direction of the war, rumours of British troop movements, and the hardships faced by soldiers. But beneath these tactical topics, a personal connection sparked. Eliza found Hamilton's ambition refreshing rather than boastful. He, in turn, appreciated her sincerity and the intelligence she did not flaunt. They spent evenings strolling through the garden, forging a bond grounded in shared hope for America's future and a mutual sense of responsibility to their respective families. Still, Eliza harboured doubts. Courtships in wartime carried uncertainty. She saw how heartbreak could follow a letter announcing a casualty or a transfer to a distant front. But Hamilton's letters, penned during his absences, were tender, infused with more than just flattery. He spoke of unity, both for the nation and between two souls ready to face life's challenges together. When he addressed her as Eliza, it felt simultaneously intimate and reverent. They married on December 14th, 1780, in a ceremony that reflected the swirl of revolutionary fervour. The bride's father, though still weighed down by the complexities of war, offered a generous celebration at the Schuyler mansion. Guests included prominent military officers, local dignitaries, and friends from across the colonies. Candles flickered as violins played, and talk of independence mingled with toasts to love. For Eliza, that night felt like a bridge between her old life and a new horizon. In the early weeks of marriage, their world seemed to pulse with promise. Yet the realities of the war intruded almost immediately. Hamilton was pulled back to his post, drafting critical communications for Washington, orchestrating supply logistics, and occasionally heading into dangerous territory. Eliza, accustomed to supporting her father's campaigns, adapted swiftly. She learned to manage household finances, keep track of important documents, and serve as a confidant for Hamilton's anxieties about the fate of the Revolution. When the Treaty of Paris officially ended the Revolutionary War in 1783, Alexander Hamilton found himself in a position to help shape America's future. After his bar admission, he established a thriving legal practice in bustling New York City. Initially, he focused on property disputes left in the war's wake, yet bigger ambitions loomed. He sensed the new nation needed a stable financial structure, a strong central government, and a cohesive framework for unity. Eliza, meanwhile, adapted to city life with the same resilience she had shown amid military camps. The Hamiltons' household was never quiet for long. Their circle of acquaintances ballooned, including statesmen, merchants, and military comrades turned politicians. The Hamilton home became a hub of spirited discourse. Eliza served as both hostess and participant. Her hallmark was a welcoming presence, ensuring everyone felt at ease, from the most polished senator to the rough-hewn frontier representative. Despite sometimes intimidating conversation about economics or legislation, she never shied away from asking pointed questions. Alexander's participation in the Constitutional Convention in 1787 represented a progressive moment. While he was away in Philadelphia, Eliza managed affairs in New York, maintaining correspondence with him. She offered moral support, reading newspapers to gauge public sentiment and relaying her observations. Though not formally educated in political theory, she grasped the importance of a balanced government. She often wrote that the promise of liberty would flounder without practical safeguards. When Hamilton returned with the proposed constitution, debates raged. Federalists championed a robust central government, while anti-federalists feared tyranny. Hamilton, a leading Federalist, penned the majority of the Federalist Papers, explaining the Constitution's merits. Late nights of writing blurred until dawn. Eliza recognized his fervor, doing what she could to ease his workload. She edited drafts lightly, made sure he ate, and even coordinated with his co-authors, John Jay and James Madison. Although her name never appeared on the pamphlets, her unseen labor and emotional support proved invaluable. As the Constitution was ratified, Hamilton stepped into a new role, the nation's first Secretary of the Treasury under President George Washington. He tackled the public debt, proposed a national bank, and laid out an economic blueprint that would stir controversy for years. Throughout this whirlwind, Eliza managed a rapidly expanding family. More children arrived, each named with care. She also tended to her father's affairs, as Philip Schuyler had joined the new US Senate. Eliza adeptly juggled her responsibilities, balancing the realms of motherhood, social diplomacy, and philanthropic engagements. One of her quieter achievements involved the creation of an orphanage. In the aftermath of war, many children roamed the streets bereft of parents. Eliza's heart went out to them. She tapped into her connections, rallying other women from prominent families to organize resources. Though Hamilton's name was more associated with financial policy, it was Eliza who championed charitable efforts, seeing in them a reflection of the new republic's moral obligations. She believed social welfare was not a luxury, but a fundamental sign of civilized values. Meanwhile, the couple's personal life was a tapestry of devotion, intense arguments, and fleeting reconciliations. Hamilton's political enemies targeted him relentlessly. He was accused of favoritism, monarchy-leaning sympathies, and financial improprieties. Eliza stood by him, convinced of his integrity. Yet stress loomed. Long hours at the Treasury, combined with the scorn of detractors, sometimes left Hamilton edgy. Family dinners occasionally turned into strategy sessions, with Eliza offering a calm perspective. At other times, he withdrew into brooding ruminations. Then came scandal. In 1791, Hamilton embarked on a disastrous affair with Maria Reynolds, eventually revealed in 1797. Eliza learned of it in disjointed pieces, the betrayal hitting hard. The affair was no trifling rumour. It was a reality that threatened to unmoor her marriage. And yet, in her heartbreak, she chose not to abandon him. Some historians interpret her reaction as moral fortitude. She believed in redemption, especially for the father of her children. Others see it as a pragmatic move, given her limited options in that era. Regardless, her decision underscored a resolve forged by adversity. She insisted that Hamilton come clean publicly, which he did through the infamous Reynolds pamphlet, revealing private matters in humiliating detail. The scandal tarnished Hamilton's reputation, but Eliza never wavered in supporting him. Their union, tested by the court of public opinion, emerged battered yet intact. She retreated from society's glare, focusing on her children and philanthropic ventures. In private, she and Hamilton worked toward mending the trust between them. Her stance was rooted in a belief that individuals, and the young nation, could be redeemed from failings, provided they confronted their missteps openly. By the end of the 1790s, Hamilton had resigned from the Treasury. Political battles consumed him. Federalists and Democratic Republicans fought bitterly. Eliza, quietly reflective, saw the shape of things to come. A new century beckoned, but personal storms had left scars. Still, she pressed on with her philanthropic dreams and unwavering commitment to her family, convinced that the American experiment and her marriage both warranted every ounce of perseverance she could muster. As the 1800s dawned, Alexander Hamilton's political career entered a contentious phase. He engaged in newspaper feuds, criticised John Adams' presidency, and tried to sway elections behind the scenes. Eliza watched, worried that his relentless ambition might alienate even his allies. She urged moderation, but Hamilton's temperament demanded he push forward, certain that his vision for the nation outweighed short-term unity. Meanwhile, Eliza deepened her involvement in New York's charitable circles. She helped organise relief for impoverished families, often visiting tenements with a small retinue to distribute necessities. Her presence in these rough neighbourhoods surprised many. Dressed modestly but unmistakably, from a higher social sphere, she approached each household with empathy, inquiring about their hardships and connecting them with local artisans or job possibilities. In her mind, the spirit of the revolution hinged on ensuring that liberty was not purely for the privileged. At home, life was busy. The Hamilton children, by now a lively brood, required guidance and moral grounding. Eliza's father had retired from the Senate, and her sisters were scattered among marriages and estates. Letters flew back and forth among the Schuyler siblings, exchanging gossip and confidence. Angelica, living abroad, lamented the distance, while Peggy struggled with health issues. In these letters, Eliza was a pillar, pragmatic, affectionate, and ever eager to uphold family bonds despite the swirling chaos of politics. Hamilton's disputes escalated. He penned damning critiques of Aaron Burr, once a political ally but now a rival. Burr, equally ambitious, felt slighted by Hamilton's influence and remarks. In 1804, Burr, on the verge of losing New York's governorship, intensified tensions by accusing Hamilton of undermining his campaign. As accusations swirled, Burr issued a challenge, a dawn duel to settle their honour. Eliza, upon learning of the challenge, pleaded for Hamilton to find another resolution. She implored him to consider their children, to think of the scandal that had already tested their marriage, to weigh the heartbreak that another public confrontation would unleash. Hamilton assured her the affair was a matter of principle. He confessed personal reservations about duelling. It contradicted his moral convictions and religious beliefs. Yet the unwritten rules of honour among gentlemen at the time left little room for retreat without being branded a coward. Torn between personal ethics and societal codes, Hamilton resolved to meet Burr across the Hudson River in Weehawken, New Jersey. The night before the duel, Hamilton wrote letters to friends and family. Eliza found him in a sombre mood, his usual fiery determination replaced by introspective melancholy. He gave her instructions about the children's education, finances, and even personal regrets. She tried desperately to dissuade him, offering every argument from his political future to their family's stability. But the machinery of the duel was set in motion. In a final gesture of love, they prayed together, tears unspoken but understood. On the morning of July 11th, 1804. Hamilton and Burr faced each other at Weehawken. Eliza waited anxiously at home, racked by dread. The details of the duel remained debated, but the outcome was tragically clear. Hamilton was mortally wounded, shot in the lower abdomen, and transported across the river. Eliza rushed to his side, finding him in a friend's house, drifting in and out of consciousness. He lingered for more than 24 hours, enough time for them to exchange final words. He expressed regret for the turmoil he'd caused, and she, through tears, assured him of her unconditional love. Hamilton died on July 12th, leaving Eliza a widow at age 47, with 7 surviving children and another extended family to support. The entire city of New York was shocked. A funeral procession took place, overshadowed by the scandalous nature of the duel. Burr fled, publicly vilified. Eliza's grief was immense, a mixture of sorrow and anger at a code of honour that demanded lethal resolution, at the political climate that spurred such violence, and at the cosmic cruelty of losing her husband just as the nation was stabilising. In her anguish, she sought solace in faith and family. The immediate aftermath required practical decisions. Hamilton's debts loomed large, some due to his lavish lifestyle and unprofitable investments. Eliza, reluctant though she was, tackled the financial intricacies head-on. Rather than retreat into mourning, she found a clarity of purpose. She would safeguard her husband's legacy, provide for their children, and carry on with the charitable missions that held a special place in her heart. If Alexander Hamilton died ensuring his place in history, Eliza would live on to shape how that history remembered him. In the weeks following Alexander Hamilton's funeral, Eliza confronted a daunting to-do list. She sorted through unpaid bills, discovered unfinished essays and treatises in his study, and faced the prospect of raising her children in a social climate that still buzzed with rumours about the fatal duel. The Schuyler family offered emotional and financial support, but Eliza felt compelled to manage her affairs independently. She liquidated some assets, negotiated with creditors, and carefully planned a modest lifestyle that would preserve dignity yet remain financially feasible. One of her first initiatives was to gather Hamilton's letters and writings. She sensed that his political enemies might attempt to distort his legacy. Determined to present an accurate account of his contributions, she approached friends and colleagues for additional correspondence, anything that could shed light on Hamilton's thought process and character. These efforts planted the seeds of what would eventually become a significant archival trove. Though she had no formal training in historical preservation, all she knew was that the story of his role in founding the new nation needed to be told honestly, free from the rancour that surrounded his final years. Her philanthropic spirit surged as well. She returned to the Orphan Asylum Society of New York, later known as Graham Windham, dedicating more hours to its expansion. The orphanage had grown since its inception, and children of various ages depended on stable funds and guidance. Eliza believed her personal grief could fuel a deeper compassion for those who had lost families under equally harsh circumstances. She organised fundraisers, leaning on acquaintances from Hamilton's Federalist circles and from her father's old networks. Donations trickled in, enough to expand the orphanage's facilities. At home, she took solace in her children's presence. Some older ones, like Philip Jr. and Angelica, stepped into supportive roles, though they too reeled from their father's violent death. Eliza's maternal instincts extended beyond mere comfort. She actively cultivated their education and moral development. Hamilton had always advocated for robust learning, so she ensured her sons and daughters had access to tutors and libraries. The younger children gleaned from her an abiding sense of hope despite life's traumas. Friendship with Dolly Madison, charismatic wife of President James Madison, rekindled after the duel. Though Madison had once been Hamilton's political rival, Dolly admired Eliza's fortitude and philanthropic drive. The two women exchanged letters on everything from child-rearing to the complexities of shaping national identity. During visits to the capital, Eliza dined among statesmen who revered her husband's intellect yet had once clashed with him. Her presence in these circles underscored that while Hamilton was gone, his ideals and family remained part of America's evolving story. Over time, Eliza found a measure of peace. She read extensively scripture, philosophy, and even Hamilton's essays on finance. She became a discreet mentor to young women, advising them that loss did not have to define one's entire existence. In that process, she uncovered an internal wellspring of power. No longer defined merely as a general's daughter or a statesman's wife, she was forging her identity as a protector of children, a keeper of her husband's legacy, and a quiet, stabilizing figure in a nation still shaping its post-war identity. Yet she confronted constant reminders of the duel's aftermath. Burr's reputation had collapsed, but he lingered on society's fringes, and occasionally rumours of his presence in New York circulated. Some supporters of Hamilton yearned for Eliza's public condemnation of Burr. She responded by emphasising forgiveness, not for Burr's sake alone, but for her own spiritual health. Still, she admitted to close friends that the wound ran deep, and any mention of Burr reopened old pain. In 1806, tragedy revisited her life when her sister Peggy died. Though they had not spent as much time together recently, losing a sibling reignited her sense of mortality. Each family loss spurred reflection. Why does fate entwine sorrow and joy so tightly? She found partial answers in her faith, which had grown more earnest since Hamilton's death. Eliza turned to church communities for comfort, simultaneously offering her organisational skills to parish events. Slowly, the Hamilton household stabilised. Debts were gradually paid off. The children advanced in their studies or commenced livelihoods. Eliza's philanthropic projects flourished, earning her quiet admiration across class lines. Life was by no means carefree, money was tight. Social slights stung, but she navigated each challenge with calm determination. By middle age, she stood as a testament to endurance, weaving heartbreak, duty, and service into a tapestry that gave her a renewed sense of mission. As decades rolled on, Eliza entered a reflective phase of life. She remained in New York, though the city changed around her, evolving from a post-revolutionary port into a bustling metropolis. She occasionally visited her beloved Schuyler mansion in Albany, now quieter and steeped in nostalgia. Each time she walked the garden paths where she once courted Alexander, reminded of both the innocence of youth and the seismic shifts that had sculpted her fate. During the War of 1812, when the US again clashed with Britain, Eliza worried for her sons, some of whom served in the conflict. Memories of the revolution merged with fresh anxieties. She found the national mood reminiscent of her childhood: uncertainty, pride, and the determination to defend independence. Though she was no longer at the forefront of patriotic fervour, she contributed by donating to relief efforts for soldiers' families. The Orphan Asylum Society also expanded its reach, taking in children orphaned by this new war. Family events punctuated her life with both grief and celebration. Her father, Philip Schuyler, passed away in 1804, mere months after Hamilton's death. Her mother, Catherine, died in 1803. So Eliza found herself increasingly the matriarch of a sprawling clan. Grandchildren eventually came into the picture. She watched them with pride, telling stories of their heroic grandfather. These tales often alluded to Hamilton's intellectual prowess, omitting the specifics of his downfall. Eliza believed that preserving his better qualities would inspire younger generations. A notable shift occurred in the 1820s when John Church Hamilton, one of her sons, began collecting material for a biography of his father. Eliza became an essential collaborator, providing letters, anecdotes, and clarifications. Her memory was sharp despite advancing age. She recalled specific conversations, recounted legislative battles, and recalled the exact inflection in Hamilton's voice when he debated a point of law. Many historians would later marvel at her recollections, which filled gaps in the archival record. It was as if she carried a living library of Hamilton's life in her heart. Yet that collaboration was not free of emotional toll. Revisiting the events leading up to the duel forced her to confront old wounds. Tears occasionally halted her storytelling, especially when she recounted the final hours of Hamilton's life. John Church pressed gently, wanting to capture every detail for posterity. Eliza, sensing the greater purpose, persevered. She recognised that telling Hamilton's story might help the nation appreciate the foundations he helped lay, structures like the Treasury Department, the National Bank, and the concept of federal credit. In 1828, she travelled briefly to Washington, D.C., invited by friends who remembered her philanthropic achievements. The capital had grown since her earlier visits. Monuments dotted the landscape, celebrating founding fathers. She experienced a bittersweet pride passing tributes to men Hamilton had worked alongside: George Washington, Thomas Jefferson, and James Madison. Some pointed out the conspicuous absence of Hamilton's own monument. She shrugged it off, insisting that the measure of a person's influence lay not in stone effigies, but in living institutions. With the passage of time, she also became more candid about the Reynolds scandal, though still discreet. In private conversations, she admitted the pain had never vanished, but she framed it as a testament to the flawed humanity even brilliant people carry. Her capacity to forgive reflected a deep spirituality. She attended church regularly, praying for unity in a country that seemed perpetually on the brink of new conflicts, nullification crises, debates over slavery, and the push westward. Living well into her golden years, she gathered a tight circle of confidants. Often, they found her mending clothing for orphan children or proofreading a letter for John Church's next manuscript draft. She rarely sought acclaim for her charitable work. If praised, she gently redirected attention to the cause itself. For her, the real triumph lay in ensuring children had a chance at life, just as the nation's founders had tried to secure opportunity for future generations. In 1832, she experienced another heartbreak when her oldest son, Philip Jr., passed away after a struggle with illness. Each loss reminded her of time's relentless march, yet her faith and familial bonds kept her grounded. She wrote that her love for God and for the late General Hamilton fortified her soul against despair. Approaching 80, Elizabeth Schuyler. Hamilton was more than a relic of a revolutionary era. She was a living narrative of strength, weaving personal tragedy and national memory into a single tapestry of compassion and hope. Elizabeth Schuyler Hamilton lived to see Andrew Jackson's presidency and the beginnings of the Industrial Revolution. She watched America morph into a nation both deeply reflective of its revolutionary roots and straining toward modernity. Railroads spread, factories arose, as this political scene erupted with fresh tensions over states' rights and potential expansion. By now, Eliza was considered a venerable figure, one of the last living links to the nation's founding generation. In her final years, she resided in a modest home in Washington, D.C., partly to be nearer some of her children. The city had matured since the muddy, partly built capital she once knew. She took quiet walks with visitors, reflecting on how her husband had helped shape the financial systems that fueled such growth. Political leaders occasionally sought her out for anecdotal insights, hoping to glean from her personal glimpses into Hamilton's strategies and relationships. She obliged politely, though she often reminded them that real progress required fresh ideas, not mere nostalgia. Her commitment to philanthropy never waned. Even in advanced age, she attended Orphan Asylum Society meetings when possible, offering guidance on fundraising and resource management. Younger trustees listened intently, aware that the Society's founding mother was still sharp despite her frailty. In many ways, the orphanage had become a symbol of her life's work, caring for the vulnerable, preserving hope amidst adversity. Ensuring the completeness of John Church Hamilton's father's biography was one of her most cherished final projects. She reviewed the final drafts, contributing details she'd previously withheld or forgotten. She emphasized Hamilton's unwavering dedication to the Union, his progressive stances on federal power, and his unrelenting push for financial stability. Some editorial disagreements arose, particularly around the Reynolds affair, but Eliza insisted on honesty tempered by grace. The published volumes, though not immediate bestsellers, gradually shaped public understanding of Hamilton's legacy. As her health declined, her family closed ranks around her. Letters from grandchildren poured in, stories of their studies, their marriages, their small triumphs. Eliza's once robust figure had become frail, but her mind held firm. She reminisced about ballrooms in Albany, the swirling war councils at her childhood home, and the day she first locked eyes with a brash young officer in revolutionary garb. Occasional visitors found her reading the Federalist Papers by candlelight, as if reacquainting herself with Hamilton's voice. She also kept a well-worn Bible, reflecting a faith that had buoyed her through heartbreak after heartbreak. Prayer, to her, was less about ceremony and more about continuous conversation with a higher power that had guided her from war to widowhood. In these final dialogues with God, she found peace, certain that her labours, both familial and charitable, held meaning beyond mortal life. Elizabeth Schuyler Hamilton died on November the 9th, 1854, at the age of 97. Her passing marked the end of an era, Obituaries praised her dedication to preserving Alexander Hamilton's legacy and championing charitable causes. Publications recounted her devotion to the Orphan Asylum Society and her unwavering presence during the tumultuous birth of the Republic. While she never held public office, her influence was palpable in the communities she served and in the narratives of America's founding. She was buried near her husband in the graveyard of Trinity Church in Manhattan, reuniting them in eternal rest beneath the city skyline he had once helped transform. For decades, the memory of her kindness lingered in the stories told by those who knew her. A woman who had endured scandal and duel-driven tragedy, only to emerge as a symbol of grace. In the decades following her death, interest in Hamilton's financial genius grew, spurred by economic expansions and civil conflict. Historians found in Eliza's carefully guarded letters a trove of insight into the man behind the policies. Her philanthropic legacy endured, with the orphanage continuing to serve children well into the modern age. Over time, as the nation wrestled with the complexities of its founding ideals, the figure of Eliza gained renewed appreciation. She was not merely the devoted wife of a founding father, but a quiet architect of social welfare and historical stewardship in her own right. To this day, visitors at Hamilton's gravesite often spare a moment for Elizabeth Schuyler Hamilton. Her story underscores how the quieter characters of history can profoundly shape a nation's ethos. Picture this. You're settling into your favourite chair after a long day, maybe with a warm cup of tea steaming beside you. Now imagine if, instead of relaxing, your feet suddenly decided they had other plans entirely. Not just a little restless leg syndrome, mind you, but full-blown can't stop, won't stop dancing. That's essentially what happened to the good people of Strasbourg in July 1518, though they didn't have the luxury of calling it quirky. It started with Frau Troffea, a woman whose name has echoed through history for all the wrong reasons. On a perfectly ordinary summer morning, she stepped out of her half-timbered house onto the cobblestones of Strasbourg and began to dance. Her dancing was not the kind you might do at a wedding after a few glasses of wine, but an urgent, desperate kind of movement that seemed to possess her entire being. You have to understand, this wasn't Renaissance flash mob material. Frau Troffea danced as if her life relied on it, and in fact, it did. Her feet moved in patterns that made no musical sense, and her arms flailed in rhythms that belonged to no earthly song. The townspeople gathered around her, initially amused. After all, who doesn't enjoy a bit of unexpected street entertainment? But as the hours ticked by, their smiles began to fade like paint in the rain. Frau Troffea kept dancing. During the midday heat, when sensible people sought shade and cool drinks, Frau Troffea continued to dance. During the dinner hour, the aroma of roasted meat and fresh bread should have beckoned any sensible individual home. During the evening, her feet should have been expressing gratitude for her decision to finally sit down. The cobblestones beneath her feet told their story, worn smooth by centuries of cartwheels and horse hooves, now witness to this strange new rhythm. You can almost hear them, those ancient stones whispering among themselves about this peculiar turn of events. They'd seen plague and war, feast and famine, but never anything quite like this. By nightfall, Frau Troffea was still moving, though her dance had transformed from something almost graceful into something more akin to a marionette with tangled strings. Her neighbours brought her water, which she drank without stopping her movement. They offered food, which she barely managed to consume between steps. They pleaded with her to rest, but she seemed as unable to stop as you might be unable to stop breathing. The local authorities scratched their heads and consulted their limited medical knowledge. Perhaps it was a fever, they reasoned. Fevers could make people act strangely. But Frau Troffea showed no signs of illness beyond this compulsive movement. Her skin wasn't flushed, her eyes weren't glassy. She simply could not stop dancing. As you lie there tonight, comfortable in your bed, imagine the bewilderment of those medieval minds trying to process this impossibility. They lived in a world where everything had a place and a purpose. Cows gave milk, chickens laid eggs, and people danced only when there was music and merriment. But here was Frau Troffea, defying the natural order with every unwilling step. The night watchman took turns observing her, partly out of concern and partly out of morbid fascination. They'd seen plenty of odd things during their midnight rounds, drunken revelries that lasted too long, lovers' quarrels that spilled into the streets, and the occasional sleepwalker stumbling about in their nightclothes. But nothing had prepared them for the sight of a middle-aged woman dancing alone under the stars, her shadow performing an endless, exhausting ballet on the moonlit stones. As dawn approached, bringing with it the promise of a new day, Frau Troffea was still dancing. Her movements had slowed, but they hadn't stopped. It was as if some invisible puppeteer had taken control of her strings and forgotten how to let go. Now you might assume that the sensible citizens of Strasbourg would have shunned Frau Troffea after witnessing her bizarre predicament for a full day and night. You'd be wrong, of course, because people have always been magnetically drawn to the inexplicable, like moths to a particularly puzzling flame. Instead of backing away, small crowds began to gather regularly around Frau Troffea. They brought their morning bread and ate it while watching her dance. They discussed her condition over their midday meals, gesturing with chicken legs and chunks of cheese. They turned her suffering into a form of communal entertainment, although none of them would have openly acknowledged it in those exact terms. This is where the story takes a turn that would make even the most creative screenwriter pause and reconsider. Within a week of Frau Troffea's first involuntary step, others began to join her. Not voluntarily, you understand. These weren't copycat dancers or attention seekers. These were ordinary people who suddenly found their feet betraying them in the most extraordinary way. Hans the baker was kneading dough when it started. His hands, which had shaped thousands of loaves with methodical precision, suddenly began moving to a different rhythm. Before he knew it, his whole body had joined the dance, leaving behind a kitchen full of half-formed bread and a wife who thought he'd finally succumbed to the summer heat. Greta, the weaver, abandoned her loom mid-thread when her feet decided they had more important things to do than operate the pedals in their usual measured way. The half-finished cloth remained stretched on the frame for weeks, a testament to the moment when normal life simply stopped making sense. You can picture the scene, can't you? The town square that had once been a place of orderly commerce, vendors hawking their wares, children playing simple games, merchants negotiating deals, transformed into something resembling a fever dream. Except the fever seemed to be catching, spreading from person to person like a yawn in a worn-out congregation. The dancing wasn't beautiful, mind you. This wasn't some spontaneous celebration of life and joy. The dancers moved with a desperate urgency, their faces etched with exhaustion and confusion. Their clothes became tattered from the constant motion. Their shoes wore thin against the unforgiving cobblestones. Some danced until their feet bled, leaving small red marks on the stones like some macabre breadcrumb trail. The local physicians were summoned, naturally. These learned men arrived with their leather satchels full of mysterious remedies, and their heads full of medieval medical wisdom. They observed the dancers with the same intensity you might observe a puzzle that's missing several crucial pieces. They took notes, they consulted their texts, and they stroked their beards thoughtfully. Their diagnosis, when it came, reflected the medical understanding of the time. They declared that the dancers had a condition known as hot blood. Therefore the solution was to encourage more dancing until the heat dissipated from their systems. It was rather like suggesting that someone with hiccups should hiccup more vigorously until they stopped, but it seemed logical within the framework of 16th century medicine. Therefore, the authorities, guided by their immense wisdom, chose to combat the issue head-on. They hired musicians to play for the dancers, reasoning that proper music might help regulate their chaotic movements. They cleared larger spaces for the dancing, moving market stalls, and redirecting cart traffic. They even built a stage, thinking that perhaps the dancers would feel more dignified performing on an elevated platform. The irony would have been delicious if it weren't so tragic. Instead of curing the dancers, the music and attention seemed to attract more victims. The dancing seemed to have transformed into a seductive melody, appealing to a profound, concealed fragility within the human soul. By the end of the second week, nearly 40 people were dancing in the streets of Strasbourg, their individual rhythms creating a chaotic symphony of movement. The families of the dancers tried everything they could think of. They brought favourite foods, hoping to tempt their loved ones to stop and eat properly. They carried chairs and stools, placing them hopefully in the dancers' paths. They also brought pillows and blankets, believing that if they could persuade the dancers to take a moment's rest, the spell might be broken. But nothing worked. The dancers danced on day and night, their movements becoming more frantic as their bodies grew weaker. It was like watching people slowly drown in air. struggling against an invisible current that only they could feel. By the third week of this peculiar epidemic, the city of Strasbourg had transformed into something unrecognisable. You know how a familiar room can suddenly feel strange when you move just one piece of furniture? Well, imagine an entire city where the fundamental rules of human behaviour had been rewritten overnight. The marketplace, which had operated according to centuries-old rhythms of buying and selling, now resembled something between a medical ward and a carnival. Even in the face of impossibility, vendors still set up their stalls each morning, but their attention was divided between their wares and the growing number of dancers who wove between the displays like exhausted ghosts. Children, who had initially found the whole spectacle entertaining, began to grow frightened. There's something unsettling about seeing adults lose control, especially when those adults include your neighbours, your teacher, or your aunt, who always remembered your birthday. The dancing had crossed the line from curious novelty to something darker and more threatening. The dancers themselves had begun to show serious signs of wear. Their clothes hung in tatters, their faces gaunt from exhaustion and irregular eating. Some had collapsed and been carried home, only to rise and begin dancing again as soon as they regained consciousness. It was as if rest only stored up energy for more frantic movement. Maria, the seamstress, developed a particularly heartbreaking pattern. She would dance for hours, then suddenly stop mid-step and look around with clear, confused eyes, as if waking from a dream. She would recognise her surroundings, call out to friends and family, and even sit down for a few minutes to drink water or nibble bread. Then, just as suddenly, the compulsion would return, and she would leap to her feet and resume her endless dance. These moments of clarity made the condition even more disturbing. It wasn't madness in any traditional sense. The dancers knew what was happening to them. They simply couldn't stop it. Imagine being trapped in your own body, watching yourself perform actions you never chose to perform, like being a passenger in a vehicle whose steering wheel you can't reach. The city's records, kept by meticulous scribes who documented everything from grain prices to weather patterns, began to read like something from a fever dream. Item, the dancing sickness continues. Item, Johann the Cooper joined the dancers this morning. Item, the musicians have been paid for another week of playing. Item, 3 more dancers collapsed today but resumed upon waking. You have to admire those record keepers, really. Faced with something completely outside their experience, they did what bureaucrats have always done. They wrote it down carefully and hoped someone else would figure out what it all meant. The religious authorities, meanwhile, were having theological debates that would have been fascinating if they weren't so urgent. Was this divine punishment for some collective sin? A test of faith? Was this a manifestation of malevolent spirits? Different priests offered different interpretations, and their congregations split accordingly. Some organised prayer vigils, others called for public confessions, and a few suggested that perhaps God was simply enjoying some cosmic entertainment at human expense. The dancers themselves became unwilling celebrities. People travelled from neighbouring towns to witness the phenomenon, turning Strasbourg into an accidental tourist destination. Merchants arrived to sell food and trinkets to the crowds. Street performers came to compete for attention, though their conventional acts seemed almost quaint compared to the desperate dancing happening all around them. However, the locals were growing tired of the novelty. Living in the middle of an ongoing crisis has a way of exhausting even the most patient communities. Families were disrupted, businesses struggled to function normally, and everyone walked around with the nervous energy of people waiting for the other shoe to drop. Except in this case, the shoes never stopped moving. The dancers' families organised themselves into an informal support network. They took turns bringing food and water, alternated in watching over their afflicted relatives, and shared the burden of worry that comes from loving someone who is slowly wearing themselves down. It was community care born from desperation, but it was beautiful in its way. Some of the dancers had begun to develop their own individual styles. Otto the blacksmith danced with heavy rhythmic movements that echoed his hammering motions at the forge. Liesel, the baker's daughter, spun and twisted as if kneading invisible dough. Their bodies, even in the grip of this strange compulsion, remembered their daily work and transformed it into movement. By now, the city authorities were beginning to panic. What had started as a curious local phenomenon was threatening to become a complete breakdown of civil order. More importantly, people were starting to die. Death, when it finally came to the dancers, arrived not with drama but with a kind of merciful exhaustion. Similar to a candle nearing its end, the dancers struggled to maintain the constant energy their bodies required. It was Klaus the miller who went first, collapsing in the middle of what had been a particularly vigorous sequence of spins and somehow failing to rise again. The sight of Klaus lying still on those worn cobblestones created a strange silence in the square. Even the other dancers seemed to pause, as if some invisible conductor had finally given them permission for a moment's rest. However, only a brief moment passed before the surviving dancers resumed their endless movement, carefully stepping around their fallen friend as if he were merely another obstacle in their path. You might wonder what goes through a community's mind when the impossible becomes deadly. The people of Strasbourg were experiencing something that challenged every assumption they'd ever made about how the world worked. They were practical people, accustomed to practical problems with practical solutions. Crop failures could be endured, diseases could be treated or at least understood, and wars could be fought and ended. But this dancing plague defied every category they had for making sense of suffering. The physicians, those learned men with their impressive collections of books and instruments, were beginning to admit privately that their hot blood theory might need some adjustment. Several had observed the dancers closely enough to notice that they weren't sweating excessively, despite their constant motion. Their skin remained relatively cool, and their breathing wasn't as laboured as it should have been given their activity level. Their bodies appeared to function under entirely different rules. Dr. Hermann, the most respected physician in the region, spent 3 full days and nights observing the dancers. He took careful notes about their movements, their eating and drinking patterns, and their brief moments of rest. What he discovered puzzled him even more than the original phenomenon. The dancers seemed to be in a state that was neither fully conscious nor unconscious, neither sick nor healthy, and neither voluntary nor completely involuntary. "It is," he wrote in his journal, "as if they are sleepwalking while awake, or perhaps awakening while they sleep. They respond to their names and can speak coherently when directly addressed, yet they cannot choose to stop moving. It is as though some part of their will has been borrowed by an unknown force." The families of the dancers were developing their own expertise born from desperate necessity. They learned to anticipate when their loved ones were most likely to collapse from exhaustion. They discovered which foods the dancers could manage to eat while moving, and they developed techniques for helping them drink water without breaking their rhythm. They became amateur medical attendants, though no medical school could have prepared them for this particular curriculum. Anna, whose husband had been dancing for nearly a month, described the experience in terms that still echo across the centuries. "He is there and not there. His body dances, yet his eyes gaze at me with a profound sadness, as if he finds himself imprisoned behind glass. Occasionally I think he's trying to tell me something with his movements, but I cannot understand the language his feet are speaking." The community was starting to feel the effects of the constant music, which they had initially perceived as beneficial. The hired musicians were exhausted from playing for weeks on end, and their melodies had taken on a repetitive, almost hypnotic quality that seemed to make some listeners feel dizzy. Several people reported feeling an uncomfortable urge to move their feet in time with the music, though they managed to resist the compulsion. The dancing itself was evolving. What had started as individual, isolated movements was becoming something more coordinated. The dancers seemed to be responding to each other, creating patterns and formations without any apparent conscious intent. They would form circles, then lines, scatter and reform in different configurations. It was like watching a flock of birds or a school of fish, except these were human beings who should have been making deliberate choices about their movements. Some of the dancers had begun to show signs of what we might now recognise as trance states. Their eyes would roll back, their breathing would become shallow and rapid, and they would move with an intensity that seemed to come from somewhere outside themselves. During these episodes, they appeared completely unreachable, as if they had temporarily left their bodies behind entirely. The religious community was fracturing under the weight of competing interpretations. Father Wilhelm preached that the dancing was a form of divine ecstasy, similar to what mystics experienced during prayer. Father Johann argued it was clearly demonic possession and called for exorcisms. Father Klaus, the city's oldest priest, suggested that God was teaching them about the nature of human will and the body's relationship to the soul. The debates were becoming increasingly heated, and the congregation was choosing sides based as much on their fears as on their faith. It's remarkable how quickly theological certainty can crumble when faced with something that doesn't fit neatly into existing categories of understanding. Meanwhile, the dancers danced on, their numbers fluctuating as some collapsed and others were mysteriously called to join them. The city had become a living laboratory for questions that nobody knew how to ask, let alone answer. When faced with the inexplicable, humans have a tendency to multiply explanations rather than admit ignorance. By the 4th week of the dancing plague, Strasbourg had attracted more experts than a modern medical conference, each arriving with their own pet theories and proposed solutions. Master Johann from the University of Basel brought an impressive collection of astrological charts and announced that the dancing was clearly the result of planetary malalignment. Mercury, he explained with considerable authority, was in an unfortunate conjunction with Mars, creating an excess of kinetic energy in susceptible individuals. His solution involved complex calculations of when the planets would return to a more harmonious configuration, roughly 6 months hence. Brother Augustine from the monastery at Molsheim had a different interpretation entirely. He arrived with a cart full of holy relics and proclaimed that the dancers were experiencing a form of religious ecstasy, like what St. Vitus himself had experienced. The solution, he insisted, was pilgrimage to the shrine of St. Vitus, where the dancers could channel their divinely inspired movement into proper worship. You can imagine the scene: learned men with their scrolls and instruments, religious authorities with their crosses and holy water, all standing around debating the finer points of their theories while 40 exhausted people continued their endless dance mere feet away. It was like convening a panel of experts to discuss the nature of rain while standing in the middle of a thunderstorm. The city council, meanwhile, was dealing with increasingly practical concerns. The dancing had disrupted commerce, attracted unwanted attention from neighbouring regions, and was beginning to strain the city's resources. They needed solutions, not theories. But every expert who arrived seemed to bring more questions than answers. Dr. Paracelsus, who would later become famous for his revolutionary medical ideas, made a brief appearance during this period. His assessment was characteristically blunt. These learned men speak of hot blood and planetary influences while people die before their eyes. Perhaps the sickness is not in the dancers' bodies, but in our understanding of what bodies can do. He was particularly critical of the decision to provide music for the dancers. You might as well give wine to a drunkard and call it medicine, he observed. The music feeds the compulsion rather than curing it. Occasionally the kindest treatment is to remove what seems helpful but proves harmful. His words carried weight, and a faction began to form around the idea of trying complete silence instead of constant music. It was a radical departure from the established treatment, but then again, the existing treatment wasn't working particularly well. The families of the dancers were developing their own theories based on intimate observation. They noticed that their loved ones seemed to dance more frantically when crowds gathered, as if performing for an audience they couldn't see. They observed that certain types of music triggered more intense movements, while others seemed to calm the dancers slightly. They discovered that the dancers' movements sometimes echoed their daily work routines, a pattern that none of the learned experts had bothered to document. Elizabeth, whose teenage daughter had been dancing for 3 weeks, made a particularly astute observation. She dances like she's trying to escape from something, but also like she's trying to reach something. Her movements aren't random, they're searching. But I cannot tell what she's searching for. This idea of the dance as a form of searching resonated with other families. They began to notice that their dancers appeared to be moving either towards something or away from it, although the nature of that something remained invisible to everyone else. It was as if the dancers could see a landscape that existed only for them. The younger members of the community were having their reactions to the prolonged crisis. Children who had initially been fascinated were now having nightmares about being unable to stop moving. Teenagers were avoiding the areas where dancers congregated, afraid that the compulsion might somehow reach out and grab them too. Young adults were leaving the city entirely, unwilling to risk being caught up in whatever was happening. But perhaps most tellingly, some people were beginning to report feeling a strange sympathy with the dancers. They would watch the endless movement and find their feet tapping involuntarily. They would dream of dancing and wake up with their legs tangled in bedsheets. A few even reported brief moments of feeling an almost irresistible urge to join the dancers, though they managed to fight off the compulsion. Their experiences raised disturbing questions about the nature of the condition. Was it truly random, or were some people more susceptible than others? Was it a hidden contagion, or a dormant part of the human psyche? Dr. Hermann, who had been observing the dancers since the beginning, was developing a theory that was both simpler and more complex than the others being proposed. He suspected that the dancing might be a physical expression of something psychological, a kind of breaking point where individual human will simply give up trying to maintain control over an increasingly uncontrollable world. Perhaps, he wrote in his private notes, the dancers are not sick, but rather more honest than the rest of us. They are showing us what it looks like when the human spirit can no longer pretend that it has mastery over the body it inhabits. It was a radical idea for its time, suggesting that the boundary between mind and body might be more porous than anyone had imagined. Sometimes the most profound shifts happen not with dramatic revelations, but with quiet observations made by exhausted people who have run out of clever theories. It was Frau Bertha, the baker's wife, who had been caring for 3 different dancers, who first noticed the pattern that would eventually lead to the plague's resolution. She observed that the dancers seemed calmer, though they never stopped moving entirely when they were in smaller groups, away from the crowds and the constant music. More importantly, she noticed that they danced differently in the early morning hours, before the city fully awakened. Their movements were still compulsive, but they seemed less frantic, more like people walking in their sleep than people fleeing from invisible demons. "It's the watching," she told Dr. Herman one morning after a particularly long night of observation. "They dance harder when people watch them, not because they want attention, but because something about being watched makes the dancing worse." This insight led to a quiet experiment. A few families began taking their dancing relatives to more secluded locations, quiet courtyards, gardens outside the city walls, even private homes with large rooms. The results were subtle but unmistakable. Away from audiences and musicians, the dancers' movements became less violent, less desperate. Dr. Herman documented these changes carefully. The dancers still couldn't stop moving, but their movements became more flowing, less like convulsions and more like a strange form of sleepwalking. Some even began to show brief moments of genuine rest, not collapse from exhaustion, but actual pauses in their movement. The religious authorities were initially resistant to this approach. Brother Augustine argued that removing the dancers from public view was tantamount to hiding God's work from the faithful. But Father Klaus, the elderly priest who had been quietly observing throughout the crisis, supported the experiment. Perhaps, he suggested, what these souls need is not more attention, but more peace. The city council, pragmatic as always, was simply relieved to have the disruption moved away from the main commercial areas. They officially sanctioned the creation of quiet spaces where dancers could be cared for away from crowds, though they were careful not to call it a cure. Gradually, as they relocated the dancers to more peaceful environments, an unexpected event occurred. Without the stimulation of constant music and crowds, their individual personalities began to reassert themselves. Maria, the seamstress, started incorporating recognizable gestures from her work into her dance. Not the frantic mimicry that had characterized her earlier movements, but something more like a conversation between her conscious and unconscious minds. Otto, the blacksmith's movements began to follow the rhythm of breathing rather than some internal drumbeat that no one else could hear. His dance became less about desperate energy, and more about a kind of patient endurance, as if he were waiting for something to finish cooling in his forge. The families caring for the dancers developed new routines based on these observations. They created spaces that were comfortable but not stimulating, provided simple foods at regular intervals, and most importantly, they learned to be present without being intrusive. They discovered that the dancers seemed to respond to quiet companionship in ways they hadn't responded to medical interventions or religious ceremonies. Anna, whose husband had been dancing for over a month, described the change. He still moves constantly, but now it's like he's dancing with something instead of fighting against something. I can see him in there, behind his eyes, waiting. This sense of waiting became a common theme in how families described their dancing relatives. The dancers appeared to be in a state of flux, neither fully present nor fully absent, and neither completely sick nor completely well. Dr. Herman began to theorize that the dancing might represent a form of healing instead of being merely a sign of sickness, though he couldn't specify what it was healing from. Perhaps, he wrote, there are injuries to the human spirit that can only be mended through movement, just as there are injuries to the body that can only be healed through rest. The idea was revolutionary, that the dancing might be a cure rather than a disease, a necessary process rather than a pathological condition. It suggested that the dancers' bodies might possess a wisdom that their conscious minds couldn't access. As word of the quieter approach spread, some of the original experts began to reconsider their theories. Master Johann from Basel admitted that his planetary calculations might need to account for environmental factors. Brother Augustine suggested that perhaps the saint was working through peaceful contemplation rather than public demonstration. Even Paracelsus, in his final notes on the case, acknowledged that the solution had come not from learned intervention, but from careful observation by people who cared more about helping than about being right. The families discovered what we experts missed, he wrote. Sometimes healing requires not doing more, but doing less. The number of new cases had already begun to slow, though whether the decline was due to the changed approach or simply the natural progression of the phenomenon remained unclear. What was clear was that the desperate, frantic quality of the dancing was gradually giving way to something that looked more like a strange form of prayer or meditation. The city itself was slowly returning to something resembling normal life, though the experience had changed everyone who lived through it. People walked more carefully, as if testing whether their feet would obey their intentions. They looked at each other differently, with a new awareness of how little control any of them really had over their own bodies and minds. You know how some storms end. Not with a dramatic crash of thunder, but with a gradual lessening of wind and rain until you suddenly realise the silence has returned. The dancing plague of Strasbourg ended in much the same way, so gradually that nobody could say exactly when it stopped being an emergency and started being a memory. Frau Trophäa, who'd started it all with her first involuntary step, was among the last to find stillness. For 6 weeks she had been the unwilling pioneer of this strange territory, where human will met its mysterious limits. When she finally stopped moving, it wasn't with collapse or drama, but with a simple pause that gradually extended into rest. She was sitting in the garden behind the baker's house, where her family had moved her to escape the crowds and the constant music. The morning sun was filtering through apple leaves, and she'd been moving in slow, gentle circles for hours. Then, as naturally as a person might stop humming a tune, she simply sat down on a wooden bench and stayed there. Her sister, who had been watching anxiously from the kitchen window, almost didn't believe it at first. She waited several minutes before approaching, afraid that any attention might restart the compulsive movement. But Frau Trophäa remained seated, looking around the garden with clear, present eyes, as if she were seeing it for the first time in weeks. "I'm tired," she said simply, and her sister began to weep with relief. Over the following days, the other dancers found their ways back to stillness. Some stopped during sleep and simply didn't resume when they woke. Others came to rest gradually, their movements slowing like music boxes winding down. A few experienced their final dance as something beautiful rather than desperate, a kind of celebration or completion that left them exhausted but oddly peaceful. Not everyone survived the experience. The official records show that several dancers died from exhaustion or related complications, though the exact number was never precisely documented. Those who lived carried the memory of those weeks in their bodies for the rest of their lives. They walked differently afterward, with a kind of conscious gratitude for their ability to choose when and how to move. Dr. Herman spent months interviewing the recovered dancers, trying to understand what they had experienced during their weeks of compulsive movement. Their descriptions were remarkably consistent in some ways, and completely individual in others. Most remembered feeling trapped in their bodies, aware of what was happening but unable to control it. But they also described odd moments of peace, as if dancing had taken them to places they couldn't reach on purpose. It was like being carried by a river, Maria the seamstress told him. Frightening because I couldn't swim to shore, but also sometimes beautiful because I could see things from the water that I never would have seen from the bank. Otto the blacksmith had a different metaphor. It was like being a piece of metal on my anvil, being shaped by hammers I couldn't see. It hurt, but something in me knew the hammering was necessary. These interviews revealed that the dancers had maintained more awareness than anyone had suspected. They had been conscious of their family's care, grateful for the quiet spaces, and aware of the changes in their movement patterns. They'd simply been powerless to communicate this awareness while the dancing continued. The city of Strasbourg gradually returned to its normal rhythms, though the memory of those summer weeks left permanent changes. The authorities developed better protocols for caring for people in crisis, emphasising comfort and observation over dramatic interventions. The physicians incorporated new ideas about the relationship between mind and body into their practice. The religious community developed a more complex conception of how the sacred might manifest in human experience. But perhaps the most lasting change was in how the people of Strasbourg understood the nature of human control and human vulnerability. They had witnessed something that challenged fundamental assumptions about how much power individuals have over their bodies and choices. They had learned that sometimes the most caring response to someone's crisis is not to try to fix them, but to stay present while they work through whatever healing process their more profound wisdom has initiated. The cobblestones in the town square still bear faint marks from those weeks of endless dancing, though you'd have to know where to look to see them. Local guides sometimes point them out to visitors, telling abbreviated versions of the story that emphasize the strangeness, while missing the deeper lessons about community care and the mystery of human resilience. Years later, when other communities experienced similar outbreaks of dancing mania, and there were several throughout medieval Europe, some remembered the lessons of Strasbourg. They learned to provide quiet spaces rather than public stages, to offer patient presence rather than dramatic cures, and to trust that sometimes healing looks different from what we expect. The dancing plague of 1518 remains one of history's most puzzling medical mysteries, but it's also a story about how communities can learn to care for members who are experiencing something beyond ordinary understanding. It reminds us that the human body and spirit are capable of experiences that exceed our ability to categorize or control them, and that sometimes the wisest response to mystery is not to solve it, but to honor it. As you drift towards sleep tonight, you might think about Frau Trofea and her fellow dancers, and about the families who learn to love them through their strange journey. You might contemplate the delicate boundary that sometimes exists between what we perceive as normal and what we perceive as impossible, and how much healing occurs not through expert intervention, but through the patient presence of individuals who care enough to remain and observe whatever unfolds. The dance is always there, just beneath the surface of our ordered lives, waiting to teach us something about surrender, about community, and about the beautiful, terrifying mystery of being human in a body that is never entirely under our control. September the 7th, 1533, Elizabeth Tudor was born at Greenwich Palace, amidst a flurry of anticipation and unease. Her father, King Henry VIII, had broken from the Catholic Church to marry her mother, Anne Boleyn, so Elizabeth's birth was charged with political tensions. The king, desperate for a male heir, found himself disappointed when the infant turned out to be a girl. Still, baby Elizabeth bore the weight of dynastic hopes. Her every coo or cry analysed for signs that the Tudor line might endure. The infant's earliest days unfolded in a court grappling with religious upheaval. Henry's new Church of England stood at odds with Rome. Courtiers whispered about the king's next move. The Queen, Anne, attempted to shield her daughter from the swirling environment, ensuring she received the best available wet nurses and comfort. However, the precariousness quickly became apparent. A few years later, Anne faced execution due to dubious charges of treason and adultery. Motherless at 2, Elizabeth was declared illegitimate by her father's decree, losing her title of princess. Raised in separate royal households, Elizabeth seldom saw Henry VIII. Various stepmothers came and went, with some offering brief maternal warmth. She formed a particularly close bond with Catherine Parr, Henry's 6th wife, who oversaw her education. Elizabeth's tutors recognised a remarkably bright mind. She excelled in languages by adolescence. She spoke fluent Latin, French and Italian, eventually picking up Spanish as well. She pored over classical texts, gleaning rhetorical finesse from Cicero and moral lessons from Greek philosophers. Even in childhood, she learned to keep her emotions cloaked, forging a calm exterior that masked inner tensions, an attribute that would prove crucial in her future reign. A fateful shift occurred when Henry died in 1547, leaving Elizabeth's half-brother Edward VI as king. Under the regency of Protestant reformers, the religious climate skewed more radical. Elizabeth, though outwardly cooperative, carefully navigated factional disputes. She relocated the household of Catherine Parr, who had remarried to Thomas Seymour. That arrangement sparked scandal. Seymour was rumoured to show Elizabeth overly familiar attention, fueling gossip that tarnished her reputation. The teenage princess soon departed, mindful that any whiff of impropriety could end her precarious position in the succession line. This brush with danger reinforced her instincts for self-preservation. Edward's short reign was followed by that of Elizabeth's half-sister, Mary I, a devout Catholic determined to restore papal authority. Mary viewed Elizabeth with suspicion, seeing in her a rallying figure for Protestant interests. As rebellions cropped up, Elizabeth found herself accused of complicity. She was taken to the Tower of London, where her mother had met her end, and then placed under house arrest at Woodstock. The gloom of potential execution hung over her, but lacking firm evidence, Mary couldn't condemn her. Over 2 years, Elizabeth trod a careful path, denying any involvement in plots while discreetly maintaining her network of Protestant allies. Eventually, Mary's failing health lifted Elizabeth from her shadow. In November 1558, Mary died, childless. Elizabeth, at 25, ascended the throne. The people welcomed her with cautious optimism, hoping for an end to religious strife. However, no one could foresee the firmness with which Elizabeth would steer the ship. She inherited a kingdom exhausted by years of persecution and entangled in European alliances. Furthermore, lingering doubts about her legitimacy and ability to produce an heir plagued the realm. Courtiers pressed for her to marry promptly, believing a queen regnant threatened stability unless a husband took the reins. Elizabeth, though aware of the political logic, also recognised that marriage might curb her autonomy. In her first weeks as queen, Elizabeth took bold symbolic steps. She chose moderate Protestant advisers like William Cecil, striving to unify the country. She declared her intent for a religious settlement that neither persecuted Catholics harshly nor caved to papal demands. She navigated a delicate balance, cognizant that either extreme could undermine her rule. She moved her court to Whitehall, re-establishing routine ceremonial events that signalled the monarchy's continuity. Observers described her as poised, with sharp eyes that hinted at an agile, strategic mind. The once exiled princess stood now at the centre of power, forging a monarchy that would come to define an era. Thus, the stage was set for a pivotal chapter in English history. Elizabeth's early experiences, maternal execution, paternal neglect, complex family ties, had shaped a cautious, perceptive approach. She had learned to conceal personal feelings behind a stately demeanour, armed with intellectual acumen gleaned from classical texts. The realm now looked to her for stability, religious compromise, and a reassertion of national identity. For Elizabeth, it was time to prove that a female sovereign, even one with a contested legitimacy, could guide England through its labyrinth of political storms. From the outset of her reign, Elizabeth I confronted a land torn by religious factionalism. Under Mary I, staunch Catholic policies reigned, with Protestant heretics burnt at the stake. Though those violent measures ended, many Catholics remained loyal to Rome. Meanwhile, radical Protestants clamoured for more extreme reforms. Elizabeth recognised that a middle path was essential for national peace. The Elizabethan religious settlement of 1559 aimed for a broad church approach. The Act of Supremacy declared her supreme governor of the Church of England, and the Act of Uniformity prescribed a moderate Protestant liturgy. While it alienated hardliners on both sides, it established a stable framework that endured. This religious compromise had consequences. Catholics abroad questioned her legitimacy, urging Mary, Queen of Scots, Elizabeth's Catholic cousin, to claim England's throne. Mary, exiled from Scotland in 1568, ended up in England, effectively under house arrest. Elizabeth, wary of dethroning a fellow anointed queen, faced a quandary. Mary's presence fueled conspiracies, yet executing her set a dangerous precedent. This predicament lingered for decades, turning Mary into an epicentre of Catholic plots that threatened Elizabeth's life and reign. Beyond religion, Elizabeth's foreign policy shaped her early years on the throne. England was militarily weak, overshadowed by Spanish might. The Queen needed alliances, but hated entangling treaties that might compromise her independence. She courted suitors from across Europe, France's Duke of Anjou, Austria's Archduke Charles, using marriage negotiations as diplomatic chess moves. Each negotiation offered short-term benefits, but she consistently evaded an actual wedding. By keeping her hand in marriage available, Elizabeth dissuaded certain powers from aggression, hoping for eventual union. The saga of the Virgin Queen was as much political strategy as personal inclination. Economically, Elizabeth inherited a treasury battered by wars. Her ministers, notably William Cecil, Lord Burghley, instituted reforms, curbing inflation and streamlining revenue collection. They supported maritime ventures, encouraging sea captains like Francis Drake to harass Spanish shipping and seize treasure. Such semi-official privateering enriched royal coffers and stoked Spanish hostility, culminating in deeper rivalries. Meanwhile, domestic industry, woolen cloth, for instance, expanded, aided by the stable environment Elizabeth's government fostered. As for the Queen herself, the court recognised her keen intellect and formidable will. She cherished erudition, employing multiple secretaries to handle a constant influx of diplomatic dispatches. Fluent in French and adept in Latin, she occasionally scribbled notes in Italian or Spanish. She revelled in masques and pageants, endorsing the arts to glorify her monarchy. She made a point of progresses, travelling with her retinue through the countryside, letting her subjects glimpse the royal presence. This practice built loyalty, for seeing their queen in person, resplendent with pearls and embroidered gowns, stirred patriotic pride. A lesser-known aspect was her reliance on intelligence networks. Elizabeth, aware that conspiracies loomed, authorised spy masters like Sir Francis Walsingham to intercept letters, employ informants, and uncover plots. This clandestine apparatus uncovered multiple assassins or traitors financed by Spain or papal agents. By revealing such threats, the Queen justified harsher policies against recalcitrant Catholics. Some criticised these tactics as oppressive, but to Elizabeth, survival mandated vigilance. Another challenge: cultural expectations for queens. She faced jabs about her gender, with some male courtiers urging a kingly partner. She responded by forging a regal persona, insisting subjects see her as both king and queen, a line reflecting her dual role. She skillfully navigated male-dominated councils, awarding title carefully to ensure no single noble overshadowed her. She also used fashion as a political tool. Her elaborate gowns, iconic ruffs, and jewel-laden wardrobes signalled the monarchy's majesty. This cultivated image buttressed her authority in an era still grappling with a female sovereign. In parallel, Elizabeth's personal circle remained small. She could be witty and charming, dancing or joking with favourites like Robert Dudley. But letting affection over Schuyler prudence risked scandal. Rumours flew about her closeness to Dudley, fueling suspicion that she might marry him. The potential controversy was immense, given Dudley's questionable reputation. In the end, Elizabeth never wed. She cherished her autonomy, well aware that a consort could overshadow or manipulate her. The choice drew bafflement from the foreign courts, but domestically, it enhanced her mystique. The Virgin Queen identity solidified, spurring propaganda that cast her as wedded to the realm itself. Elizabeth's early reign involved balancing various tasks such as forging a delicate religious settlement, spurring economic growth, outmanoeuvring suitor entanglements, and stamping out plots. She skillfully used image and ceremony to unify the realm, though critics lurked. Her government's stability rested on an ongoing dance with foreign powers and internal factions. Despite the swirling tensions, Elizabeth projected calm confidence, forging a national identity that recognised the Queen's central role. Her mid-reign would bring graver trials, culminating in decisive conflicts that tested the mettle of both monarch and kingdom. By the mid-1580s, Elizabeth's realm faced a new wave of external threats. The ascendant Spanish Empire under King Philip II brimmed with zeal to reassert Catholic supremacy and avenge the raids on Spanish commerce by English privateers. Religious tensions spiked further after the Pope excommunicated Elizabeth, effectively urging Catholic monarchs to depose her. In response, the Queen's advisors realised that war with Spain was no longer a distant possibility but a near inevitability. They bolstered the navy, encouraging shipbuilders to refine vessels for speed and manoeuvrability. Commanders like Drake refined hit-and-run tactics designed to hamper Spain's massive, slower galleons. Additionally, the Mary, Queen of Scots dilemma reached a climactic stage. She had been implicated in multiple plots, culminating in the infamous Babington plot of 1586, which aimed to assassinate Elizabeth and seat Mary on the throne. Caught with incriminating letters, Mary was tried for treason. Elizabeth agonised over signing Mary's death warrant. The thought of executing an anointed queen offended her sense of divine order, but counsel pressed her that Mary's continued survival endangered national security. Reluctantly, Elizabeth signed. Mary was beheaded in 1587, an act that scandalised Catholic Europe. Elizabeth feigned dismay at the news of Mary's actual execution, chastising ministers for carrying out the sentence too hastily. The sincerity of her regret remains debated. This event further incensed Spain, and soon word came that Philip II was assembling an invincible armada. In 1588, that formidable fleet sailed for the English Channel, intending to rendezvous with forces in the Low Countries and deliver an invasion. England braced for catastrophe. Elizabeth visited her troops at Tilbury, clad in armour, delivering a rousing speech about having the heart and stomach of a king. That rallying cry, though perhaps embroidered in subsequent retellings, captured the national mood. The English Navy engaged the Armada in a series of skirmishes, employing fireships to sow chaos. Stormy weather and miscalculation forced the Spanish to scatter around the northern coasts, suffering devastating losses. The triumph at sea became a cornerstone of Elizabeth's legend, though historians note the fortune of unseasonable gales played as large a role as strategic brilliance, buoyed by victory. Elizabeth's popularity soared. Poets extolled her as a goddess presiding over a fortuitous age. London's population boomed, commerce thrived in relative security, courtiers staged elaborate masques celebrating Gloriana, a moniker borrowed from Edmund Spenser's allegorical poem, The Fairy Queen. This cult of Elizabeth, with pageantry and stylized iconography, shaped a golden aura around her monarchy. She bestowed knighthoods on naval heroes like Drake, though she never turned them into unstoppable political rivals. Indeed, part of her genius lay in praising men just enough to secure their loyalty, but not so extravagantly as to overshadow her own regal glow. Yet cracks surfaced. The war with Spain dragged on sporadically. English expeditions to support Protestant rebels in the Netherlands or to raid Spanish ports often ended in fiascos, draining resources. The Queen's earlier frugality turned to reluctance about fully funding new campaigns, prompting friction with bold but cash-strapped commanders. Some younger courtiers, like the Earl of Essex, were impatient with Elizabeth's measured approach. Essex attempted to replicate despite Drake's glories. He led half-baked military forays and returned with meagre spoils. Tensions between the old Queen and these ambitious youths escalated, culminating in the Essex Rebellion of 1601, where he tried a coup. She crushed it swiftly, and Essex was executed. As Elizabeth aged, her once intimate circle diminished. Longtime advisers such as William Cecil passed away, and favoured courtiers either died or fell out of favour. The Queen, famous for her fine dresses and elaborate wigs, now faced a more solitary existence. Gossip about her vanity circulated. She insisted on controlling her image, refusing to appear as a frail matron. She demanded loyalty from ladies-in-waiting, scolding them if they dared overshadow her attire or conversation. Although the realm viewed her as Gloriana, she struggled to maintain a mythic aura behind closed doors. Diplomatically, the final years of her reign saw a cooling of tension with Spain, not via a formal peace but through mutual exhaustion. The impetus for large armadas had waned, with Spain focusing on European entanglements. England, for its part, lacked the finances to continue heavy engagements. Meanwhile, the seeds of colonial expansion were sown. English seafarers eyed North America, establishing fledgling outposts. The concept of an overseas empire was embryonic but emerging. Thus, approaching the turn of the century, Elizabeth presided over a stable yet evolving monarchy. She had defied invasion, faced down conspiracies, and reigned as an iconic figure admired across Europe. But the question of succession remained. Unmarried and childless, she had never named an heir. The matter loomed, spurring subtle negotiations as different claimants circled. This final stretch of her reign tested whether the Tudor line's magic could endure beyond her mortal presence, or if it would seamlessly transition to a new dynasty. By the twilight of her reign, Elizabeth I found herself contending with the question that had dogged her for decades. Who would follow her upon the throne? No official heir had been named, though many whispered that James VI of Scotland, a Protestant and son of the executed Mary, Queen of Scots, was the likely candidate. Elizabeth, ever cautious about naming a successor, understood that the moment she sanctioned an heir, her authority might wane. Yet the gentry and the powerful were anxious, fearing a resurgence of civil strife if the crown's transition lacked clarity. As the 1590s waned, the Queen's court saw fewer robust festivities. Elizabeth's health was not the best, and her mood darkened by the loss of cherished confidants. Once a favoured explorer, Sir Walter Raleigh fell from Elizabeth's favour. The Earl of Essex, her erstwhile golden boy, died a traitor. Meanwhile, the luminous circle that had celebrated her youth, Bess of Hardwicke, Countess of Leicester, and others, had scattered. England's population soared beyond 4 million, many living precariously in squalid conditions. Bread riots flickered in adverse harvest years, and the cost of warfare remained burdensome. Some critics murmured that the Queen's refusal to adapt to a new generation's demands indicated the monarchy was adrift. Yet Elizabeth never lost her political savvy. She carefully managed sessions of Parliament, deftly deflecting demands for certain policy changes. She employed subtle flattery, reminding them that as a mother to her people, she prized their well-being above all. This rhetorical style, combining maternal sentiments with regal authority, continued to woo the common folk. Indeed, from the countryside to London's teeming streets, loyalty to the Queen remained high, an outgrowth of national pride partly forged by that earlier victory over the Spanish Armada. In the realm of arts, the Elizabethan theatre blossomed, spearheaded by William Shakespeare, Christopher Marlowe, and others. Though Elizabeth seldom attended public performances at the Globe, she invited theatrical troupes to court. She found enjoyment in comedic interludes, even if she publicly maintained a formal veneer. This cultural renaissance, ignited under her watch, was a point of national distinction, with travelling players bringing both dramatic flair and moral allegories to distant corners. The synergy of crowns and creativity underscored an epoch known as the Elizabethan Golden Age. Throughout, the religious settlement endured, though Puritan elements pressed for stricter reforms. Criticising the hierarchical structure of bishops, the Queen tolerated moderate Puritan pleas but cracked down on radical preachers who undermined her supreme governorship. Catholic recusants faced fines or pressure to conform, though large-scale persecution was less aggressive than during Mary's reign. Despite friction, Elizabeth's stance staved off religious civil war. This equilibrium, though not perfect, enabled commerce and exploration to flourish. Merchants ventured to the Levant, the Baltic, and the Americas, sowing early seeds of a global maritime trade. In the final few months of her life, Elizabeth retreated to Richmond Palace. She was increasingly frail, refusing medical interventions that seemed invasive. Court rumours multiplied. The Queen's mind was drifting. She was losing appetite, or she stood for hours too proud to rest. Modern historians debate the exact cause of her decline. Some speculate pneumonia or depression. She dreaded naming James publicly, but subtle negotiations with his envoys paved the way for a smooth succession. Advisors like Robert Cecil quietly prepared the details. According to tradition, Elizabeth, too weak to speak in her last hours, made a vague gesture endorsing James as successor. She died on March 24, 1603, aged 69, after 44 years on the throne, a record at the time for an English monarch. Her coffin was carried from Whitehall to Westminster Abbey, the silent crowds reflecting on an era shaped by her image. That day closed the Tudor line, with James VI of Scotland becoming James I of England, inaugurating the Stuart dynasty. Yet the Tudor brand had not ended in chaos. Elizabeth's measured approach, for all her reluctances, ensured a relatively peaceful handover. In the wake of her passing, tributes soared. Pamphlets hailed her as the wisest princess, the mother of her people, and a near-legendary Fishapuru who steered the nation from the shadows of religious tyranny. The wave of national mourning overshadowed her shortcomings, which included excessive favouritism, suspicion of rivals, and stifling certain freedoms. Over the next centuries, historians would reinterpret her story, dissecting the illusions of the Virgin Queen narrative, acknowledging her harsh treatment of dissenters, yet marvelling at her capacity to wield authority in a fiercely patriarchal world. The stage was set for the transition from Tudor to Stuart, and though overshadowed by the next monarchy's own tensions, Elizabeth's reign retained a special glow in England's collective memory, an epoch where a single woman's will shaped destiny. Immediately after Elizabeth's death, a swirl of legacies confronted the English. James I, newly ascendant, inherited a stable realm, but also the burden of living up to the fabled Gloriana. Over the ensuing decades, the myth of Elizabeth would be embellished by dramatists, historians, and genealogists, forging a romantic image of a queen unblemished by error. Yet parallel undercurrents recognised her complexities. Among the common folk, stories abounded of her witty repartee, her skill in navigating suitors, and the spectacle of her court. In the Catholic diaspora, she was demonised as a heretic who had executed Mary, Queen of Scots. This ideological tug-of-war shaped how Europe at large recalled her reign. During the 17th century, English authors occasionally staged plays referencing Elizabethan glories to critique or praise current rulers. The Elizabethan age label took hold, conjuring a golden past full of maritime exploits and cultural refinement. Meanwhile, Puritan writers viewed the Queen more critically, noting that her religious compromise left them yearning for a more thorough reformation. Some pamphleteers portrayed her as a cunning politician, adept at double-dealing among Europe's Catholic powers. Over time, these multiple vantage points consolidated into a layered portrait. In the 18th and 19th centuries, national pride soared, fueling revivalist interest in the Tudors. Elizabeth's image was moulded by Victorian taste, emphasising her unmarried status as a demonstration of moral fortitude. Painters depicted her in elaborate ruffs, overshadowing any mention of the day-to-day hardships endured by her subjects. She became an icon of English independence, especially when the British Empire sought parallels between the forging of a national identity under Elizabeth and contemporary empire building. The Armada triumph narrative overshadowed the fact that storms aided English success. Her issues with Mary, Queen of Scots, became fodder for tragic romanticism, focusing on courtly betrayals and heartbreak. This romanticisation sometimes neglected the Queen's shrewd, often ruthless governance. Scholars of the 20th century took a more critical lens. They delved into archival documents to unearth how Elizabeth's intelligence network operated, how her finances were managed, and how propaganda shaped public perception. They passed the famed Golden Speech of 1601, analysing the rhetorical strategies she used to quell a restless parliament. The more historians explored, the clearer it became that her success hinged on forging an image that balanced motherly affection with regal severity, ensuring subjects revered rather than resented her. Scholars recognise the notion of the cult of Elizabeth, with its orchestrated pageantry, as an early form of state PR. From the perspective of women's history, Elizabeth's significance soared. She defied the misogynistic assumptions of her era, refusing to cede authority to a husband or to male advisors. That independence, though hard-won, showcased the potency a female ruler could wield in a male-dominated society. Yet the same narrative acknowledges she was no radical feminist. She often leveraged stereotypes of female frailty or used her womanly nature strategically in negotiations. Thus, her complex relationship with gender roles remains a topic of ongoing debate. Archaeological digs at palaces and old estates uncovered physical traces of her travels, like ephemeral scaffolds for pageants or remains of feasting halls. These glimpses illustrate the vast logistical machine behind each royal progress. The Queen might arrive with hundreds of courtiers and servants, imposing a heavy burden on local nobility hosting the entourage. Yet, from a political standpoint, these visits effectively reaffirmed the monarchy's presence across the realm. Over and over, Elizabeth used personal displays to connect with communities. In cultural memory, items such as the Tudor Rose, elaborate state portraits by painters like Nicholas Hilliard, or references to the Virgin Queen remain in the public imagination. Filmmakers in the 20th and 21st centuries capitalised on this allure, producing adaptations that frame Elizabeth's story with romance and triumph. Some films portray her as near saintly, others highlight her paranoia or the brutality of her crackdown on perceived threats. The continuing fascination underscores how she embodies a transitional moment in Europe, where medieval structures gave way to early modern states, with new forms of diplomacy, espionage, and ideology all converging. Thus, centuries removed from her actual reign, Elizabeth I stands as both a symbol of national identity and a figure whose complexities resonate with present debates. The interplay of female leadership, religious diversity, personal freedom, and the power of constructed image. Re-evaluating her life reveals how skillful governance can stabilise a fractious kingdom. even if it requires navigating a delicate balance between tolerance and coercion. The conversation around Elizabeth remains dynamic, shaped by each generation's vantage on monarchy, gender, and the cost of maintaining a carefully wrought facade of unity. Elizabeth's story resonates with the notion that midlife can be a time of both reflection and strategic boldness. She ascended the throne at 25, but arguably her most defining decisions, the forging of a moderate religious settlement, the careful dance of marriage negotiations, unfolded as she matured. In the face of personal regrets, lack of a direct heir, and external crises, Spanish hostility, internal plots, she repeatedly displayed resilience under the lens of older wisdom. Yet that sagacity was not innate. It sprang from a youth marked by precariousness, shaping a thorough calculation in adult life. One lesser discussed aspect is her intellectual curiosity. She was no passive figurehead. She read widely, from classical philosophers to contemporary political treatises, and engaged in theological debates with ambassadors. She wrote translations of texts, including Plutarch, honing linguistic precision. In an era when many noblewomen possessed only basic literacy, Elizabeth's depth of scholarship commanded respect. She used this knowledge to steer councils, referencing classical examples of leadership or mercy, grounding her decisions in a broader worldview than simple realpolitik. Another dimension concerns her approach to management and delegation. Faced with a swirl of court factions, some aligned with Cecil, others with Dudley, and various earls vying for influence, she balanced them by a rotating favour, ensuring no single man overshadowed the rest. This delicate manoeuvre allowed her to maintain her position as the ultimate arbiter, thereby preventing entrenched monopolies of power. While modern management gurus highlight transparency or direct leadership, Elizabeth's method was subtler. She nurtured multiple power centres, pitting them gently against each other to sustain a stable equilibrium. This method reveals a strategic cunning that, while occasionally breeding resentment, retained her supremacy in a fractious environment. The swirl of secrecy surrounding Mary, Queen of Scots, also underscores Elizabeth's careful manipulation of intelligence. She personally reviewed coded letters, weighed evidence, and authorised infiltration of Catholic circles. These actions might unnerve contemporary moral standards, yet in the cutthroat reality of 16th century politics, such espionage was standard. The difference is Elizabeth's relative subtlety. She rarely boasted of her spymaster's successes. She recognised the value of illusions, letting conspirators believe they had infiltrated her circle while, in fact, her watchers tracked every step. Age imbued her with a distinct sense of gravity. In speeches to Parliament, she framed herself as a guardian of the realm's welfare, addressing them as my lords and my good people, tapping into paternal or maternal imagery. She rarely showed overt temper in public, though courtiers recalled her sharp tongue in private, laced with scathing wit. She might banish a courtier from her presence for a trifling offence, then recall him soon after, sending the message that loyalty was paramount while partial forgiveness might be extended. This capacity to pivot from severity to magnanimity cemented her as unpredictable yet revered, a trait modern leaders might emulate in more tempered forms. Beyond the realm of politics, her personal attire and courtly fashion set trends across Europe. She championed fresh tailors to experiment with embroidered silks, extensive ruffs, and striking colour palettes. But behind the magnificence was a strategic layering of fabric. It signified her rank while concealing normal ageing or times of ill health. The resulting mystique helped define the monarchy's brand. Similarly, she championed structured ceremonies, like elaborate coronation anniversaries or public feast days. These events reaffirmed the bond between sovereign and subject, forging an emotional tie that buttressed the monarchy's intangible authority. Her approach to the arts had lasting effects. She never personally funded epic building projects like some European royals given her limited treasury, but her patronage of music, portraiture, and drama triggered a cultural efflorescence. Key composers thrived, producing refined polyphonic works performed at chapel. Her endorsement of secular drama laid the groundwork for Shakespeare's rise. She recognised that cultural prestige elevated national pride, thus investing in intangible capital that would outlast her. This fosters an analogy to modern soft power, a concept in global relations. In sum, Elizabeth's mid to late reign exemplifies how a leader can orchestrate multi-layered strategies. leaning on intellectual depth, balancing internal factions, leveraging espionage, and forging cultural identity. Her longevity on the throne was no accident. It was an evolving mastery of monarchy in an era thick with risk. For those in midlife, her model suggests that the lessons gleaned from earlier turmoil, exile, precarious legitimacy, can blossom into confident leadership when harnessed with discipline. Even so, her story underscores that behind the regal facade lay real heartbreak and regrets, particularly on questions of family and moral contradictions. That humanness only deepens the fascination with this queen who navigated a world not designed for women in power, forging a golden age from the crucible of adversity. When Elizabeth I died on March 24, 1603, at Richmond Palace, she left a kingdom dramatically changed from the one she inherited. Elizabeth averted religious civil wars, asserted an English navy against Spanish dominance, and planted the seeds of a maritime empire. Yet the Queen's final moments offered a poignant contrast to the ceremonial grandeur that had marked her public life. Accounts say she refused to rest, standing or sitting in pensive silence for hours, as if grappling with the knowledge that her story was nearly done. The question of her successor, James VI of Scotland, was all but settled. Elizabeth's last gesture, whether a whispered name or silent acceptance, cleared the way for the Stuarts, bridging the Tudors to a new era. The immediate aftermath saw an outpouring of tributes. Noble houses and commoners alike mourned the Virgin Queen, the stalwart figurehead who had reigned 44 years. Her body was transported by barge along the Thames, a spectacle of black drapes and heraldic flags. Observers lining the shores recalled how, decades earlier, a young queen had ascended to quell the chaos left by her half-siblings. Now, the realm faced another transition. But Elizabeth's half-century of leadership gave many confidence in the monarchy's stability. James's succession was mostly peaceful, a testament to the processes Elizabeth had overseen. Over the centuries, historians dissected her image with fresh angles. Some championed her as a golden archetype, praising her unwavering sense of duty. Others uncovered her manipulative use of virginity as political currency, or pointed out the authoritarian edge in how she stamped out dissent. 20th century scholarship introduced psychoanalytic readings, linking her mother's beheading to her reluctance to marry. Meanwhile, feminist analyses recognised her capacity to subvert patriarchal norms by forging a distinctly female monarchy that demanded masculine respect. Archaeological research, too, contributed. Excavations at palatial sites uncovered courtyards used for lavish tilts or dancing events, fragments of decorative tile-bearing Tudor roses. Art restorations revealed how state portraits were retouched to remove wrinkles or human imperfections, reinforcing her iconic aura. The evolution of her visual propaganda parallels modern brand management, illustrating how monarchy leveraged illusions to maintain public fascination. Elizabeth's era, characterised by Drake's circumnavigation, Shakespeare's stage, and an assertive national identity, evoked a deep sense of nostalgia among everyday English folk. Actual living conditions for peasants remained harsh, but the sense of belonging to an up-and-coming realm soared. Elizabeth harnessed that pride to unify a land threatened by continental powers. She left behind no direct heir, but her intangible bequest was a monarchy reinvigorated by a sense of national destiny, though future conflicts like the English Civil War would test that unity severely. In the present, Elizabeth's story continues to enthrall. Tourists flock to the Tower of London or Hampton Court, longing for glimpses of her era's grandeur. Historians piece together details from diaries, ambassadors' dispatches, and state papers. The creative arts produce films reimagining her as everything from an iron-willed warrior to a lonely figure overshadowed by politics. Such portrayals reflect changing cultural values. We admire her resilience, critique her harshness, empathise with her personal constraints. Each generation reads new lessons into her life, whether celebrating female power or lamenting the cost of absolute monarchy. Her tomb rests in Westminster Abbey, overshadowed by the more elaborate memorial of her half-sister Mary I. Erected during James I's time, it depicts Elizabeth recumbent, ironically sharing a memorial with Mary in a symbolic burying of old rivalries. While the effigy is fairly simple, visitors often linger, mindful that the occupant reshaped Europe's power balance. The inscriptions hail her as a paragon of wisdom, praising her as, of her sex the pride, of all time the wonder. The rhetoric might be thick, but it echoes how she was revered by her contemporaries. In the end, Elizabeth I stands as a testament to the synergy of personal cunning, cultural stewardship and circumstance. The child overshadowed by a father's quest for a male heir grew into a queen who refused to be overshadowed by any spouse or continental monarch. That improbable arc, from uncertain princess to undisputed sovereign, still captivates. Her life underscores that leadership is rarely straightforward. Forging alliances, stifling conspiracies, and projecting authority demand constant recalibration. Indeed, her success lay not in an unyielding set of principles, but in agile responses to crises. Through this fluid style, she carved a stable realm from a swirl of dangers. Centuries later, that story endures, bridging history and myth, echoing that a lone determined figure, armed with intellect, cunning, and stagecraft, can shift an entire kingdom's course. Imagine yourself waking up in ancient Rome, perhaps around 150 AD, and stumbling toward your modest apartment's kitchen. Your stomach is growling, and you're dreaming of scrambled eggs, toast with butter, and maybe some orange juice. Well, friend, you're about to discover that Roman breakfast was about as exciting as watching paint dry on a humid day. You see, Romans didn't really do breakfast the way we think of it. They had something called ientaculum, which sounds fancy until you realise it was basically whatever leftover bread you could find from yesterday, maybe dipped in wine if you were feeling particularly festive. There were no eggs Benedict served here, just you, some stale bread, and the faint hope that lunch might be more interesting. The Romans had this peculiar relationship with morning meals that would make modern nutritionists weep. They considered eating a big breakfast to be somewhat gluttonous, like wearing pyjamas to a board meeting. It just wasn't done if you had any sense of dignity. Instead, they'd nibble on bread, perhaps some cheese if they were lucky, and call it good enough. If you were rich enough to have servants fanning you with palm fronds, you might have had honey on your bread or olives. But for most Romans, breakfast was less rise and shine, and more rise and make do with whatever's not growing mould. The fascinating thing about Roman food culture is how backwards it seems to us now. We've got our coffee shops on every corner, our breakfast burritos, and our endless cereal aisles that stretch like ancient Roman roads. But Romans, they saved their energy for the real meal of the day, which came much later. Breakfast was just fuel to get you through the morning's work, like putting just enough gas in your car to reach the next station. You'd wash down your meagre breakfast with water, maybe some diluted wine if you were feeling fancy or if the water looked particularly suspicious that day. Roman water systems were impressive, sure, but you still had to be careful. A little wine in your morning drink wasn't about getting tipsy. It was about not getting sick from whatever might be swimming around in your cup. The bread itself would have been darker and coarser than what we're used to today. Think of it as the ancient equivalent of whole grain, except it wasn't a health choice. It was just what happened when you ground wheat with primitive tools. Sometimes you'd find intriguing surprises in your bread, like bits of stone from the grinding process. Romans had strong teeth, or at least they did until they didn't. You could get goat's milk if you lived in the country. Cow's milk was more of a luxury item, like truffle oil or premium vanilla extract today. Most Romans in the city would have looked at you strangely if you suggested starting the day with a big glass of cold milk. It just wasn't part of their world. The relationship between the morning meal and social class was intricate and multifaceted. A wealthy Roman might have had slaves preparing elaborate breads with various seeds and nuts baked in, while a poor Roman was grateful for any bread at all. The disparity between the affluent and the impoverished during breakfast time was comparable to the difference between a luxurious continental breakfast at a 5-star hotel and a simple bowl of oatmeal 5-star hotel and a meagre breakfast from a gas station at 6 a.m. So there you are as an ancient Roman finishing your modest breakfast and preparing for the day ahead. Your stomach isn't exactly singing with satisfaction, but you're fed enough to function. The real excitement, the actual meal worth waiting for, is still hours away. But don't worry, when it comes it'll be worth the wait, even if it's not what you expect. So you've made it through your underwhelming Roman breakfast, and now you're wondering about lunch. Here's where things get interesting. Romans had this meal called prandium, which was sort of like lunch, except it wasn't really lunch the way we understand it. It resembled a snack with a sense of grandeur. Think of prandium as the middle child of Roman meals, overlooked, underappreciated and often forgotten entirely. Most Romans would grab something quick and light around midday, assuming they remembered to eat at all. They were busy people, these Romans, what with their empire building and their complex social hierarchies to maintain. If you were a working-class Roman, your lunch might have been a chunk of bread with some cheese, maybe an apple if you were lucky enough to find one that hadn't been claimed by someone higher up the social ladder. You'd eat it quickly, probably while standing, and then get back to whatever important Roman business you had to attend to. There were no leisurely lunch breaks where co-workers would discuss the latest gladiator matches. The wealthy Romans naturally had a different approach to midday eating. They might have had cold meats, some fruit, and perhaps a bit of wine that was actually good instead of the stuff that could strip paint. But even they didn't make a big production of it. Lunch was like a brief intermission in the play of daily life, acknowledged, but not the main event. Here's something that might surprise you. Romans were big on cold lunches. This was not due to their proclivity for meal prep, but rather due to the impracticality of preparing a full meal in the middle of the day. Most Romans living in cities didn't have proper kitchens anyway. They lived in apartments that would make modern studio dwellers feel positively spacious, and cooking facilities were shared or non-existent. You'd find Romans eating lunch in taverns, which were scattered throughout the cities like ancient food courts. These weren't fancy establishments. Think more like a combination of a gas station deli and a sports bar, minus the sports and the bar part. The food was cheap, quick, and designed to keep you going rather than to impress anyone. The typical tavern lunch might include some hard-boiled eggs, olives, bread, and cheese. If you were feeling adventurous, you might try some of the prepared foods they had sitting out, though the concept of food safety was about as developed as their understanding of germs, which is to say, not at all. Fish was popular at lunch, especially if you lived near the coast. Romans had this thing for fish sauce called garum, which was basically the ketchup of the ancient world. They put it on everything, and I mean everything. Imagine if someone today decided that ranch dressing should go on every single food item. That's Romans with their fish sauce. It was made from fermented fish intestines, which sounds absolutely horrifying until you realise it's basically the ancestor of Worcestershire sauce. If you were travelling, your lunch options became even more limited. Roman roads were excellent for getting from point A to point B, but they weren't exactly lined with convenient restaurants. You'd pack some bread, maybe some dried meat, and hope for the best. It was the ancient equivalent of grabbing a protein bar and hoping you'd find something better later. The timing of lunch was also flexible in a way that would confuse modern schedulers. Romans didn't have precise timekeeping the way we do, so lunchtime was more of a general concept than a specific hour. You ate when you felt hungry and when you had free time, which sometimes meant not eating at all. What's really fascinating is how Romans viewed this meal, or lack thereof. They didn't see skipping lunch as a hardship or a sign of being too busy. It was just part of life. They were saving their energy and appetite for the real meal of the day. Everything else was just keeping the engine running until the main event. Now comes the fun part, shopping for the evening meal, which was where Romans really showed their culinary colours. But before you start imagining neat grocery store aisles and shopping carts, let me paint you a picture of what food shopping actually looked like in ancient Rome. First, you'd head to the local market, which was less like a modern supermarket and more like a chaotic festival, where everyone was trying to sell you something. The noise alone would have been overwhelming. Vendors shouting about their wares, customers haggling over prices, and animals making whatever sounds animals make when they're about to become dinner. It was like Black Friday, but every day with more chickens. You'd start at the bread stalls, because bread was the foundation of every Roman meal. The bakers would have their loaves displayed, and you'd need to choose carefully. Some bread was better than others, and you could tell a lot about someone's social status by the quality of bread they bought. White bread was for the wealthy, darker bread was for everyone else. It was like a carbohydrate-based social hierarchy. The meat section would have been an adventure in itself. Romans consumed pork, lamb, goat, and beef. However, beef was expensive and typically reserved for special occasions. You'd see whole animals hanging in the stalls, and the butcher would cut off whatever piece you wanted right there. No neat packages wrapped in plastic, just you, the butcher, and whatever animal was looking at you with those reproachful dead eyes. Poultry was popular among the Romans, especially chicken, but they also consumed ducks, geese, and various other types of birds. They had a particular fondness for stuffed dormice, which sounds adorable until you realise they were being stuffed for dinner, not as toys. Romans had some interesting ideas about what constituted good eating. The fish market would have been a sensory experience you'd never forget. Romans loved their seafood, and they had access to both freshwater and saltwater fish. You'd find everything from simple sardines to elaborate preparations of mullet and sea bass. The smell would have been intense. Imagine the strongest fish market you've ever encountered, then multiply it by about 10. Vegetables were sold by farmers who'd bring their produce from the countryside. You'd find onions, garlic, leeks, cabbage, turnips and various greens. Tomatoes didn't exist yet. They were still hanging out in the Americas waiting to be discovered, so Roman cuisine was a lot less red than you might expect. Fruits were seasonal and precious. Apples, pears, grapes and figs were common, but citrus fruits were exotic imports that cost more than most people could afford. If you desired an orange, it would be advisable to have the ancient equivalent of a trust fund. The spice vendors were like ancient drug dealers, but legal and with better business licenses. Pepper was incredibly valuable, so valuable that it was sometimes used as currency. Salt was essential for preserving food, and Romans had some pretty sophisticated ideas about different types of salt and their uses. Wine was sold everywhere, and it came in various qualities. The excellent stuff was for special occasions and wealthy people, while the everyday wine was more like alcoholic vinegar. Romans mixed their wine with water, which was partly about taste, and partly about not falling over before dinner was finished. Shopping wasn't just about buying food, it was a social activity. You'd run into neighbours, catch up on gossip, and probably hear about the latest political scandals. The market was like Facebook, but with actual faces and fewer privacy settings. You'd need to bring your containers for liquids and loose items. No convenient bottles or bags, just whatever pottery or baskets you could carry. Especially if you lived in one of those multi-storey apartment buildings and had to carry everything up narrow stairs, shopping became a workout in itself. The whole experience would have taken most of the day, and you'd need to be a skilled negotiator to get acceptable prices. Romans expected haggling the way we expect barcodes. It was just part of the process. You'd start with an outrageous price, work your way down, and eventually settle on something that made both parties slightly unhappy, which meant it was probably fair. So you've survived the market experience and made it home with your purchases. Now comes the fun part, actually cooking the food. But here's where things get really interesting, because Roman kitchens were nothing like what you're imagining. If you lived in a typical Roman apartment, your kitchen might have been a small brazier, basically a metal bowl with some charcoal in it. That's it. There were no counters, cabinets, or refrigerators humming in the corner. You'd do your cooking crouched over this tiny fire, probably in a space that was barely bigger than a modern closet. It was like trying to prepare Thanksgiving dinner using only a hibachi grill. The smoke from your cooking fire had to go somewhere, and that somewhere was usually everywhere. Roman apartments weren't known for their ventilation systems. You'd open a window if you had one, but mostly you'd just live with the smoke. Everyone smelled like cooking food all the time, which was either charming or horrifying, depending on your perspective. If you were wealthy enough to have a proper house, you might have had a real kitchen with a stone hearth, maybe even a small oven, but even these kitchens would have seemed primitive by modern standards. The cooking area lacked running water and lacked knob-controlled gas burners. Everything was fire-based, which meant it took longer and required more attention. Roman cooking was all about timing and patience. You couldn't just set a timer and walk away. You had to stay with your food, watching it, adjusting the heat by moving coals around, and turning things by hand. It was like meditation, except if you meditated wrong, dinner burned. The most common cooking vessel was a clay pot called an olla. These came in various sizes and were used for everything from boiling water to making stews. Romans also had pans, but they were made of bronze or iron, not the non-stick wonders we're used to. Everything stuck to it, which made cooking an exercise in both skill and frustration. Spices were ground by hand using a mortar and pestle, which was an excellent exercise for your arms but time-consuming. You'd spend a good portion of your cooking time just preparing ingredients. There were no food processors, no pre-chopped vegetables, and no shortcuts. Every meal was earned through actual physical labour. Storage was another challenge entirely. Without refrigeration, you had to be creative about keeping food fresh. Romans used various preservation techniques: salting, smoking, drying, and fermentation. They had underground storage areas called celli for wine and other perishables, but these were mainly for the wealthy. For most Romans, you bought what you needed for that day's meal and not much more. Leftovers were problematic without proper storage, so you learned to prepare just enough food for your family. This meant shopping more frequently, but it also meant your food was always fresh. Water for cooking had to be carried from public fountains or wells. There was no turning on a tap. You'd fill your water jars and carry them home, then use that water sparingly. This approach made cooking more deliberate and less wasteful than modern cooking tends to be. The Romans had some clever cooking techniques that worked around their limitations. They'd use honey as a preservative, wine as a cooking liquid, and various herbs to mask the taste of food that was starting to turn. They became masters of one-pot cooking out of necessity, creating complex flavours in simple vessels. Baking was usually done communally. Most people didn't have ovens, so they'd prepare their bread dough at home and then take it to a communal bakery to be baked. This practice created a social aspect to bread making that we've completely lost in modern times. The timing of food preparation was crucial, because Romans ate their main meal in the late afternoon or early evening. You'd need to start cooking hours before you planned to eat, especially if you were preparing anything complex. There was no ordering takeout if you ran out of time. You ate what you managed to prepare, or you didn't eat much at all. Despite all these challenges, Romans managed to create some truly sophisticated dishes. They were creative, resourceful, and surprisingly innovative in their approach to cooking. They had to be. Their survival depended on it. Finally, we reached the cena, the main meal of the day and the one Romans actually cared about. This meal was where they put their effort, their money, and their social energy. If breakfast was a handshake and lunch was a brief nod, dinner was a full embrace. The timing of dinner would seem strange to us. Romans typically ate their main meal in the late afternoon or early evening, when the day's work was done and there was still enough light to see what you were eating. This wasn't about candlelit romance, it was about practicality. Lamp oil was expensive and you wanted to enjoy your food while you could actually see it. For ordinary Romans, dinner was a simple but satisfying affair. You'd gather with your family around a low table sitting on stools or benches. The meal would centre around bread, which was eaten with everything and used as a utensil. You'd tear off pieces and use them to scoop up other foods, like an ancient version of a dinner roll that actually worked for something. The main dish was often a porridge or stew called pulse, which was made from various grains and whatever vegetables, meat or fish you could afford. It sounds boring, but Romans had perfected the art of making porridge fascinating. They'd add herbs, spices, bits of meat, vegetables, and that ubiquitous fish sauce. It was like the ancient equivalent of a delicious risotto, if risotto were made from whatever you happened to have on hand. If you could afford meat, it was usually pork, lamb, or goat. Chicken was also popular, and Romans had some intriguing ways of preparing it. They'd stuff it with various mixtures, roast it with herbs, or cook it in wine sauces that would make modern chefs jealous. The key was maximising flavour with few ingredients. Vegetables played a supporting role, but an important one. Romans ate a lot of cabbage, onions, leeks, and various greens. They prepared vegetables in ways that would surprise modern cooks, often cooking them for much longer than we do today, creating soft, flavourful dishes that were easy to digest. The wealthy Romans naturally had a completely different dinner experience. Their meals were elaborate affairs that could last for hours and include multiple courses. They'd recline on couches, yes, they literally lay down to eat, and be served by slaves who brought course after course of increasingly exotic foods. Rich Romans might start with gustaccio, appetizers like eggs, olives, honey-glazed ham, or various seafood preparations. Then came the main courses, which could include roasted peacock, stuffed wild boar, or elaborate fish dishes. They'd finish with sweet things like honey cakes or fruit. The really wealthy would serve foods that were expensive not because they tasted excellent, but because they were rare or difficult to obtain. Flamingo tongues, for example, were a delicacy not because they were delicious, but because they were exotic and expensive. It was like serving gold-flaked ice cream today, more about showing off than actual flavour. Wine was an essential part of dinner for everyone who could afford it. The Romans developed sophisticated ideas about wine, creating different types for various occasions. They'd mix their wine with water and sometimes with honey or spices. The quality of wine you served said a lot about your social status and your hospitality. The social aspect of dinner was just as important as the food. This was when families came together, when friends visited, and when business was discussed. Dinner was the social media of ancient Rome. It's where news was shared, relationships were built, and social hierarchies were reinforced. Romans had specific etiquette around dinner that would seem strange to us. They ate with their fingers, but there were rules about which ones to use and how to use them gracefully. They'd wash their hands frequently throughout the meal, and servants would bring water and towels between courses. The conversation at dinner was supposed to be pleasant and educational. Romans valued wit and intelligence at the dinner table, and a good host would guide the conversation to interesting topics. Politics, philosophy, literature, anything that would stimulate the mind while the body was being nourished. After the main courses, the sweet finale arrived, but Roman desserts were quite different from what you might expect. They didn't have sugar in the way we know it. That was still centuries away from being common in Europe. Instead, Romans relied on honey, fruit, and various inventive combinations to satiate their sweet cravings. Honey was the star of Roman desserts. They used it in everything, drizzled over fresh fruit, mixed into cakes, and combined with nuts to make early versions of nougat. Roman beekeepers were skilled craftsmen, and different types of honey were prized for their unique flavours. Thyme honey was particularly valued, and Romans would pay premium prices for honey from specific regions. Roman cakes were dense, sweet affairs that bore little resemblance to modern birthday cakes. They were made with flour, eggs, honey, and various nuts or dried fruits. One popular dessert was libum, a cheesecake-like creation that was often used in religious ceremonies as well as eaten for pleasure. It was heavy, rich, and probably would have left you feeling pleasantly stuffed. Fruit was often the simplest and most satisfying end to a meal. Romans had access to apples, pears, grapes, figs, and various berries. They'd sometimes cook fruit with honey and wine to create compotes, or they'd dry fruit to preserve it for later use. Fresh fruit was seasonal and precious, making it feel special when it appeared on the table. But here's where Roman cuisine gets really interesting. They ate some things that would make modern diners run screaming from the table. Remember those stuffed dormices I mentioned earlier? Romans considered them a delicacy. They'd fatten up dormice in special jars, then stuff them with pork, pine nuts, and various seasonings before roasting them. It was like ancient Roman tapas, except with more adorable woodland creatures. Romans also had a thing for organ meats that would challenge even the most adventurous modern foodie. They ate brains, kidneys, liver, and various other parts of animals that we typically avoid. These weren't poverty foods. They were often considered delicacies. Roman cooks had developed sophisticated ways of preparing these organs, often disguising their texture and enhancing their flavours with herbs and spices. Sea urchins were another Roman favourite that might surprise you. They'd eat them raw like ancient sushi, or cook them in various preparations. Romans living near the coast had access to all sorts of seafood that was both familiar and exotic. They'd eat everything from simple sardines to elaborate preparations of eels and rays. The famous Roman fish sauce garum deserves special mention because it was a ubiquitous ingredient in Roman cuisine. Garum, a sauce made from fermented fish intestines, was considered the umami bomb of the ancient world. Romans put it on everything: meats, vegetables, and even desserts sometimes. It was salty, pungent, and absolutely essential to Roman cooking. The best garum was made from tuna intestines and was expensive enough to be a luxury item. Romans also ate various birds that we don't typically consider food today. Peacocks, swans, and even ostriches appeared on wealthy Roman tables. These were often prepared as much for spectacle as for taste. Imagine a roasted peacock with its feathers replaced for presentation. It was the epitome of elaborate dinner theatre. One particularly strange Roman delicacy was mulsum, a drink made from wine and honey that was often served at the beginning of meals. But the Romans also made a version with added spices that were supposed to aid digestion. It was like ancient Pepto-Bismol, except it was alcoholic, and probably didn't help with digestion at all. The Romans had a peculiar relationship with eggs that went beyond simple breakfast fare. They'd eat eggs from various birds: chickens, ducks, geese, and even ostriches. Ostrich eggs were enormous and were often prepared as shared dishes for special occasions. Imagine cracking open an egg that could feed a family of 6. What's fascinating is how Romans combined flavours in ways that would seem strange to us today. They'd mix sweet and savoury regularly, adding honey to meat dishes and using fruit in preparations we'd consider purely savoury. They'd cook fish with fruit, add honey to vegetables, and create complex flavour profiles that challenge the palate. The end of a Roman dinner wasn't just about food, it was about extending the social experience as long as possible. The meal would gradually wind down with more wine, conversation, and sometimes entertainment. It was the ancient equivalent of lingering over coffee and dessert, except with more reclining and fewer espresso machines. As your Roman dinner finally winds down and you lean back full and satisfied, it's worth thinking about how this ancient way of eating has shaped our modern world. The Romans weren't just eating, they were creating patterns and preferences that would influence European cuisine for centuries to come. Many of the herbs and spices Romans used are still essential in Mediterranean cooking today. Oregano, thyme, rosemary and sage were Roman favourites that modern Italian cooks still rely on. The Romans basically created the foundation for what we now call Mediterranean cuisine, even though they didn't have access to tomatoes, potatoes, or many of the other ingredients we associate with Italian food today. The Roman approach to wine was revolutionary and set standards that winemakers still follow. They developed ideas about aging, about pairing wine with food, and about the social importance of wine that persists today. Every time you choose a wine to go with dinner, you're participating in a tradition that Romans helped establish. Roman attitudes toward communal eating also shaped European culture in ways we still see today. The idea that dinner should be a social event, that meals should bring people together, and that food is about more than just nutrition. These are all concepts that Romans championed. They understood that eating together was about building relationships and strengthening communities. The Roman class system around food also established patterns that took centuries to break down. The idea that certain foods were for wealthy people and others were for the poor, that food could be a status symbol, and that elaborate meals were a way to display wealth and power. These concepts persisted long after Rome fell. But perhaps most importantly, Romans showed us that cooking is about creativity and adaptation. They took whatever ingredients they had available and found ways to make them delicious. They didn't have the global ingredient market we do now, but they made do. They were resourceful, inventive, and surprisingly sophisticated in their approach to food. The Roman kitchen, with all its limitations, produced some truly remarkable dishes. They developed techniques for preserving food, for combining flavours, and for creating complex meals from simple ingredients. They understood that cooking was both an art and a science, requiring skill, patience, and creativity. Roman eating habits also remind us that food culture is always changing. What seems normal to us today would have been completely foreign to Romans, just as their eating habits seem strange to us. They adapted to their circumstances, made the most of their resources, and created a food culture that was appropriate for their time and place. The social aspects of Roman dining, the conversation, the entertainment, the sense of community, are things we could perhaps learn from today. Romans understood that meals were about more than just consuming calories. They were about connecting with other people, sharing experiences, and creating memories. As you drift off to sleep tonight, full of this knowledge about Roman eating habits, you might find yourself thinking differently about your meals. Every time you sit down to eat, you're participating in a tradition that stretches back thousands of years. You're part of a long chain of people who have gathered around tables, shared food, and used meals as a way to connect with others. The Romans may not have had our modern conveniences, our global ingredients, or our sophisticated cooking equipment, but they had something that's perhaps more valuable. They understood that food is about more than just nutrition. It's about community, creativity, and the simple pleasure of sharing a meal with people you care about. So tomorrow morning, when you're having your elaborate breakfast that would have amazed any Roman, remember that you're eating like royalty compared to most people throughout history. And maybe, just maybe, you'll appreciate that morning meal a little bit more, knowing how far we've come from those simple Roman breakfasts of bread and wine. Sweet dreams, and may your meals be as satisfying as a Roman cena, minus the dormice. When we think of the Great Depression, we see dust storms and breadlines and sepia. Before we can appreciate the psychological impact of the economic collapse, we must remember the world that was lost. A world of extraordinary optimism and excessive consumerism that few today can imagine. By 1988, Americans believed in endless prosperity almost religiously. The typical manufacturing pay has increased by approximately 40% since the early 1920s. Most new urban homes have indoor plumbing, long a luxury. In less than a decade, car ownership rose from 8 million to 23 million. Perhaps most telling, 40% of American families, not just the wealthy but teachers, clerks and factory workers, invested in the stock market. "We thought we'd discovered economic immortality," said Philadelphia radio salesperson Martin Steinberg. My customers bought Philcos and RCAs on instalment plans with 10% down. I set up their new consoles as they discussed their investments. Milkman gave stock advice. Stock tips were given to the shoeshine boy. Those should have been warning signs, but we were drunk with affluence. Often forgotten is how boom times generated a strange isolation. Extended families that lived together for economic reasons split into nuclear units. Many young couples bought homes and new projects far from parents and grandparents. Americans' individualism and materialism damaged community institutions. Sunday became a day for new car drives, reducing church attendance. Local social clubs became commercial entertainment establishments. When the crash came, we discovered how much we'd sacrificed for material goods, remarked late 1920s Boston girl Eleanor Winthrop. At an insurance company, my father was well positioned. We owned a Packard, Frigidaire, and phone. We scarcely knew our neighbours. Everyone competed for new gadgets and things. We had little. When my father lost his job in 1930, we had limited resources. They didn't know us well enough to help, and we were ashamed to ask for assistance. American society's atomization would be deadly during the economic crisis. Many families suffered alone without community safety nets. American banks were unexpectedly vulnerable to financial instability's first tremors. In the 1920s, bank accounts were uninsured, unlike today's FDIC-insured deposits. Most Americans didn't know their deposits financed speculative investments. People viewed the collapse of rural banks in the late 19th and early 20th centuries as a local issue, affecting backward rural communities. Continental Illinois bank teller Harold Jenkins recalls the denial. Management assured us these rural bank failures in 28 were isolated cases attributable to deteriorating agricultural prices. The crucial connections were missed. Our loan officers approved mortgages with low down payments and margin loans for stock buyers. After the crash, our leaders claimed a correction. This institutional blindness included government. In early 1930, Treasury Secretary Andrew Mellon famously said, "Gentlemen, liquidate labour, stocks, farms and real estate. We will eradicate the rot." A virtually medieval understanding of economics held that economic hardship was necessary to purify and rebuild the economy. This approach would delay significant involvement until millions were bankrupt. The psychological modifications forced on everyday Americans were most acute. The 1920s influenced consumer behaviour significantly. Advertisements pitched products as conveniences and identity markers. A car or cigarette brand defined one's social status. Many suffered financial and existential crises when these material indicators disappeared. "We lost more than our money," said Mildred Hayes, a store clerk. "We forgot who we were. The life and future stories we told ourselves crashed. My husband was promoted to floor manager. We saved for a suburban house down payment. After his job loss, we moved in with his parents and slept on a fold-out couch in their parlour. How do you explain this reversal?" For millions of Americans, this cognitive dissonance between expectations and reality defined the early Depression. The world they were promised had vanished overnight, leaving them in strange territory without maps or goal guides. The financial collapse of 1929 to 1933 wasn't just about stock market losses affecting wealthy investors. What truly devastated ordinary Americans was the destruction of the banking system and, with it, their life savings. Between 1930 and 1933, over 9,000 banks failed, nearly 40% of all banks in the United States. Each closure triggered cascading losses in communities where those banks operated. Unlike today's news cycle, which might report bank failures as abstract statistics, those closures were visceral, community-altering events. "I was walking to school when I saw the crowd outside First National," remembered Eunice Templeton, who was 12 years old in Galesburg, Illinois, when her town's largest bank closed. People were pounding on the doors, some women were crying. Mr. Hobart, who owned the hardware store, sat on the curb with his head in his hands. "My father lost $800, his entire savings. That night, Mother cut up an old dress to make me a new one for school. We have to be creative now," she said, her voice all tight like she was holding something back. What's rarely discussed in Depression histories is how the crisis transformed attitudes toward money itself. Before 1929, cash had been migrating from the mattress to the bank account as Americans embraced financial institutions. After the banking collapse, many developed a profound distrust of banks that would last generations. Communities responded by developing extraordinary alternatives to traditional currency. In Minneapolis, the organised unemployed created script certificates tied to hours of work. In California's Imperial Valley, farmers traded promissory notes backed by future crops. In Seattle, professionals formed exchange networks where doctors and lawyers traded services directly with plumbers and electricians. Wayne Thornton, a plumbing contractor in Des Moines, described his experience. Money just disappeared. I had customers who needed leaks fixed but couldn't pay cash. I started taking chickens, home-canned vegetables, and even furniture in exchange for work. My secretary kept a ledger of who owed what. By 1922, I was only getting about 30% of my payments in actual currency. The rest was barter or promises. This collapse of conventional currency revealed something profound about money itself, that it exists primarily as a social agreement rather than an inherent value. When that agreement faltered, communities improvised alternatives based on trust and shared necessity. For children, the Depression's monetary lessons were particularly complex. Catherine Wagner, who grew up in San Francisco, recalled, "My father had been a successful attorney before the crash. Suddenly, he was accepting payment in firewood or fish. I remember asking for a nickel for candy, and my mother cried, not because we didn't have a nickel, we did, but because she understood that money now had to be hoarded, save for absolute necessities." The Depression's monetary transformation was also visible in how physical currency was treated. Bills were pressed flat, coins were counted repeatedly, and cash was hidden in increasingly creative locations. Laura Hillman, whose father was a bank manager in Cincinnati, described finding money throughout their home after his death in 1940. There were silver dollars sewn into the hems of curtains, bills tucked between book pages, coins in sealed mason jars buried in the garden. Father knew better than anyone how fragile banks were, and it marked him permanently. Beyond the practical aspects of money's transformation was a deeper philosophical shift. Americans who had embraced consumer culture and defined themselves through purchases now found themselves questioning the basis of value itself. The arbitrary nature of monetary value became unavoidably apparent when homes with $5,000 mortgages sold at auction for $1,000, and when a skilled labourer's daily wage fell from $4 to $1, if work could be found at all. "We realised money was fictional," explained former banker Thomas Whitfield. "Not just paper money, but the whole concept. A house didn't change physically when its price dropped 80%, but suddenly the bank said it was worth a fifth of what they'd claimed last year. A man's labour didn't change when his wage was cut, but now an hour of sweat was worth half what it had been. This change made people question everything. This questioning extended to authority itself. When Presidents Hoover and Roosevelt made pronouncements about the economy, many Americans had become skeptical of official narratives. Having watched sound banks collapse and blue-chip stocks become worthless, they developed a wariness toward institutional pronouncements that would influence American politics for decades. The Depression's monetary chaos also produced unexpected social effects. As cash became scarce, those who still had it gained outsized influence. Small-town bankers who had maintained liquidity, landlords who owned properties outright, and business owners who had avoided debt found themselves with disproportionate community power. This shift created new social hierarchies based less on traditional status markers and more on financial prudence, a virtue that had been largely dismissed during the exuberant 1920s. "The social order flipped," observed Harriet Crawley, a schoolteacher from Virginia. "The flashy spenders of the 20s were now destitute, while cautious savers became community leaders. Everyone thought our principal was a frugal miser, but he was the only one who could provide small loans to prevent faculty members from losing their homes. His influence grew tremendously. The psychological impact of the Depression created wounds that statistics can't capture, invisible scars that shaped behaviours, relationships and worldviews for generations. While historians often focus on economic metrics, the true legacy lived in changed minds and hearts. For adults who had established identities and expectations before the crash, the psychological toll was particularly severe. Dr. Edwin Matthews, who practiced medicine in Cleveland throughout the 1930s, observed, "I treated physical ailments, malnutrition, tuberculosis exacerbated by poor housing, industrial injuries, but the most common problems were psychological. Insomnia plagued former businessmen. Digestive disorders affected women trying to feed families on inadequate budgets. I observed tremors in hands that had previously been steady. These stress-related ailments rarely appear in depression statistics, yet they affected millions. More startling were the invisible behavioural changes. People who had been outgoing became withdrawn. Decision-making became paralysed by fear. Marriages strained under financial pressure developed communication patterns centred on avoidance rather than confrontation. "My mother changed completely," said Richard Neville, who was 10 years old when his father lost his accounting position in 1931. Before, she'd been the neighbourhood social organiser, card parties, community theatre, church events. After we lost our home and moved to a rental across town, she stopped seeing friends entirely. She'd say she was too busy, but I'd find her sitting motionless by the window for hours. The woman, once the heart of our community, became nearly mute. This social withdrawal emerged as a common coping mechanism. Shame about downward mobility led many to isolate themselves rather than maintain relationships that reminded them of their losses. This isolation often compounded depression, creating cycles of emotional decline that remained unaddressed in an era when mental health care was primitive and stigmatized. For children, the psychological impacts manifested differently. Many developed extreme risk aversion and preoccupation with security that would influence their adult decisions decades later. School teachers reported students hoarding lunch leftovers and school supplies. Children as young as 6 began asking anxious questions about family finances. Clara Mortensen, who taught 3rd grade in Omaha, noted, "Before the Depression, children would trade sandwich halves or share treats. By 1932, I observed students carefully wrapping uneaten portions to take home. They'd count crayons repeatedly to ensure none were lost. These weren't behaviours their parents had directly taught them. The children were absorbing the anxiety from the atmosphere around them." What's particularly striking about Depression-era psychology was the disproportionate impact on men. In a culture that primarily defined masculine success through providership, unemployment profoundly impacted the core of male identity. Women, though certainly not immune to depression trauma, often had secondary identities as caregivers and home managers that remained intact despite financial collapse. Henry Gladwell, who spent 2 years riding the rails after losing his factory job in Akron, described this gender differential. A man without work in those days wasn't a man at all. Women could still be mothers and wives without paychecks. Women faced severe hardships, but their experiences were different from men's. For us men, unemployment wasn't just economic hardship, it was emasculation. Some fellows I knew would leave home each morning pretending to seek employment, but would actually spend the day in the public library just to maintain the fiction that they were still trying. This gendered experience created lasting imprints on family dynamics. Children who watched fathers struggle with identity loss often developed complex relationships with authority and achievement. Many Depression-era children grew up to become workaholics, driving themselves relentlessly to avoid the vulnerability they had witnessed in their parents. The psychological impact extended to how people viewed institutions. Trust in banks, corporations, and government suffered damage that would never fully heal. For many who had believed in American capitalism as an essentially fair system that rewarded hard work, the Depression destroyed this foundational assumption. "My father was a true believer in the American dream," explained Catherine Oakes, whose family lost their Michigan farm to foreclosure. "He'd immigrated from Poland, worked 18 hours a day, and saved every penny. When the bank took our farm, something broke in him. Not just sadness. His entire worldview collapsed. He'd believed there was a moral order where virtue was rewarded. After that, he viewed all institutions with suspicion. He wouldn't even trust the post office with packages." This institutional distrust manifested in behaviours that outsiders often found incomprehensible. People who had survived bank failures might divide their modest savings between multiple hiding places. Important documents were kept at home rather than in safe deposit boxes. Government assistance programs were viewed with suspicion, even by those who desperately needed help. Perhaps most profoundly, the Depression altered America's relationship with possibility itself. The assumption that tomorrow would likely be better than today, a quintessentially American outlook, was replaced for many by a persistent expectation of calamity. This anticipatory anxiety became so ingrained that many Depression survivors maintained emergency preparations throughout their lives, long after economic recovery. Grandmother kept a suitcase packed until the day she died in 1992, recalled Tom Whitaker about his grandmother, who had lived through bank runs in 1931. She insisted every family member memorize a meeting location if things fell apart again. She maintained a pantry that could feed 20 people for months. When we cleaned out her apartment, we found gold coins sewn into the lining of her winter coat. The depression never ended in her mind. When we examine the depression beyond economic statistics, we discover how profoundly it transformed everyday routines and practices. Necessity forced innovation in ways that fundamentally reshaped American domestic life. Perhaps the most remarkable transformation happened in kitchens across America. Cooking practices that had been trending toward convenience foods in the 1920s reversed dramatically. Women who had never baked bread found themselves studying their grandmother's recipes. Complex systems for food preservation emerged in urban apartments never designed for such activities. Evelyn Carruthers, who managed a household in Baltimore, described this culinary revolution. Before 29, I bought baker's bread and canned vegetables without thinking. After my husband's pay was cut by 2/3, I had to relearn everything. I converted our fire escape into a cooling rack for bread. I learned to make 5 different meals from a single chicken. Nothing was wasted. Potato peels became soup stock, and meat bones were boiled repeatedly. We strained the bacon grease and used it for cooking throughout the week. This culinary transformation wasn't merely about frugality. It represented a fundamental change in how Americans related to their food. The direct involvement in food production created new relationships with ingredients and nutrition. Despite financial hardship, many depression survivors reported that their diets improved in quality as they replaced processed foods with scratch cooking. Home maintenance underwent similar reinvention. The service economy that had begun emerging in the 1920s collapsed as families could no longer afford repairmen, cleaners, or delivery services. This scenario necessitated a massive reskilling of the American population, particularly among middle-class men who had specialized professionally but now needed to become generalists. Robert Thornhill, who had worked as an accountant in Chicago, exemplified this transition. Before the crash, I called professionals for everything: electricians, plumbers, carpenters. After losing my position, I couldn't afford 15 cents for a streetcar fare, let alone dollars for repairs. I traded accounting help to a hardware store owner for tools and manuals. I rewired our lighting, fixed the toilet, and rebuilt our kitchen table. My father had been a farmer who could fix anything, skills I'd dismissed as unnecessary in modern times. The depression brought me back to his world with humility. This reskilling extended beyond maintenance to a complete reimagining of household objects. Americans developed ingenious systems for repurposing items that would otherwise be discarded. Flour sacks became dresses, car tires became shoe soles, newspapers became insulation, and cardboard was transformed into furniture reinforcement. Martha Simmons, who grew up in Tulsa, recalled her mother's ingenuity. Mum turned old wool coats into children's clothing. She unravelled worn-out sweaters to reknit the yarn into socks. But her most extraordinary creation was our new living room set. She couldn't afford upholstery. She needed fabric, so she gathered burlap coffee sacks from local shops, dyed them with walnut husks to achieve a consistent colour, and refinished our worn-out furniture. She stuffed the cushions with unravelled cotton from worn-out mattresses. Guests complimented our rustic decor, never realising it was born of desperation. Transportation underwent perhaps the most visible transformation. The automobile, which had become central to American identity in the 1920s, was now often unaffordable to operate. Families who kept their cars developed elaborate systems to extend their utility, adding cargo platforms to carry goods, converting sedans into pickup trucks by removing rear sections, and modifying engines to burn lower quality fuels. Many families returned to pre-automotive transportation. Urban bicycle usage surged. Alan Parker, who delivered groceries in Philadelphia, noted, "By 1932 the streets had changed completely. For weeks at a time, people parked their cars up on blocks to reduce tyre wear. Meanwhile, bicycles were everywhere, often carrying entire families. I saw a father pedalling with his wife on the handlebars and 2 children on the back fender. People rigged incredible trailers to bikes for moving larger items." Leisure activities were similarly reinvented. Commercial entertainment, movies, nightclubs, and sports events became unaffordable luxuries for many. In response, Americans rediscovered participatory entertainment. Community singing, amateur theatricals, and storytelling circles experienced unexpected revivals. Board games enjoyed unprecedented popularity, with families often making their own versions of commercial games. The Depression also forced reconsideration of living arrangements. Extended families consolidated into shared housing. creating new intergenerational dynamics. In urban areas, apartment sharing became common among unrelated adults, creating ad hoc family structures that pooled resources and distributed household labour. Margaret Wilson, who shared a Chicago apartment with 5 other women, described these arrangements. We each contributed what we could. Helen worked part-time as a secretary and provided most of our cash income. With my sewing machine still in working order, I made clothes for everyone. Dorothy had trained as a nurse and handled medical needs. We developed a system as precise as any factory, schedules for cooking, cleaning, and job hunting. We weren't relatives, but necessity made us closer than many families. Perhaps most significant was the transformation of time itself. The standardized workday, which had been increasingly normalized in the 1920s, disintegrated for many Americans. Work, when available, might come at any hour. The unemployed developed elaborate routines to provide structure to days no longer defined by workplace schedules. William Harrington, laid off from Pittsburgh's steel mills, described this temporal shift. After 3 months without work, I realized time was becoming my enemy. Empty hours bred despair, so I created a schedule as rigid as the mills. Up at 5:30, breakfast, job hunting until noon. Afternoons for repair work or gardening. I dedicate my evenings to reading in order to enhance my skills. On Sundays, I dedicate myself to church and spending time with my family. It wasn't about efficiency, it was about maintaining sanity when the clock no longer ruled my life. This reinvention of daily routines wasn't merely adaptation, it represented a profound cultural shift in how Americans related to material goods, services, and time itself. The Depression forced a nationwide reassessment of needs versus wants, durability versus disposability, and self-reliance versus specialization. These values would influence consumption patterns and domestic practices for decades after economic recovery. The Depression is famous for individual hardships, but its most impressive story may be how communities devised survival strategies that changed American social organization. Together, these responses provided resilience where individual efforts failed. Highly sophisticated neighborhood support systems arose. Informal communication networks convey information about jobs, assistance programs, and local credit providers in metropolitan areas. These networks spanned ethnic and religious divides by using tenement hallways, laundry lines, and front stoops to spread information. Before the crash, the Jewish families in our building barely spoke to the Italian families 2 floors down, said Williamsburg resident Sarah Goldstein. Mrs. Esposito and my mother ran a soup pot for both families in 1931. After learning about the warehouse job, Mr. Esposito informed my father. Old boundaries fell because survival demanded cooperation. Mrs. Esposito lit candles with us on Friday nights because we were family, not because she was Jewish. Community cohesion led to practical assistance systems. Organic childcare cooperatives let parents switch job hunting days. Tool libraries let neighbours share expensive gear. Urban vacant sites become fertile land with communal gardens. The Depression also saw formal mutual help organisations grow. Many histories focus on government relief programs, although community-based structures delivered faster and more culturally relevant aid. Religious, fraternal, and ethnic benefit societies extended their roles to meet economic requirements. The black fraternal group Prince Hall Masons exhibited this expansion. Detroit Lodge officer Thomas Washington said, "Our organisation traditionally provides burial benefits and social connections. We became a job office, food distribution centre, and housing referral agency overnight during the Depression. Every working brother supported the unemployed. When the economy failed, our community retained dignity." Labour unions expanded beyond workplace activism to provide overall support. The International Ladies Garment Workers Union in New York sponsored health clinics, cooperative housing, and adult education. Michigan United Auto Workers Unemployment Councils organised direct action to avoid evictions. Later UAB leader Walter Reuther remembered early Depression-era activities. Hundreds of workers blocked the sheriff when a family received an eviction notice. Then we'd negotiate lower rent or payment schedules with the landlord. We'd return the family's possessions after authorities left if eviction was inevitable. Now we fought for community survival, not pay. Rural communities established unique mutual help systems. Besides advocacy, the Grange coordinated seed exchanges, equipment sharing, and labour pooling. Farmers formed communal lending circles based on European and African customs when bank failures devastated the conventional credit system. Transformations were especially profound in churches. Religion became aid distribution, employment, and housing coordinators in addition to spiritual assistance. When public education funds fell, church basements became schools. Religious communities that had focused on spirituality now addressed material concerns directly. Before the Depression, charity was a minor part of our ministry, said Dayton, First Methodist Church pastor Michael Thompson. We turned our refuge into a nighttime dormitory by 1932. Our Sunday school classes became healthcare clinics with volunteer nurses. We broadened Christian responsibility from spirits to bodies. Theological consequences were huge. We couldn't preach about paradise while neglecting earthly misery. The cross-cutting aspect of these community systems was significant. Organisations that serviced ethnic, religious, or occupational groups expanded their reach. The result opened up social relationships across boundaries. Intentional communities planned cooperative living arrangements that pooled resources to foster security grew during the Depression. These included official ventures like West Virginia's Arthurdale community and spontaneous settlements like unemployed workers' cooperative camps outside major towns. According to Joseph Collins, who founded a cooperative camp outside Seattle, 60 families erected shelters from salvaged materials on vacant ground. We had sanitation, education, and food production committees like a little town. Everyone contributed skills. A fired teacher taught kids. Restaurant veterans ran our shared kitchen. We printed labour-backed scrip. It was more than survival. We were developing an alternative to the failed economy. These villages were social and economic innovation labs. Many tried cooperative ownership, labour exchange, and non-monetary economies to replace capitalism. Most of these attempts were absorbed into mainstream economic institutions, but they shaped American community organisation. Community structures generated psychological resilience that individuals couldn't, most notably. Mutual aid participants had lower depression and suicide rates than those who struggled alone. Community responses brought meaning to suffering that may have seemed useless. Chicago settlement house worker Margaret Wilson said, "Community connections kept spirits alive. A huge psychological difference existed between unemployed men who joined our workers' council and those who stayed alienated. Meaning and perseverance came from shared hardship. The council members endured hunger and pain with friends, not shamefully alone. These collective survival structures challenged American individualism greatly. They showed that interdependence, not self-reliance, determined economic disaster survivability." Long after the Depression, this lesson shaped social policy and community organising. The Great Depression affected almost all Americans, although some events are forgotten. Black Americans suffered greatly during the Depression, but conventional narratives rarely mention it. Already discriminated against in work, housing and education, black communities saw the Depression as a worsening of their poverty. Atlanta domestic worker Lillian Thompson characterised this continuity. Whites discussed the Depression like it ended the world. Historically, coloured people were economically insecure. Last hired, first dismissed was our norm. We lost even our minimal security. My spouse and I saved $400 for a house. When Citizens Trust Bank failed, that money vanished. No government officials worried about black banks like they did white ones. Black agricultural workers suffered most in rural areas. In addition to chronic debt from sharecropping, they faced falling cotton prices and agricultural mechanisation. Mechanical cotton pickers eliminated thousands of jobs in the 1930s when alternatives were scarce. This agricultural displacement spurred the great migration of black Americans to northern cities, where housing discrimination forced them into overcrowded, poor dwellings. Many New Deal initiatives helped Americans find housing, but redlining excluded black neighbourhoods. Indigenous populations experienced the Depression through a complicated mix of economic breakdown and colonial policy. The failure of the cash economy had less of an impact on traditional subsistence tribes than on non-natives. Those forced into wage labour by previous government legislation were especially vulnerable. Joseph Blackhawk, an Omaha tribal member who worked in Nebraska meatpacking facilities, said, "Government schools and reservation regulations destroyed our grandparents' land-based abilities." Many of us relied on wage work that disappeared during the Depression. The transformation of our hunting grounds into farms and our plant-gathering sites into paved areas prevented us from reverting to our ancient customs. The simultaneous failure of both systems put us between worlds. The 1934 Indian Reorganization Act, despite its promotion as a progressive reform, resulted in increased economic dependency during the Depression. Constitutions that prioritize resource exploitation have reformed tribes, promoting outside interests over indigenous communities. Mexican Americans in the Southwest had particular depression problems. Large producers slashed wages drastically, but still demanded hard work when crop prices plummeted. Mexican and Mexican-American workers faced violent suppression and deportation due to their organizing efforts. The federal government's repatriation plans demonstrate economic distress and racial targeting. About 60% of the 1 to 2 million Mexican Americans deported or pushed to leave the US between 1929 and 1936 were US citizens. The result was one of the largest forced migrations in American history, frequently without legal procedure. Elena Ramirez, whose family was deported to Mexico in 1932, said, "Immigration agents encircled our Los Angeles neighborhood and loaded everyone onto trucks. The fact that my brother and I were born in California and held American citizenship did not matter. We only had a few hours to pack. My father worked at the same factory for 9 years. Our church, school, and friends vanished overnight. We landed in Mexico as strangers. 20 years after my parents departed, we were considered pochos, neither Mexican nor American." Urban Americans rarely saw the hardship of rural white populations in Appalachia and the Ozarks. Economic deterioration in these areas began before 1929 owing to resource extraction and changing agricultural markets. The Depression sank economically marginalized groups into deep poverty. These regions emphasized the difference between deserving and undeserving poor. New Deal initiatives favored recent middle-class dropouts over multi-generational poor. Such multi-tiered assistance schemes occasionally excluded the most desperate. Disability during depression is another underestimated pain factor. Family support systems and philanthropic institutions crumbled, putting Americans with disabilities in unparalleled hardship. When demand for disabled American services expanded, financial cuts deteriorated their facilities. A Massachusetts State Psychiatric Hospital's Dr. Margaret Chen observed this decline. "We were understaffed and underfunded before the crash. After state budgets fell, circumstances were terrible. Our patient base increased while staff shrank by a third. Food quality plummeted, treatment became confinement. We ran out of resources during acute illness. So many individuals who could have recovered were institutionalized for life." Depression devastated carefully developed support systems for physically challenged Americans living freely. When informal helpers focused on their own survival, disabled people who had retained autonomy through community networks were forced into institutionalization. The Depression produced new disability categories. Childhood malnutrition caused lifelong developmental problems. Safety requirements were abandoned to minimize costs, increasing workplace accidents. Depression-related psychological trauma caused untreated mental health issues. How economic disaster affected youth is often forgotten in depression accounts. Schools in various locations cut academic years or shuttered due to budget limitations. Child labour, which had been falling for decades, rose as families required cash from everyone. Malnutrition at key development had lifelong physical and cognitive damage. Helen Morrison, a rural Kentucky teacher, saw these changes. Planting and harvest attendance was intermittent before the catastrophe. Many children vanished by 1932. I found them working full-time at anything they could find when I visited their homes. Some families had broken up, with children living with relatives or neighbours, while parents looked for jobs. Many of my students lost the idea of infancy as a protected period of development. These forgotten depression scenes show how economic disaster deepened social divisions. While popular narratives highlight shared pain that linked Americans, these forgotten tales show how crises reinforced race, region, aptitude, and age hierarchies. The Great Depression created enduring legacies that shaped American society for generations in ways few could have predicted. These influences transformed behaviours and attitudes that would persist long after economic recovery. The most visible legacy was Americans' relationship with financial risk. Depression survivors developed what marketers later called depression syndrome, financial behaviours that prioritise security over opportunity, even when economically irrational. Millionaires who had survived bank failures maintained multiple modest accounts rather than consolidated ones. Successful professionals refused mortgages despite having ample income. Families stockpiled necessities due to concerns about future shortages. Dorothy Klein, a consumer researcher in the 1950s, noted that conventional advertising could not persuade depression survivors. They evaluated purchases through a trauma lens. I interviewed a doctor who kept 25 pounds of coffee in his pantry. When coffee was rationed during the war, he'd developed anxiety about shortages. 20 years later, despite abundant supplies, he maintained this buffer against a threat that no longer existed. This security-oriented mindset was passed down to children raised by Depression survivors. The silent generation and early baby boomers inherited their parents' risk aversion, despite growing up in unprecedented prosperity. This generational transmission of financial trauma influenced banking, housing, and retail sectors for decades, as these sectors unknowingly catered to customers whose decision-making was influenced by psychological patterns formed during the 1930s. The Depression fundamentally altered Americans' relationship with government. Before 1929, most citizens had minimal interaction with federal agencies. By 1940, government had become an everyday presence through relief programs, employment projects, and regulatory frameworks. This created expectations that transcended traditional political divisions. Frank Holloway, who administered WPA projects in Tennessee, noted, "Before the Depression, mentioning I worked for the federal government drew suspicion. By 1936, people welcomed me because I represented jobs and assistance. People who philosophically opposed government interference now expect government solutions. This evolution wasn't about liberal or conservative, it was at a fundamental recalibration of what government was for." Cultural expressions underwent profound transformation. The arts developed dual impulses that seemed contradictory, but often existed within the same works. Unflinching documentation of suffering alongside escapist entertainment. The documentary tradition emerged in photography, Walker Evans, Dorothea Lange, and literature, Steinbeck, Wright, while escapism flourished in Hollywood musicals and superhero comics. Playwright Arthur Miller explained this duality. The theatre swung between agitprop realism and pure fantasy. What endured were works that somehow managed both, acknowledging suffering while suggesting transcendence. Audiences needed both truth and hope, reality and possibility. The Depression created a generation that approached community building with deliberate intention. Having experienced how economic disaster could isolate individuals, many survivors became what sociologists later called intentional neighbours, deliberately cultivating community connections as insurance against future hardship. The explosion of civic organisations in post-Depression America, from PTAs to neighbourhood associations, reflected this impulse. While often viewed as expressions of 1950s conformity, these organisations actually represented lessons learned from 1930s isolation. Perhaps most profound was the Depression's impact on Americans' relationship with work itself. Employment became more than an economic necessity, it became psychological validation. The experience of involuntary joblessness created lasting associations between work and identity that influenced retirement patterns for decades. To Samuel Weinstein, who studied aging in the 1970s, found, Depression survivors approached retirement differently than subsequent generations. They often couldn't articulate why continued work felt essential. One successful businessman told me, "I know I don't need the money, but I need to be needed." Their concern wasn't about income, but about avoiding the psychological state of uselessness they had experienced during unemployment decades earlier. Looking back, many aspects of American life we take for granted, from social security to bank deposit insurance, emerged directly from Depression experiences. These institutional responses to catastrophe became so normalized that their origins and crisis were forgotten, their existence seemingly natural rather than a response to specific historical trauma. What remains most remarkable about the Depression's legacy is how it demonstrated both human vulnerability and resilience simultaneously. It revealed how quickly prosperity could vanish and how fragile social structures could prove. Yet it also showed how communities could adapt and societies could reimagine themselves in response to catastrophe. As Depression survivor Eleanor Winthrop reflected, "What stayed with me wasn't the hardship itself, but the discovery of what humans could withstand and create from ruins. We lost our innocence about economic security, but gained wisdom about human connection. The disappearance of the money did not diminish the value of the ingenious adaptations, extraordinary kindnesses, and communities forged in struggle that replaced it." The paradox of catastrophe is that it takes with one hand but gives with the other, and sometimes the gifts outlast the losses. You know how some days start perfectly ordinary and then take a left turn into absolutely bonkers? Well, Tuesday morning began with me standing in my kitchen, coffee mug in hand, staring at the antique brass compass I'd inherited from Great-Aunt Moira. The thing had been gathering dust on my windowsill for months, but something about the way the morning light caught its worn engravings made me pick it up. The compass felt surprisingly warm in my palm, almost like it had been sitting in sunshine all morning instead of shadow. I traced the Celtic knots carved around its rim with my finger, wondering if Moira had actually used this thing, or if it was just another piece of Scottish family folklore collecting cobwebs. The needle spun lazily, pointing not north but to some direction that seemed to exist only in its own mysterious geography. That's when things got interesting in the way that makes you question your morning coffee choices. The world around me began to shimmer like heat waves rising from summer pavement, except my kitchen suddenly felt anything but warm. Colours bled at the edges of my vision, and that peculiar ringing you get in your ears during airplane takeoff filled my head. I had just enough time to think, well, this is either a stroke or something considerably more unusual, before everything went sideways. Time travel, as it turns out, feels remarkably like being tumbled in the world's largest washing machine, while someone plays a bagpipe orchestra directly into your skull. Not unpleasant exactly, but definitely not something you'd want to experience right after breakfast. The sensation lasted either 3 seconds or 3 centuries, time being somewhat negotiable during interdimensional transit, apparently. When the world stopped spinning like a cosmic carnival ride, I found myself standing in what appeared to be a meadow that had never heard of lawnmowers, hedge trimmers, or any other modern conveniences. Tall grass swayed around my ankles, dotted with wildflowers that looked like they'd stepped straight out of a medieval illuminated manuscript. The air carried scents I couldn't quite place. Wood smoke, something cooking that might have been bread, and the earthy richness of a world where exhaust fumes hadn't been invented yet. The silence hit me first. Not the kind of quiet you get in suburban neighbourhoods at 2 a.m, but the deep, breathing silence of a place where the loudest sound for miles might be a bird calling or wind moving through leaves. No traffic hum, no air conditioning units, no distant leaf blowers, just the world as it existed before we filled it with the constant background chorus of modern life. I looked down at the compass still clutched in my hand, its needle now pointed steadily in one direction, with the confidence of something that finally knew where it belonged. The brass felt cool again, ordinary, as if it had never been anything more than a family heirloom, with a tendency toward dramatic gestures. The landscape stretched around me in rolling green hills that seemed to go on forever, punctuated by stands of trees that looked older than anything I'd ever seen. In the distance, smoke rose from what might have been chimneys, though calling them chimneys might be generous. Stone structures dotted the hillsides, not ruins, but buildings that were clearly lived in, used, part of someone's daily life. My modern clothes felt suddenly conspicuous. Jeans and a fleece jacket probably weren't going to help me blend in wherever, or whenever, I'd landed. The realization crept over me slowly, like cold water seeping through boots. I was no longer in Kansas, Toto, and I had a sneaking suspicion I wasn't in the 21st century either. A distant sound drifted across the meadow. Voices, maybe, and something that could have been livestock. Civilization, or at least what passed for it in whatever era I'd stumbled into. The compass needle held steady, pointing toward those distant wisps of smoke, as if it knew exactly where I needed to go. I took a deep breath of air that tasted like it had never met a factory, adjusted my grip on Great-Aunt Moira's compass, and started walking toward whatever adventure awaited. After all, when you've accidentally time-travelled to what appeared to be medieval Scotland, standing around in a meadow questioning your life choices seemed less productive than finding out where you'd actually ended up. Besides, the coffee back home was getting cold anyway. Walking through medieval Scotland, I discovered, is like hiking through the world's most authentic historical reenactment, except nobody told you the rules, and there's no gift shop at the end. The path I followed, and I use the term path generously, for what was essentially a suggestion of where people might have walked repeatedly, wound through countryside that looked like every romantic Highland calendar you've ever seen, minus the modern photographers, and plus a concerning amount of what might charitably be called natural fertilizer. The compass led me toward a cluster of buildings that materialized from the landscape like something emerging from a dream. Stone cottages with thatched roofs huddled together as if sharing warmth, connected by what I gradually recognized as streets, in the same way that rivers are connected by riverbeds. more suggestion than engineering. Smoke curled from chimneys in lazy spirals, and the whole scene had that soft-focus quality you see in paintings, except it smelled considerably more authentic. As I got closer, the sounds of daily life began to filter through the morning air. Voices spoke in such thick accents that they might as well have been speaking Gaelic, which I realised with growing concern they probably were. The rhythm of hammering, the lowing of cattle, and other sounds indicated that people were going about their perfectly normal medieval morning routines, possibly from a smithy nearby. The first person I encountered was a woman hanging laundry on a line strung between two posts, singing something under her breath that sounded like a lullaby written by someone who understood both joy and sorrow intimately. She wore a long dress in a shade of brown that probably had a fancy, historical name like umber or russet, covered by an apron that had clearly seen heavy use. When she spotted me approaching, her song trailed off, and she straightened slowly, taking in my appearance with the careful attention of someone evaluating whether I was lost, dangerous, or merely peculiar. Given my jeans, sneakers, and fleece jacket, I was probably hitting all three categories simultaneously. The conversation that ensued would have been amusing if it hadn't been crucial to my immediate survival. She spoke in what I eventually recognised as English, but English that had taken such a scenic route through time and regional dialect that understanding it required the kind of mental gymnastics usually reserved for solving crossword puzzles in foreign languages. Through a combination of pointing, pantomiming, and the universal language of looking completely bewildered, I managed to communicate that I was a traveller from, well, far away seemed safer than 700 years in the future. She introduced herself as Elias, which she pronounced in a way that made my attempts to repeat it sound like someone sneezing while trying to say Alice. Elias had the kind of practical kindness that comes from living in a world where hospitality might be the difference between life and death for travellers. She scrutinised me thoroughly, observing my clearly unfamiliar attire and apparent bewilderment, before making a seemingly decisive assessment of my overall innocence. Within minutes, I found myself sitting on a wooden stool in her cottage, which was simultaneously smaller and more complex than I'd expected. The single room served as kitchen, living room, bedroom, and probably several other functions I hadn't identified yet. A fire burned in a stone hearth that dominated one wall, filling the space with warmth and the kind of wood smoke that makes you think of winter evenings even in broad daylight. She ladled something from a pot hanging over the fire into a wooden bowl and handed it to me with the universal gesture of "eat this before you fall over." The stew, and I'm calling it stew because that seemed like the closest modern equivalent, contained ingredients I couldn't entirely identify, but which tasted like someone had managed to make comfort food out of whatever was available in a world before grocery stores. As I ate, Elias continued talking in her musical, incomprehensible dialect, occasionally gesturing at my clothes or the compass I still carried. I nodded at what seemed like appropriate intervals and tried to look grateful rather than completely lost, which wasn't difficult since I was in fact deeply thankful and completely lost. The stew was surprisingly delicious, warming me deeply and easing the residual disorientation from my temporal journey. Outside, the village continued its daily rhythm, blissfully unaware that someone from the future was sitting in Elias's cottage, trying to figure out how to explain the concept of time travel through interpretive dance. Medieval Scottish villages, I learned over the following days, operate on a social system that makes modern office politics look straightforward. Everyone knows everyone else's business, but they discuss it in such elaborate circumlocutions that understanding what's actually happening requires the analytical skills of a detective and the patience of a saint. Elias, with her practical demeanour, appeared to have taken on the role of my cultural interpreter and general caretaker. She'd found me clothes that wouldn't immediately mark me as either foreign or potentially magical. A long tunic in undyed wool, rough brown trousers, and shoes that were less shoes and more leather suggestions wrapped around my feet. The transformation from 21st century person to medieval peasant was remarkably thorough, though I kept the compass hidden in an inner pocket like a technological talisman. The daily rhythm of village life unfolded around me like a complex dance. I was learning one stumbling step at a time. People rose with the sun because artificial lighting consisted of candles and firelight, both too precious to waste on staying up late binge-watching anything. Work commenced immediately and persisted until dusk, interspersed with meals that became unique events. Food, I discovered, was both simpler and more complicated than I'd expected. Simpler because ingredients were limited to what could be grown, caught, or raised locally. More complicated because preparing even basic meals required skills I'd never developed, like knowing which wild plants were edible versus which ones would make you see colours that didn't exist. Elise took my culinary education seriously, teaching me to identify herbs by smell and touch, to judge when bread was properly kneaded by the way the dough felt under my hands, and to tend a fire so it provided steady heat without consuming all the fuel. These lessons came with running commentary in her musical dialect, most of which went over my head, but some of which I was beginning to understand through sheer repetition and context. The village blacksmith, a man named Hamish, who looked like he could arm wrestle bears for entertainment, became another inadvertent teacher. He spoke even less comprehensible English than Elias, but his demonstrations of metalworking were clear enough. Watching him shape iron with hammer and fire was like seeing magic that happened to obey the laws of physics. The rhythmic ringing of his hammer provided the village's soundtrack, a steady percussion that marked the passage of working hours. What struck me most was how much everyone knew about everything. Elias could predict weather by reading clouds, identify plants that would cure headaches or settle stomachs, spin wool into thread, weave thread into cloth, and cook meals that turned basic ingredients into something approaching delicious. Hamish could make tools, horseshoes and weapons, and probably fix anything made of metal. Everyone possessed practical knowledge that had been passed down through generations of trial and error. I, meanwhile, knew how to operate a microwave and had strong opinions about coffee brands. The skill gap was humbling. The social dynamics fascinated me in ways that probably weren't entirely healthy. Decisions seemed to emerge from informal discussions that could last days, with everyone contributing opinions in ways that looked chaotic, but followed patterns I was slowly learning to recognise. Leadership existed but was more collaborative than hierarchical, at least on the level of daily village life. My presence had become a source of mild entertainment for everyone. People needed to teach the stranger, who appeared out of nowhere, basic survival skills that most people learned as children. But there was no mockery in their attention, just curiosity and the kind of practical helpfulness that comes from living in a community where everyone's survival depends on everyone else's competence. The evenings were my favourite time. After the work was done and the animals settled for the night, people would gather around fires to share stories, songs, and whatever passed for local gossip. These sessions were like a combination of theatre, news broadcast, and social media feed, all rolled into an oral tradition that stretched back generations. I listened more than I spoke, partly because understanding their stories required most of my mental processing power, but mainly because the storytelling itself was so rich. These weren't just tales, they were living history, entertainment, moral instruction, and community memory all woven together in voices that knew how to make words dance. Sitting by firelight, surrounded by voices speaking in rhythms older than written history, I began to understand why my great-aunt Moira's compass had brought me here. The present wasn't just a different time, it was a different way of being human, one that operated on completely different assumptions about what mattered and how life should be lived. Just when I'd started feeling reasonably confident about my ability to navigate medieval Scottish life without accidentally starting a witch trial, or dying from eating the wrong mushroom, the universe decided to remind me that historical periods come with historical problems, the kind that don't have modern solutions. It started with Hamish not showing up at his forge for 2 consecutive days. In a village where everyone's routine was as predictable as sunrise, this was equivalent to the town clock stopping. Elias noticed first, the way mothers notice when children are too quiet. She stood in her doorway, looking toward the silent smithy with the expression of someone calculating distances to the nearest help. The explanation, when it came, arrived in the form of young Tevish running through the village like his hair was on fire, shouting something in rapid Gaelic that sent every adult within hearing distance into immediate action. Even with my improving language skills, I caught only fragments, something about riders, weapons, and a word that might have been MacLeod, spoken in the tone usually reserved for natural disasters. Within minutes, the village transformed from sleepy rural community to organised emergency response team. Men appeared with weapons I hadn't known they possessed, swords, spears, and bows that looked both well-maintained and frequently used. Women began securing livestock, hiding valuables, and preparing for what was clearly a familiar drill. Elise grabbed my arm with a grip that suggested this was not the time for questions. She led me to her cottage, where she began pulling up floorboards to reveal a cache that contained everything from silver coins to woolen cloaks to what appeared to be important documents wrapped in oiled cloth. The hiding place was obviously well planned and frequently accessed. Through gestures and her increasingly urgent dialect, she managed to communicate that raiders, possibly clan rivals, possibly just opportunistic troublemakers, were approaching from the east. This was apparently a recurring problem, like having neighbours who borrowed your tools and never returned them, except the tools were your livestock, and the borrowing involved weapons. The next few hours unfolded like a medieval disaster movie, except with no special effects budget and considerably more authentic terror. The village emptied as people moved to defensive positions or hiding places that had clearly been planned in advance. I found myself following Elias to a cave system in the nearby hills, along with most of the women, children and elderly villagers. The caves were more sophisticated than I'd expected, dry, well ventilated and stocked with supplies that suggested this wasn't anyone's first rodeo. Someone had carved rough shelves into the stone walls, and these held water containers, preserved food, and bundles of warm clothing. This was infrastructure born from necessity, the kind of preparation that comes from living with ongoing uncertainty. Waiting in the cave, listening to the muffled sounds of what might have been conflict in the distance, gave me plenty of time to contemplate how unprepared I was for medieval life's more challenging aspects. My modern sensibilities kept expecting someone in authority to handle the situation. Police, military, some form of organised government response. Instead, the villagers were handling it themselves with the calm competence of people who'd never had the luxury of expecting rescue from outside. Hours passed with a kind of slow intensity that makes you hyper-aware of every sound. Children remained remarkably quiet, as if they understood the stakes without needing explanation. Adults took turns at the cave entrance, listening for signals that would indicate whether it was safe to return. The compass in my pocket felt warm against my leg, a reminder that I had options these people didn't. I could potentially use it to return to my time and escape this danger entirely. But the thought felt like abandonment, like walking away from people who'd shown me kindness when I was completely helpless. Late in the afternoon, Tavish appeared at the cave entrance with news delivered in excited whispers. The raiders had moved on without attacking the village directly, apparently deciding the target wasn't worth the effort. But they'd taken livestock from the outlying farms, including Hamish's prize bull and several sheep belonging to other families. The relief was palpable, but it came mixed with the grim understanding that the victory was only a temporary reprieve. Medieval life, I realised, existed in a constant state of low-level emergency, where security was temporary and survival required constant vigilance. As we emerged from the caves and made our way back to the village, I found myself looking at my temporary home with new eyes. These buildings were more than just charming historical structures. They served as fortress walls, safe harbours, and the delicate boundary between civilization and chaos, in a world more fragile than I had ever imagined. Recovery from a medieval crisis, I learned, doesn't involve insurance claims or government assistance. It involves community action that makes barn raising look casual. The villagers' response to the recent raid played out like a carefully choreographed dance that everyone knew the steps to except me. Within hours of returning from the caves, assessment and redistribution began. Hamish's lost bull was mourned briefly, then replaced through a complex system of shared resources that involved everyone contributing something: grain, labour, animals, or promissory notes for future services. Watching this unfold was like seeing economics in its most basic form, where value was measured in practical terms and everyone's survival depended on everyone else's generosity. My role in this recovery effort was initially unclear. I possessed no livestock to share, no traditional skills to contribute, and no accumulated social capital to draw upon. Standing around looking sympathetic wasn't going to help anyone replace stolen sheep. But Elise, with her gift for practical solutions, found ways to make me useful. She set me to work helping with tasks that required more hands than skill, holding wool while she spun it into thread, carrying water for various household needs, and learning to tend the fire so it burned efficiently without consuming precious fuel. These weren't glamorous contributions, but they freed her to focus on more complex work, which in turn helped the overall community effort. The compass in my pocket seemed to pulse occasionally, as if reminding me of its presence. Sometimes I'd catch myself wondering what would happen if I used it, whether I'd return to my own time and place, leaving this community to handle their challenges without the minor assistance I was learning to provide. The thought always left me feeling oddly hollow, like contemplating leaving a book unfinished. As days passed, I began to understand the intricate social network that held the village together. Relationships here weren't just personal, they were economic, political and survival-based all at once. When old Morag shared her preserved vegetables with families who'd lost stores to the raiders, she wasn't just being kind, she was investing in a network of reciprocity that might save her life someday. My language skills improved through necessity and immersion. Conversations that had been incomprehensible began revealing their meanings, though I still missed subtleties and references to shared history. The dialect was like a musical instrument I was learning to play. I could manage simple melodies, but the complex compositions were still beyond my reach. Hamish, recovered from whatever had kept him away during the raid, took an interest in my metalworking curiosity. His forge became a second classroom where I learned that working with iron required patience, timing, and physical strength I was slowly developing. The rhythm of hammer on anvil was meditative in ways I hadn't expected, and there was profound satisfaction in shaping metal into useful forms. Under his patient instruction, I managed to create my first piece, a simple hook for hanging pots. It was crude, functional, and probably embarrassing by medieval standards, but Hamish examined it with the seriousness of a master craftsman evaluating important work. His nod of approval felt like earning a diploma from the University of Practical Life. The village's children became another source of education, though they were probably learning as much from me as I was from them. My stories about the future, carefully disguised as tales from far away, fascinated them. In return, they taught me games, songs, and the kind of local knowledge that adults took for granted but visitors needed to learn. Through their patient instruction, I discovered which berries were safe to eat, how to read weather signs and cloud formations, and the proper way to approach various animals without getting kicked, bitten, or worse. I realised that children's knowledge, unfiltered by assumptions about what everyone already knew, was often more practical than adult knowledge. Evening storytelling sessions continued to be highlights of each day. My contributions to these gatherings evolved from silent listening to occasional participation. The first time I successfully told a story that made people laugh, I felt like I'd passed some invisible test of community membership. The story was about a traveller who got lost and ended up in a place where everything was familiar but slightly different, like his home viewed through a distorting mirror. Looking back, it was probably more autobiography than fiction, but the audience appreciated the humour in someone bumbling through unfamiliar customs while trying to maintain dignity. Sitting by firelight surrounded by faces that had become familiar and dear, I realised I'd stopped thinking about this experience as temporary. The compass still rested in my pocket, still offered the possibility of return, but that possibility felt less urgent than it had when I'd first arrived. Finding your place may mean not just surviving, but also adding value to those around you. Living in medieval Scotland for several weeks taught me that community isn't just a pleasant social concept. It's a survival technology refined over generations. Every relationship, every tradition, and every seemingly casual interaction served multiple purposes that weren't immediately obvious to someone raised in the age of individualism and social safety nets. The revelation came during preparation for what Ilias called the harvest celebration, though my improving language skills suggested the actual name involved several syllables that didn't translate directly into modern English. The celebration wasn't just a party, it was a community-wide ritual of gratitude, resource assessment, and social bonding that would help everyone survive the coming winter. Preparations began weeks in advance and involved everyone in overlapping circles of responsibility. Women organised food preparation that required coordinating ingredients from dozens of households. Men handled construction of temporary structures and arrangements for entertainment. Children managed smaller tasks that nonetheless proved essential to the overall effort. My role in these preparations had naturally transitioned from that of a helpful stranger to that of a community member. Alias no longer gave me basic instructions for simple tasks. She assumed I understood the underlying patterns and would apply them appropriately. This shift from explicit teaching to implicit expectation felt like crossing an invisible threshold. Hamish had begun including me in conversations about metalwork projects that extended beyond immediate practical needs. planning decorative elements for the celebration, discussing improvements to tools and equipment, and considering the next season's requirements. These conversations assumed I would be present for their completion. The assumption was never stated directly, but it coloured every discussion about future plans. The compass in my pocket had become a familiar weight, no longer foreign, but not quite forgotten. Sometimes I'd catch myself absently touching it through the fabric, like checking for keys or a wallet in a habit that suggested ownership rather than temporary possession. When had it stopped being my great-aunt Moira's compass and become simply mine? As the celebration approached, I began to understand the deeper currents that moved beneath village life. This ceremony wasn't just about harvest. It was about reinforcing social bonds that would be tested by winter's isolation and challenges. The shared work of preparation created opportunities for resolving conflicts, negotiating marriages, planning collaborative projects, and generally maintaining the social fabric that held everyone together. My contribution to the celebration planning surprised me with its complexity. What started as simple task assistance had grown into genuine responsibility for coordinating between different working groups. People came to me with questions, suggestions, and problems that needed solving. Somehow, without conscious intention, I'd become someone others relied upon. The night before the celebration, I found myself sitting with Hamish outside his forge, sharing ale that tasted like liquid bread, and watching stars that looked brighter than any I'd seen in the 21st century. Our conversation meandered through topics that would have been impossible when I'd first arrived. Technical discussions of metalworking, philosophical observations about community life, and shared complaints about weather and neighbours. "You're different than when you first appeared," Hamish said in his careful English, clearly making an effort to communicate precisely. Less like someone watching everything from outside. His observation struck me as profoundly accurate. I had been watching from outside initially, observing medieval life like an anthropologist or tourist, maintaining psychological distance even while learning practical skills, but somewhere along the way that distance had dissolved. I'd stopped analysing and started simply living. The realisation raised questions I'd been avoiding. What was my responsibility to this community that had taken me in? What did I owe to people who'd shared their resources, knowledge and lives with someone who might disappear at any moment? The compass offered escape, but escape from what? And to what? My modern life seemed increasingly abstract when I tried to recall its details. The job that had felt vital, the possessions I'd accumulated, the relationships that operated through screens and scheduled interactions, all of it felt less real than the weight of bread dough in my hands or the satisfaction of shaping metal in Hamish's forge. That night, I lay on the straw mattress in Elisa's cottage, listening to the familiar sounds of village life settling into sleep, and tried to imagine using the compass to return home. The image felt hollow, like trying to remember a dream upon waking. This was not because modern life was bad, but rather because it belonged to someone I could no longer confidently identify with. The celebration tomorrow would mark not just the harvest, but a year's cycle of growth, work, and community survival. It occurred to me that I'd become part of that cycle in ways I hadn't planned or expected. The question wasn't whether I belonged here, it was whether I could imagine belonging anywhere else. Tomorrow would provide clarity one way or another. The harvest celebration unfolded like a symphony played by instruments I'd never heard before but somehow recognised in my bones. Dawn brought the scent of bread baking in communal ovens, the sound of children's laughter mixing with adult voices raised in songs that seemed older than the stones themselves, and a sense of anticipation that made the air itself feel alive with possibility. I woke to find that Elias had left new clothes on the stool beside my bed. Not the rough work garments I'd grown accustomed to, but festival clothes in colours that caught the light. The tunic was deep blue, the colour of the evening sky, with embroidery around the neck and sleeves that must have taken weeks to complete. When had she found time to create this? And why? The day began with a ritual I was invited to join rather than simply observe. Standing in the village centre with everyone else, hands joined in a circle that encompassed the entire community. I listened to words spoken in Gaelic that I couldn't understand but somehow felt the meaning of. Gratitude, remembrance, hope for the future, acknowledgement of the cycles that connected all life. Universal concepts expressed in ancient syllables. Upon the conclusion of the formal ceremonies and the commencement of the celebration proper, I found myself effortlessly transitioning through familiar routines, helping to arrange food on long tables constructed from planks and sawhorses, ensuring that fires were properly tended to keep everything warm, and solving small logistical problems that arose when large groups tried to coordinate complex activities. But something had shifted in how others responded to my presence. Previously, strangers would greet me with careful politeness, but now they greet me with the casual warmth of family. Children ran to me with questions and small disasters that needed adult attention. Adults included me in conversations without the slight pause that indicated translation or explanation. Hamish found me during the height of the festivities, carrying 2 cups of something that smelled like fermented happiness. "You've been quiet today," he noted as he settled beside me on a log strategically positioned to overlook the celebration. "Thinking heavy thoughts?" The question was more perceptive than I'd expected. I had been thinking heavy thoughts about time, belonging, responsibility, and the weight of choices that couldn't be undone. The compass in my pocket felt heavier than usual, as if it understood that decision time was approaching. "I've been thinking about staying," I said, the words emerging before I'd consciously decided to speak them. Hamish nodded as if his discovery wasn't surprising news. "And what's stopping you?" The question pierced through my inner turmoil. What was stopping me? Fear of commitment to a life so different from everything I'd known. Was I feeling guilty for forsaking my own responsibilities, or something deeper? The terror of discovering that I might be happier in a world without modern conveniences, that my carefully constructed 21st century life might have been a beautiful prison I'd mistaken for freedom. As evening approached and the celebration began winding toward its traditional conclusion, Alias appeared at my elbow with timing that suggested she'd been watching for the right moment. Without words, she led me away from the crowd to a quiet spot overlooking the village, where the sounds of continuing festivities provided a cheerful background murmur. "The compass," she said simply, using English words carefully chosen for clarity. "It brought you here for a reason." I looked at her in surprise. "You know about the compass?" Her smile carried centuries of knowledge. "Some things are older than the stories we tell about them. Your great-aunt knew this place, knew these people. The compass doesn't bring travellers, it brings family home." The revelation settled over me like recognition of something I'd always known but never articulated. Great-aunt Moira's stories about Scotland, her mysterious past and the way she'd always seemed slightly out of step with modern times. Suddenly they made sense in ways that had nothing to do with logic and everything to do with truth. The compass grew warm in my pocket, and I understood that this was the moment of choice. I could return to my time, carrying memories of this experience like souvenirs from an extraordinary vacation. Or I could stay, accepting the responsibility and joy of genuine belonging in a community that had already accepted me as one of their own, looking down at the village where lights flickered in windows, where people I'd grown to love were continuing celebrations that would carry them through another winter, where my hands had helped build something larger than myself. The choice felt less like a decision and more like recognition. The compass would stay in my pocket, its work complete. I was already home. Imagine this. It's 2 a.m. and you're in bed staring at the ceiling like it owes you money. Your brain is helpfully playing back that awful thing you said in 2003. 30,000 years ago, nevertheless, your ancestor Grok was cutting logs so quietly that surrounding mastodons employed him as a white noise machine. What is going on? How did we go from sleeping like newborns enveloped in enormous fur to tossing and turning like squirrels on coffee? The answer, my friend, who is always exhausted, is buried deeper than your phone charger under the couch cushions. Our predecessors who lived in caves didn't just fall asleep perfectly. They had a full technique that would make current sleep experts cry with jealousy. In their perspective, darkness meant darkness, not "let me check Instagram one more time" darkness. Their bodies processed the message more quickly than a teenager who'd just been grounded at dusk. But this is where it gets fascinating. These weren't just individuals who lived in caves. They were the consequence of millions of years of evolution making the perfect slumber machine. Every instinct, every biological mechanism, and every little thing they did every day was set up to help them obtain the kind of sleep that would make a spa jealous. Think about what you usually do at night. You might be reading news that makes you mistrust mankind, eating dinner beneath strong fluorescent lights that might land a plane, and then wondering why your brain won't stop when you finally go to bed. On the other hand, your Neanderthal ancestor was winding down as naturally as leaves dropping from a tree in the fall. As actual darkness, the type that engulfed everything whole, spread over their world, their bodies began to release melatonin, which is like a perfectly timed sleeping pill. They had no blue light to disrupt their internal clock, no emails to spike their cortisol levels at night, and no neighbour's leaf blower at dawn to wake them up. The reality is that we've been recklessly attempting to sleep, and the results have been disastrous. But before you go looking for a cave on Zillow, let's take a closer look at what made these Stone Age sleepers so successful. There are secrets hidden in their modest way of living that could turn your restless evenings into the calm sleep you've always wanted. It wasn't just one item that they were hiding, it was everything. Everything about their lives was ideally set up for deep, restful slumber, from how they ate to how they walked, and from the air they inhaled to the sounds they heard. They lived in unison with rhythms that we have long since forgotten. So take a seat, unwind, and journey back to a time when falling asleep was as effortless as breathing. You might find that the answer to your sleep troubles in the present has been there all along. It's not your fault that your internal clock is suffering an identity crisis. Not completely, though. You have a small group of cells located deep in your brain, which we can refer to as your internal timekeeper. This group has been having the biological equivalent of a tantrum for decades. Over millions of years, this small timekeeper learned to respond to one basic signal: light and dark. This technique worked like a Swiss watch, built of starlight and common sense for your Neanderthal ancestors. Their internal alarm clock softly woke them up when the sun came up. When it got dark, the evening show started and it made them less alert, like a theatre gently lowering the house lights. But this is when things get deliciously ironic. We are so excellent at manipulating our surroundings that we have unintentionally waged war on our own nature. Your ancestor glanced up at the stars and felt their body getting ready to sleep. You glance up at the ceiling of your bedroom, which is lit up by 17 different electrical devices, and you wonder why you feel like a vampire in a tanning bed. The plot goes further than you might realise. That LED streetlight outside your window that looks harmless? At 11 p.m, it's sending out blue light at wavelengths that your brain reads as "Wake up, the sun is rising." Your phone, tablet, laptop, and even your microwave's digital clock are all part of this scheme to keep you awake. Scientists today call the natural light-dark cycle what cave dwellers lived by, but they didn't need a fancy name for it. They just called it Tuesday. The warm, steady light of daybreak marked the start of their days. The dazzling, complete spectrum of midday sun marked the peak, while the deep orange and crimson hues of sunset marked the end. Their brains were already 3 steps ahead by the time real darkness came, sending sleepy time hormones into their bodies. You wake up to fake light, spend 8 hours at work under fluorescent lights that would make a vampire squint, drive home in traffic while looking at LED headlights, and then spend the evening in front of a screen before bed. It's like giving your internal clock a continuous diet of junk food, and then being surprised when it's confused. But the real kicker is, not only was your predecessor's sleep deeper, but it was also more flexible. Researchers term what they did segmented sleep. They would wake up in the middle of the night for an hour or 2 of calm wakefulness before going back to sleep. This wasn't sleeplessness. It was how people slept for thousands of years. At these nocturnal breaks, they might tend to the fire, talk quietly, or just lie still in the dark. They didn't have to worry about getting back to sleep, check the time, or wonder if they would be tired the next day. They had entire faith in their body, just like you do in gravity. Your brain still wants to follow these old patterns, but modern life continues getting in the way of the dialogue between your biology and the natural environment. Every artificial light, every late-night notification, and every just one more episode is like static on the radio frequency that your forefathers used to sleep like champions. Your caveman ancestor would be shocked to learn that you worry about things that haven't happened yet, might not happen, and perhaps aren't even feasible. Grok's stress management approach was also basic. When the saber-toothed tiger was gone, so was the stress. Your ancestor's nervous system worked like a smoke detector that was correctly set up. Is there a real danger? All systems are go and adrenaline is pumping like a fire hose. Is the danger over? The system is reset back to normal and ready for a lovely snooze by the fire. Your neurological system, however, perceives your morning commute, job deadline, and the strange noise from your automobile as equally significant as a charging rhinoceros. You didn't do anything wrong. It's just the price we pay for having minds that can think about problems that might happen in the future. But here's what's keeping you up at night. Your stress response system doesn't know that most of the threats you face every day aren't genuinely life or death circumstances. Stress hormones are released by your body for everything from giving a presentation at work to being late for dinner. These molecules are the enemies of calm sleep. Cortisol, your main stress hormone, was meant to wake you up and keep you attentive in real crises. Don't sleep now, a tiger is nearby, was what a surge in cortisol signalled in prehistoric times. These days, cortisol levels go up when your internet is slow, your employer sends you a strange email, or you remember that you forgot to defrost dinner. Your body can't detect the difference between a real threat and the annoying sound of your neighbour's wind chimes at 6 a.m. But this is where life as a caveman gets extremely desirable. Their stress was largely physical, happened right away, and didn't last long. Get rid of the predator, get food, and go away from the storm. Problem solved, stress gone, time to sleep. Your stress is mental and continual, and there is no apparent way to fix it. How do you beat global warming or job insecurity? You can't really fight your mortgage payment and win. Your forebears possess something we don't have anymore, the ability to relieve tension by being very tired. They were really ready to rest after a day of hunting, gathering, building, and staying alive. They didn't need to wind down because they were already there. In contrast, you spend much of your day in meetings, staring at screens, and utilising your mind more than your body. Your mind is fried by the evening, but your body hasn't really done anything. Researchers who study sleep call this the tired but wired phenomenon. Your brain is tired from taking in information, making choices and dealing with stress, but your body hasn't had the physical release that makes you sleepy. It's like revving the engine of a car while it's still in park. Lots of energy, but no place to go. People who lived in caves also lived in small, close-knit groups, where they could express their worries and get help all the time. Everyone in the clan knew about Grok's disastrous mammoth hunt, offered to aid, and then went on. You can spend hours going over a poor day at work in your thoughts, letting your stress build up like a mental pot roast. The funny thing is that the stress response system of our ancestors is still in charge of your body today, but the challenges it is trying to solve are very different. Your fight or flight response is great for coping with immediate physical dangers, but not for the slow burn anxiety of modern life that follows you to bed and whispers delicious nightmares in your ear. The way you feel about eating influences your sleep in ways that would make a caveman scratch his head in confusion. While you enjoy a bowl of sugary cereal late at night and ponder why you remain wide awake, your ancestor was likely 3 hours into REM sleep. They knew something we've forgotten. What, when, and how much you eat directly affects how well you sleep. Cave dwellers didn't eat snacks late at night since they didn't stay up late like we do. Their eating habits were in line with natural rhythms that helped them sleep well. They ate their biggest meal during the day, when their digestive fires were at their hottest, and then naturally fasted from sunset to sunrise. Not because some health guru instructed them to, but because that was when food was available and their systems could handle it best. This natural meal plan fit their circadian clocks wonderfully. When they needed digestive enzymes, their bodies made them. When it came time to sleep and repair, their systems stopped digesting food. It was like a perfectly choreographed dance between their gut and their head, with each partner knowing when to lead and when to follow. Now, let's talk about what they ate and what you probably have in your kitchen right now. They didn't eat any processed meals, refined sugars, or unnatural ingredients that can mess with how your brain works. No late-night ice cream that makes your blood sugar go up and down just as you're attempting to fall asleep. No energy drinks that make you crash from caffeine at night. No snacks that have been processed and are full of chemicals that your great-great-grandmother wouldn't know are food. Instead, they ate items that helped them sleep, like nuts high in magnesium, fish high in omega-3 fatty acids, and seasonal fruits that included natural sugars and fibre to keep their blood sugar levels stable. They didn't require melatonin pills because the food they ate naturally had components that helped them sleep. They didn't require magnesium supplements because they got enough minerals from their food that helped their muscles relax and their nerves calm down. But here's the truly interesting part. They did what we now call chrononutrition without even knowing it had a name. Their bodies were organically adapted to eat foods that gave them the energy they needed each day. Morning foods woke them up, afternoon foods kept them energized, and evening foods, when available, helped them sleep. Your current eating routine, on the other hand, is like a jazz band that can't agree on what music to play. You might miss breakfast, drink a sugary coffee drink in the middle of the morning, have lunch at your desk while worrying about deadlines, mindlessly nibble all afternoon, and then eat your biggest meal right before bed while watching Netflix. Your digestive system doesn't know if it should be speeding up or slowing down. Eating late at night is especially detrimental for the quality of your sleep. When you eat close to bed, your body has to decide whether to digest the food or get ready for bed. Digestion normally wins. Your core body temperature stays high when it should be low, your blood sugar goes up and down when it should be steady, and your digestive organs are working too hard when they should be resting. People who lived in caves also didn't have to cope with how alcohol, coffee, or highly processed foods messed up their sleep. They received their evening relaxation from the natural exhaustion that comes from being active and in the sun, rather than from a glass of wine that initially makes them drowsy, but later disrupts their sleep. From an emotional perspective, their relationship with food was also very different. They didn't eat because they were bored, stressed, celebrating, or trying to make themselves feel better. They ate when they were hungry and stopped when they were full. This simple method stopped the blood sugar swings and intestinal discomfort that may keep individuals up all night. Your bedroom thermostat could be messing up your sleep, and your Neanderthal ancestor would know right away what was wrong. They had to learn how to control their body temperature to stay alive, but by doing so, they accidentally found out one of the most crucial secrets to getting a good night's sleep. Your body temperature needs to drop to trigger deep sleep, and modern living makes this tougher than it should be. As the sun went down over the ancient countryside, the air naturally began to cool. Your ancestors' body started to cool down in the evening after absorbing heat from the day's activities in the sun. Not only was this cooling process comforting, but it also sent a biochemical signal to their brain that it was time to get ready for bed. Their body temperature would drop by 1 to 2 degrees, which would start a chain reaction of drowsy hormones that current sleep clinics strive to copy with costly treatments. This natural cooling happened at the same time as the rest of the environment. The cave kept the heat in, the fire gave forth heat that could be controlled, and the animal fur bedding made a microclimate that could be changed by adding or taking away layers. They didn't need a programmable thermostat because the temperature in their bedroom changed naturally, with the rhythms that help them sleep best. In your modern bedroom, you face a temperature control nightmare that appears easy to use. Your house is shut up tight, your bedroom keeps the same temperature all night, and your mattress can be composed of materials that retain heat, like a sleeping bag made by someone who has never slept before. Every time you try to sleep in a place where you can't control the temperature naturally, you're going against millions of years of nature. But here's where it becomes really interesting. Your hands and feet are your body's natural way of cooling down. People who lived in caves slept with their arms and legs exposed to cooler air, which helped their bodies release heat. It is possible to be so heavily bundled that your body is unable to cool down naturally, leading your brain to perceive that it is not yet time for sleep. Your forebears knew something we don't, how powerful contrast can be. They had been in different temperatures all day, warm in the sun, cold in the shade, hot from moving around and chilly from the evening breezes, so their bodies were ready for the decrease in temperature that meant it was time to go to bed. Your primarily climate-controlled day lacks these natural temperature changes that regulate your circadian rhythms. The things they slept on were also very important. Animal furs and woven plant fibres naturally let air through, which kept them warm and dry by wicking moisture away from their bodies. They didn't wake up in the middle of the night because their fake mattress had turned into a sauna, or because their polyester pyjamas had made a microclimate that would make a greenhouse jealous. Researchers now call temperature entrainment what cave inhabitants also profited from. Their bodies learned to expect the natural cooling that occurred with nightfall, getting ready for sleep even before they were exhausted. Because their bodies were perfectly in sync with their surroundings, they fell asleep faster and stayed asleep longer. Researchers today have proven what cave dwellers knew all along. The best temperature for sleeping is cooler than most people imagine, between 60 and 67 degrees Fahrenheit. But temperature isn't only about the air around you. It's also about how well your body can release heat while you sleep. This is why wearing socks to bed can sometimes be helpful, as they allow heat to escape through your feet, and why taking a hot bath before bed can be beneficial, since the rapid cooling afterward mimics how your body naturally cools down. Your forefathers didn't require weighted blankets or cooling mattress pads because their whole sleeping area was made to keep the temperature stable. They aligned their sleeping conditions with their biology, which helped their bodies understand how to achieve the best sleep. The sounds in your Neanderthal ancestor's bedroom would make a modern sleep sound machine cry because it wasn't good enough. While you're lying in bed listening to a symphony of air conditioners, traffic, your neighbour's music and strange noises from the home settling, your prehistoric relative was falling asleep to nature's original white noise mix, which was made to help you sleep deeply and restore your energy. As they got ready for bed, they could hear the distant crackling of the fading fire, the delicate rustling of leaves in the breeze, the rhythmic chirping of crickets, and maybe even the faint breathing of their tribe mates nearby. These weren't just background sounds. Their brains had developed to read them as safe time to sleep now. There was a reason for every sound they heard. The crackling fire meant that it was warm and safe. The natural sounds signified that there were no predators nearby, since the forest falls quiet when hazardous animals are close. The sound of family members breathing nearby made her feel comfortable, because there were so many of them. Their brains could entirely relax since their ears were always telling them that everything was fine. In contrast, your modern sound environment has the buzz of electronics, the distant whoosh of highway traffic, the neighbour's dog having an existential crisis at 3 a.m, and the strange banging in your walls that you've decided is either settling or ghosts. Your brain, which still runs the same old software as your Neanderthal ancestor, doesn't know how to put these noises in order. Do they pose a threat? Are they okay? Should you be on guard or at ease? Part of your brain is on guard duty all night because you don't know what's going to happen. Your nervous system is still analysing these sounds, even if you don't know it. It's attempting to figure out if they pose a threat. Sleep researchers call these micro-arousals, which are brief moments when your brain wakes up briefly to monitor things, breaking up your sleep without you even knowing it. Your ancestors likewise profited from what we now call sound masking without knowing it. The soft, steady sounds of their natural surroundings covered up other minor noises that could have been annoying. The steady sound of the wind blowing through the trees, the stream flowing nearby, and the chorus of insects at night made a natural sound blanket that kept me sleeping soundly all night. But here's what's truly interesting. The sounds that cave dwellers heard were predictable and made sense. Their brains learned to connect certain sounds with being safe and sleepy. The fire crackled, signalling the end of the day's work. The sounds of animals settling down at night suggested it was time to sleep. These sounds helped them fall asleep in ways that modern white noise devices can only come close to. The noise pollution in our modern lives would have driven our forebears crazy. The random beeps and buzzes of electronics, the unpredictable timing of traffic and sirens, and the jarring changes between distinct mechanical noises don't fit the patterns that our brains evolved to perceive as pleasant. Some modern folks sleep in utter silence, which is much worse. Quiet might be calming, but complete silence can be alarming to a brain that has evolved to expect the soft sounds of a safe, natural environment. Your subconscious might think something is amiss if there is complete quiet. Where are all the regular signals of life? The electromagnetic fields from all of our contemporary technology didn't bother your forefathers when they slept. We don't know for sure how much this impacts sleep, but some studies indicate that the electromagnetic soup we live in might be gradually messing with our regular sleep cycles in ways we don't fully understand yet. Cave dwellers didn't want perfect silence. They wanted sounds that were meaningful, predictable and comforting, and that meant safety and deep sleep. They lived in the original sleep soundtrack of nature, which had been fine-tuned over millions of years to help them get the kind of restorative sleep that made them healthier, happier and stronger than most of us can conceive. You're a modern person with an old brain trying to sleep in a world that would have seemed like science fiction to your cave-dwelling forefathers. But before you go hunting for a time machine or cave rentals, let's talk about how you may respect the wisdom of your inner caveman while still living in the 21st century. The lovely fact is that your body still has the blueprint for perfect sleep. It's simply been buried under layers of modern life, like an archaeological treasure waiting to be found again. Your body's circadian rhythms still desire to follow the sun, your stress response still knows how to reset when it gets the chance, and your temperature control system still works the same way it did for thousands of years to keep your ancestors sleeping well. The key is not to give up on modern life totally, but to find ways to bring ancient knowledge into your modern existence. You could say that you're constructing bridges between your caveman biology and your modern life. You can't control everything around you, but you can work with your body's natural rhythms instead of against them. To begin, consider light the strong drug that it is. Your forebears didn't require blackout curtains since there weren't any streetlights. You do. They didn't require glasses that blocked blue light because they didn't have screens. You could, though. To honour your old light-dark cycle, turn down the lights in the evening, stay away from screens before bed, and get some bright light in the morning. Keep in mind that your stress response system is still using Caveman software in the modern world. If you're lying awake worried about tomorrow's meeting or next month's bills, ask yourself, is this a saber-toothed tiger, or is my mind making up problems to solve? Learn how to tell the difference between genuine current risks and the habit of worrying about things that might happen in the future. Your relationship with food can also show respect for old knowledge. When your digestive fire is at its highest, try eating your biggest meal earlier in the day. Stop eating at least 3 hours before you go to bed so your body has time to switch from digesting food to sleeping. Pick meals that your great-great-grandmother would know and see how much better you sleep when you don't ask your body to deal with substances it doesn't know how to handle. Make your bedroom a temperature refuge by keeping it chilly and letting your body naturally control its heat. Your hands and feet can assist in cooling you down, so wear clothes that let air flow through them. Additionally, keep in mind that your body needs to cool down in order to relax and fall asleep. Make your sound environment feel like a cave dweller would feel at home. This could entail using a white noise machine that sounds like nature, earplugs to block out random noises, or just realising that some steady background noise is more calming than complete silence. Most crucially, keep in mind that your forefathers had complete faith in their bodies. They didn't lie awake contemplating their sleep, wondering about whether they were getting enough sleep, or figuring out how many hours they had left before morning. They were fatigued, so they went to sleep. When they woke up, they knew their bodies would tell them what to do. Your inner caveman is still there, waiting for you to rediscover how to sleep like the champion you were born to be. Every time you listen to your body's natural rhythms, choose biology over convenience, or make settings that support your ancient sleep knowledge, you're moving closer to the kind of restorative rest that has kept humans alive for thousands of years. To get better sleep, you don't need to proceed with more intricate solutions. You need to go back to the simple knowledge that your body has always held. Your ancestors didn't require sleep research, supplements, or special equipment because they lived in harmony with the natural forces that control rest and recovery. You can do it too, one small change at a time, until sleeping properly feels as natural as breathing. Modern cave dweller, have a good night. Your forefathers are cheering you on from the fantastic sleep lab in the sky. They think you can find the tranquil sleep that is your inheritance. Close your eyes now and trust your body's innate wisdom. Let yourself go back to a period when sleeping was the easiest thing in the world. It is the 3rd century BCE in the ancient city of Syracuse, a bustling Greek settlement on the island of Sicily. The air is filled with the scent of the sea carried by the breeze from the nearby Mediterranean coast. The streets are alive with merchants, artisans and scholars, their voices blending into a harmonious hum. Among these people walks a young boy, his eyes bright with curiosity, his mind constantly searching for answers to questions most people do not think to ask. This boy is Archimedes. Born to a family of intellect and privilege, Archimedes' father, Phidias, is an astronomer who nurtures his son's love for learning. From a young age, Archimedes is fascinated by the world around him. The way the stars move across the night sky, the precise mechanics of gears and levers, the simple yet profound mysteries of numbers, all of these captivate his developing mind. He spends his days asking questions, pondering problems and seeking answers in the natural world. As Archimedes grows, his thirst for knowledge takes him beyond the borders of Syracuse. He travels to Alexandria in Egypt, a renowned centre of learning, home to the Great Library of Alexandria. Here he studies alongside the brightest minds of his time, absorbing knowledge like a sponge. He dives deep into the works of great thinkers, geometry, physics, astronomy. Each new concept fuels his passion for discovery, and his mind sharpens with each lesson learned. Upon returning to Syracuse, Archimedes dedicates himself to a life of study and invention. He spends his days in quiet contemplation, often retreating to his study or wandering the shores of the sea. His mind dances with ideas, equations, and theories. He is not concerned with wealth or fame, but with understanding the fundamental principles that govern the universe. One of his most famous discoveries begins in a moment of quiet observation. The story goes that King Hero II, ruler of Syracuse, asks Archimedes to determine whether a crown made for him is pure gold, or if the goldsmith has mixed in lesser metals. Pondering this problem, Archimedes relaxes into a warm bath, the water rippling around him. As he lowers his body into the tub, he notices how the water rises, displaced by his form. In that instant, a revelation strikes him, the principle of buoyancy. He realizes that by measuring how much water an object displaces, he can determine its density and thus its purity. Overcome with excitement, he leaps from the bath and runs through the streets shouting, "Eureka! Eureka!" Greek for "I have found it." This moment, though simple, is a breakthrough in science and engineering, demonstrating Archimedes' brilliance and his ability to find solutions in the most ordinary of experiences. This principle, now known as Archimedes' principle, lays the foundation for understanding buoyancy and density, concepts that will influence science for centuries to come. Archimedes' work continues to expand. He is fascinated by the power of simple machines and begins to develop tools and mechanisms that demonstrate the incredible potential of levers, pulleys, and screws. He famously declares, "Give me a place to stand, and I will move the earth." These words reflect his deep understanding of the mechanical advantage provided by levers. He designs ingenious contraptions such as the Archimedean screw, a device used to raise water for irrigation and drainage. This invention, with its elegant spiral structure, helps farmers move water efficiently and will continue to be used for centuries in different parts of the world. Archimedes' mind does not rest. He explores the mysteries of geometry, calculating areas, volumes and surfaces with astonishing precision. He develops formulas for the areas of circles, the volumes of spheres, and the properties of parabolas. His work on the mathematics of shapes lays the groundwork for calculus, a field that will not fully develop until many centuries later. In addition to his theoretical work, Archimedes applies his knowledge to practical problems. Syracuse faces threats from rival powers, and Archimedes' inventions become tools of defense. He designs war machines, catapults, cranes, and even rumoured death rays that use mirrors to focus sunlight and set enemy ships ablaze. These devices, products of his genius, help protect his city from invaders. Yet for all his achievements, Archimedes remains humble, his mind always focused on the pursuit of truth. His days are spent drawing diagrams in the sand, solving equations and pondering the mysteries of the universe. His joy lies not in the recognition of others, but in the quiet satisfaction of discovery. As you breathe deeply and slowly, imagine Archimedes in his study, the soft glow of an oil lamp illuminating the scrolls and diagrams spread before him. The gentle sound of waves drifts through an open window, a soothing rhythm that accompanies his thoughts. The air is filled with the faint scent of parchment and seawater. In this moment of stillness, there is a profound sense of peace, a quiet celebration of the mind's limitless potential. Archimedes' life, though dedicated to discovery, ends in a moment of tragic misunderstanding. During the siege of Syracuse by the Roman army, the city falls despite its defences. As the soldiers enter, Archimedes is engrossed in his work, drawing a mathematical diagram in the sand. A Roman soldier approaches him, but Archimedes, absorbed in his thoughts, asks the soldier not to disturb his circles. In a tragic instant, the soldier strikes him down, unaware of the brilliance of the man before him. But though his life is cut short, Archimedes' legacy endures. His discoveries, his inventions, and his insights into the world of mathematics and physics continue to inspire generations. His work becomes the foundation for future scientists, engineers, and thinkers, a testament to the enduring power of curiosity and intellect. As you drift further into sleep, let the story of Archimedes remind you of the beauty of exploration, the joy of discovery, and the quiet power of the mind. His life teaches us that the pursuit of knowledge, no matter how simple or complex, is a journey worth taking. Each question we ask, each problem we solve, brings us closer to understanding the wonders of the world. As you sink deeper into the gentle embrace of sleep, let the wisdom and wonder of Archimedes' life continue to guide your thoughts. His journey was one of relentless curiosity, an unquenchable thirst for understanding the mysteries of the universe. Even now, centuries later, his discoveries ripple through time, touching the modern world in ways both seen and unseen. Picture the quiet streets of ancient Syracuse once more. The sun has set and the city is cloaked in twilight. The gentle sound of the sea rolls in the distance, its waves washing softly against the stone walls of the harbour. Lanterns flicker along the narrow alleyways, casting warm pools of light onto the cobbled streets. Somewhere in this peaceful setting, Archimedes walks slowly, his mind alive with thoughts and ideas. He's at ease, his steps unhurried, the weight of his questions a welcome companion rather than a burden. This tranquility reflects a life devoted to understanding, to peeling back the layers of the world to reveal the beauty beneath. Archimedes saw the universe as a grand puzzle, one that could be unravelled with patience, logic, and observation. He understood that the smallest discoveries could lead to the grandest truths, that even the most complex problems could be solved by breaking them down into their simplest forms. Imagine him standing by the shoreline, the breeze rustling his robes, the salty air filling his lungs. He gazes out at the expanse of the sea, the horizon a seamless blend of water and sky. In his mind, the sea is not just a vast body of water, but a dynamic system governed by principles he can explore and understand. To Archimedes, every wave, every ripple tells a story of motion, force, and balance. His world is alive with meaning, a canvas on which the laws of nature are painted with exquisite detail. He returns to his workshop, a quiet space filled with scrolls, diagrams, and tools of his trade. The air carries the scent of ink, parchment, and aged wood. The room is dimly lit by the soft glow of an oil lamp, its flame dancing gently. Archimedes leans over a table strewn with geometric figures and mechanical designs. His fingers trace the lines of a new invention, his mind focused yet serene. Each stroke of his quill, each measurement, is a step in his never-ending quest to understand the world more deeply. His life reminds us that knowledge is not just power, it is also peace. The act of learning, of discovering, brings with it a calm certainty, a quiet joy. Archimedes found solace in his work, in the simple yet profound pleasure of solving a problem, of uncovering a truth that lay hidden just beneath the surface. His discoveries were not just for his time, but for all time, a gift to future generations who would build upon his legacy. Allow your mind to rest in this world of gentle discovery, where questions are welcomed and answers are earned through patience and insight. Let the image of Archimedes' quiet contemplation bring you comfort. His life shows us that there is beauty in thought, in exploration, in the pursuit of knowledge. No problem is too large, no challenge too daunting when faced with a calm and determined mind. As you breathe slowly and deeply, feel a sense of calm curiosity settle over you. The worries of the day drift away, replaced by the stillness of this moment. The gentle rhythm of your breath becomes the heartbeat of your own quiet discoveries. Like Archimedes, you're free to explore the depths of your thoughts, to wonder, to question, and to dream. The soft lapping of waves on the shore echoes in the distance, a soothing sound that anchors you to a place of peace. The stars twinkle faintly above, each one a reminder of the infinite possibilities that lie before you. Archimedes understood that the universe, vast and mysterious, is a place of endless wonder. And as you drift further into sleep, you too are part of that wonder, a being of thought, curiosity, and potential. Imagine the warmth of a gentle sun rising over the horizon, casting its golden light across the quiet city of Syracuse. The world awakens slowly, the streets coming to life with the soft sounds of morning. Archimedes' study is filled with the gentle glow of dawn, his scrolls illuminated by the first rays of light. The work continues, the questions remain, and the journey of discovery goes on. In this moment, you're wrapped in a blanket of peace and possibility. The story of Archimedes whispers to you that the pursuit of knowledge is a path without end, a journey that brings fulfillment and joy. His life is a reminder that even the smallest insights can lead to the greatest understandings, that patience and curiosity are the keys to unlocking the universe's secrets. As you drift deeper into the serene embrace of sleep, let the story of Archimedes continue to weave through your thoughts like a gentle current. His life reminds us that the universe is filled with puzzles waiting to be solved, and each quiet moment of reflection brings us closer to understanding its secrets. The night is calm now, and the echoes of his discoveries linger softly in your mind. Imagine the gentle rhythm of the sea, the waves rising and falling in a soothing eternal dance. The moon casts a silvery light upon the water, its reflection shimmering and rippling with each movement. This same sea, with its endless motion, once inspired Archimedes to develop theories of fluid mechanics, his brilliant mind observing patterns and laws hidden in the simplest of things. To him, the sea was more than just water. It was a universe of knowledge, a place where physics, geometry and nature met in perfect harmony. Allow yourself to float upon this tranquil sea, the waves cradling you with their soft, steady motion. The worries of the day dissolve, carried away by the tides. Each breath you take is like the rise and fall of the waves, a rhythm of life, of peace, of calm. You're held safely in this space of quiet discovery, where the world's complexities fade into simplicity and every thought leads you closer to rest. Picture Archimedes seated on a sun-warmed rock by the shoreline, a piece of parchment resting on his knee. The wind tousles his hair as he sketches shapes and equations with a steady hand. His eyes are focused, yet there is a deep peace in his expression. The world is his canvas, and with every observation, every calculation, he adds a stroke to the masterpiece of human knowledge. His mind is a sanctuary, a place where curiosity flows freely, unencumbered by doubt or fear. In your own mind, you too have this sanctuary, a place where thoughts drift like clouds, where questions are welcomed, and where answers are like stars twinkling softly in the night sky. There is no need to rush, no pressure to understand everything at once. The act of wondering, of exploring is enough. This quiet space within you is a reflection of Archimedes' own calm, thoughtful mind, a place where peace and discovery coexist. As the night deepens, the sounds of Syracuse fade into stillness. The bustling markets, the clink of hammers in workshops, the calls of merchants, all grow quieter, like the world itself is gently falling asleep. The only sounds that remain are the whispering of the sea and the soft sigh of the breeze. Archimedes continues his work, his mind at ease, immersed in the beauty of the world's mysteries. In his final moments, Archimedes was said to have been absorbed in thought, drawing figures in the sand. Even as chaos swirled around him, his focus remained unbroken, his mind lost in contemplation. This dedication, this unwavering love of knowledge, is a gentle reminder that we, too, can find peace in the simple act of thinking, of observing, of being present with our thoughts. As you breathe in deeply, imagine the sand beneath your feet, warm and soft. The gentle waves wash over your toes, each ripple a soft caress that soothes and relaxes you. The horizon stretches endlessly before you, the boundary between sea and sky blurred by a golden haze. This endless horizon is like the realm of knowledge, a place where there is always more to explore, more to understand, more to discover. Feel the weight of your body sinking into comfort, your muscles relaxing, your mind unwinding. The story of Archimedes lingers like a comforting presence, a reminder that within you is the potential for great insight, for curiosity,